Alrighty, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to LPL Matchpoint Mini League finals. My name is the Russian Cthulhu, and today I am joined by Guz. Guz, how you doing, my man?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to be here, mate. Should be some exciting games. Been a little while since we've casted together, so should be a fun night.
Should be a fun night indeed. So we currently are going to go for the first matchup of tonight. We will have the lower bracket finals, which is Bizarre versus PC419. And then after that, the winner of this matchup will be versing the SLG or Sleepy Gaming. Right, not Sleepy Gaming, pardon. Just SLG in general. Which, unfortunately for them and for us, this will be their last matchup to play out before they disband. So, for the first matchup of Bizarre versus PC419, we are going to go... we are going to go onto the 3 maps total. Well, 3 potentially. Two most definite, which are going to be Villa, Consulate, and then the decider, if that comes to it, will be Bank. Now, yeah. Any kind of initial thoughts for now about those 3 maps? Guz, any kind of just general history maybe about any of them or any of their performance?
Look, to be completely honest, I haven't been following this tournament extremely closely, but I guess PC419 is a name that's pretty renowned now in the ANZ scene. Bizarre, of course, formerly LFO, and going into this matchup, PC419 are missing 2 of their core, so look, I'm definitely expecting it to probably go to 3 maps, and look, I think the matchup probably deserves it, so look, I'm bracing myself. I think it's going to be a slaughterfest. I think it's going to be a barn burner for sure, and look, it should be a fun game.
Definitely will have to agree with you on that. And looking at the ban already for Villa, Bizarre to ban a Jackal, which means that they probably don't really want to feel any restraints, at least to a certain extent, with Jackal while they're going to be potentially roaming throughout the whole map. What do you reckon?
Yeah, Jackal, a ban that, despite him being nerfed, is still quite prevalent. Of course, teams of this caliber have a tendency really to do a lot of heavy roaming, and I guess Jackal is one of the best counters to that. Habana followed up there, so we will have 1 hard breach on the board, and I guess that's to be expected. Defensive bans, Cthulhu, what are we going to say?
I'd say probably somewhere around Mira and Echo would be seeing, or Maestro for that matter, as both actually, Echo or Maestro, are quite potent operators to play against.
Straight off the board, he's older, can cause a lot of issues, and Mira will be followed up. So that will actually leave Echo on the board, probably forcing PC419 on this first half to fall back to at least the Thatcher or probably the IQ as well. As we'll jump into the matchup, round number 1. Bizarre on the defense. Where do you think they're going to go? Cthulhu AVG will probably be the play in it.
Yeah,
looks like they will.
Certainly does. And AVG is one of those sites that is somewhat of a frequent one to be picked as a primary one. Usually it's either that or the statuary that contest for the primary site slot, but this time this will be AVG. So overall, looking at the lineup, how do you reckon this one is going to shape now that the Amara and Goyo have been allowed as well into the fray?
Yeah, right. A very timely point of the match to mention. Of course, Sequence did 6-pick onto that Goyo, and he now has 3 shields that he can place around the map, and of course they do have that ability to be shot, and then that flame will come out. But I think teams of this caliber and teams of this level will be primarily using those shields really to be holding angles, holding corners, for example, because of those new 2-way window slits that are featured in the shields. It's a lot easier to sort of sit behind them and crouch peek and lean peek around them, and it looks like Sequence though will actually be using it to try and help slow down the hard breach. So that is also another possibility, I guess, and use them to stall out that enemy, because those flames last a really, really long time.
Yeah, and I like this overall setup. Definitely enforcing some bit more of that vertical play, and potentially could be forcing PC419 to play a little bit differently, or having at least their attack initially being split into 2 spots. So definitely digging that, but I'm curious as to how will PC419 really approach this, considering that BZR have already managed to spread somewhat wide across and outside of the map. Oh yeah, I mean outside of the site.
Yeah, PC419, they don't seem too timid. Already entering trophy early in the round. We saw Ducky here a little bit earlier, but he's already fallen back, I believe, to 90. So Onami now will be able to push towards the top of red stairs. He will be contested though by Sequence behind one of those Goyo shields, and that's a really nice place to place it because it holds such a long angle. They are aware of it though, and Nate will be able to disrupt that from behind, and Sequence rotates out. The shield destroyed as well. So that gives PC419 now pretty good control as Campo's at the top of red, and already it looks like the members of Bizarre have had to fall back to site.
Yeah, only wasting just about a minute or so. Is certainly something that is not ideal for Bizarre, but they still have most of their side, and the breaches are still yet to come out. So as it stands, it's still a decent play all in all, but AFX might be in a little bit of a trouble sometime very soon if he won't be too careful, I believe. As the man will be holding a pretty tight angle against 3 players of PC419 and will be actually trading.
Yeah, trade on the rappel entry there allows Ravenous now to get in towards 90. So it looks like their one and only hard breach will be trying to get open the vault instead of Study, potentially because those Goyo shields are placed there. As it looks like the rest of PC419 are rotating now towards this position. It looks like it will be a full northern take. They have to be mindful of their flanks, so it doesn't appear as if Bizarre are going for that though currently, so Ravenous will be able to open the wall. The EMPs are going out to counter those Electro Claws, and the wall will be open. Sequence in a very compromised position, not taken out yet, but Campo could wide peek that and get the kill. It looks like it will be a gunfight going out, but neither getting the upper hand, as Campo will eventually drop him. It's a 3-on-3. The entry towards side is denied, and that leaves BC all alone as Bizarre just completely shut down the push, and the main stairs held as well. There we go, Bizarre. A little bit sketchy, allowing PC419 to get a lot of control, but they just filtered through exactly where Bizarre were watching, and they get the round.
Yeah, precisely. That was probably one of the better parts about Bizarre's defense, is that they managed to funnel in the attack into just the right spots where they were holding and where they were expecting them, and then from there, kind of the backup plan, I guess, of just going for direct firefights pretty much ended up working pretty well. So all in all, this has worked somewhat well, although I was expecting the Jaeger that was initially sitting offsite with Goyo to be going for something of a wider flank, but nonetheless, this still worked out pretty well.
Yeah, PC419 not able to really pull off that vault push. It's a push that we see occasionally, particularly if Studies being held heavily, but despite the fact that it wasn't in terms of manpower, those Goyo shields I think maybe made them feel a little bit afraid to push that side, knowing that it would be a little bit of a time burner. So I guess in terms of time management, it wasn't bad. It was just once they got that wall open, Bizarre were holding all the angles required, and they just ran in what appeared to be quite blindly. So coming up to PC419 to gather a bit more intel towards site. This kitchen is going to be another example of where that is critical, because they should be able to get control above quite easily, but it's that push onto site that they might have trouble with.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to agree. That initial push and just taking the ground around the site was pretty well executed, but yeah, unfortunately, the final push didn't really end up working out that well. But nonetheless, it still shows the roots of a good execution and just overall decent coordination. So now it's just we need to figure out whether PC419 will be able to recreate and improvise and, well, sorry, recreate and improve on already pretty well made formula.
Looks like Bizarre will be holding kitchen from above to try and burn more time. Ghoul has already been spotted out of bathroom. He's going to get peeked. He looks the wrong way at the wrong time, and Onami once again on the entry will get the first frag. So it's a 5-on-4. Ping still going out above. PC419 looking to gain early control once again. Nate will use his lifeline at the top of Astra. Then Noah plays behind the boxes, and Onami gets the double. It's a 4-on-3 as Ducky gets Nate. Pretty good start there, I would say, for PC419. Unfortunate that they lost Nate there on the Zofia, but they have top control now, and they should be able to get something going here.
Could be indeed, as BC will be the one to pop things open from up above using his breaching charges on Thatcher, just to make sure that he will get maybe a little bit of that extra sightline. as the remainder of PC419 are slowly making their way and trying to get the openings going. Ravenous to open up the hatch in the master bedroom should allow himself and the team to start dropping down and maybe start going for that push through the laundry, which could potentially be a double-edged sword, but at the same time could work out pretty well if PC419 will be able to split the attention of the two players. I mean, of the opposing players.
Starting to approach the 1 minute point of the round. It feels very similar to the last PC419 with really good control around the objective, but Bizarre, they're quite content in holding angles. AFX is getting lit up from above though, and Ravenous will take him out. So it's a 4-on-2. BB and Ducky now left on site to try and sort of ward off this attack, but Campo drops Ducky, and now BB inside of Pantry needs to try and clutch it up. The members of PC419 are trying to hunt him down though. It's not really the best position you want to be in.
Not at all, as BB being with a Valkyrie and probably not a whole lot of information. We'll be trying to go off the sound cues, but with the drones already coming out all around the place, things might not be as going as well. The C4 to come out will be missing any kills, and already with the diffuser has been planted, BB is a little bit cornered here.
Going to come down to a 1-on-1 scenario here between Wanami at the top of Pantry and BB, who's basically been abandoned down below in the wine cellar. And at this point, the round's basically over, and Bizarre can use this as a little bit of attack timeout. BB is going to try and find some exit frags, but it's basically too late now. PC419 should be able to just hold this out and draw that scoreline 1 apiece. A valiant effort from BB, but basically in an unrecoverable position, and we will see PC419 take the second round.
Yeah, nice. Nice play and a nice take for PC419. Straight after we mentioned that they had a pretty good idea about how to execute the initial push, but failed to win on the last parts. Unfortunately. Fortunately for PC419, unfortunately for Berserk, PC419 managed to read it out pretty well. So, all in all, a valiant effort, like you said, and 1 apiece. We are gonna be seeing a retry of the dining room and kitchen, but this time AFX to bring in a Echo. I believe last round Echo was not present. Am I correct saying that, goes?
That may have been the case. To be honest, I wasn't paying a lot of attention to the defensive setup, mainly PC419's attacking setup, as it was quite aggressive in gaining that vertical control. And I think, sort of leading on from that, Bizarre needs to be mindful of that vertical control once again, because despite being able to hold out the site for a decent amount of time, PC419 really did have the advantage in gaining that control so early. Many of the Bizarre members were dropped from angles above, and it just left their players that were remaining on site with not much to really do. BB, unfortunately, at the end there was left in a 1-on-4, and in that position, it's basically unwinnable, unless PC419 obviously throws. So I think it's really critical that they try and invest a bit more utility above, try and hold off that attack a little bit longer, and we could well see them take the round.
Okay. Well, apparently seems like Bizarre read it in pretty well, as the setup is actually completely different, having a bit less of that setup on the downstairs, but so much more reinforcements up and around the statuary and everything. So with Nate now going in for a couple of flashbangs just to see if he can drain as many of those ADSs as possible, we'll be going up ahead and droning. I'm not too sure whether he spotted Sequence or not, but stands the castle might be going in for that engagement, and a nice dome piece to be found onto Nate straight away.
Yeah, that leaves Ghoul now inside of the bathroom under pressure. Once again, we saw him in this position previously where he was taken out quite easily by Onami, and it looks like it could be another duel between these players. Onami going to get aggressive in towards Master Bedroom and try and enter the bathroom door where Ghoul was previously. He may have rotated out by now, and PC4 need to try and give him that intel. We can see at least 3 members trying to hunt him down. Ghoul in a very, very compromised position. He's very sneaky in where he's sat, and he gets 1 kill, but he gets retraded out by BC, leaving in a 4-on-3 in favor of Bizarre.
And getting rid of that Ash fairly early into the round is definitely going to be helping Bizarre quite substantially, since Onami was so crucial to a fair few aggressive pushes. So overall, this might be looking like the round might go early into the hands of Bizarre, but as it stands, it is, like you said, only a 3v4, so things could go both ways, honestly.
You see Sequence and BB both on the roam, could catch Campo off guard, but that castle barricade will actually work in his favour. It's going to make it so hard for these defenders to try and rotate. Neither has any explosives to get it open either, so if they try and pull it down, it's going to make a lot of noise, and it looks like they will think better of it. BB going down red in Sequence, just deciding to hold that angle for a little bit longer, but both those castles, as I mentioned, sort of going to hold him out, and it's going to be very favourable for the attackers. PC419 able to maintain vertical control rather once again. Ravenous does have the diffuser in hand. He's going to rotate down now towards Laundry, and this could well be the play. That wall is soft. It has got footholds, so he will need to be mindful as he enters towards his left. I'm assuming Bizarre will be holding his angle, but it looks like they are a little bit lapsing at the moment, waiting for it a little bit wider. That's going to allow Ravenous to get in BC as well, and he's already made his way in. That smoke doing little to sort of ward off his push, as it's 20 seconds left on the board. Another smoke will come out as BC trying to hunt some players down with that ACOG. He gets one, a fantastic headshot to secure his double, and it's a 3-on-3, but they still need to get the plant down. Ducky gets Campo, and that leaves BC left to try and defend the planter, but it's not enough, and Bizarre will take the third round.
Very nice hold and a good switch around for Bizarre, as that completely 180'd as to how the overall outcome went for the kitchen defense for Bizarre, as round number 2 was pretty much a clean wipe, almost, by PC419, and this time Bizarre switching things around, opening footholds, like you said, in the laundry room, and then just having that extra presence upstairs definitely seemed to have worked pretty well. So all in all, well done to Bizarre, as we are going to be going back to AVG. Not a single time yet we haven't seen the statuary to be picked as a site.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It appears as if Bizarre are quite comfortable on this side with these Sequence. Once again, 6-picking on to the Goyo, so a definite strategy is being employed here by Bizarre. Similar floor holes vertically there inside of Study to try and make any of those EMPs drop down. So it looks like Bizarre are going with a very, very similar setup once again. We saw it was relatively successful in round number 1. They did get that round win. I am interested to see, though, will Bizarre go for more of a roam here towards Stat? We saw PC419, particularly Onami, really, really quick entry, and they got control of 90 so easily. Didn't get them the win in the end, but I can't help but feel Bizarre might be a little bit scared of how quickly they got control.
Yeah, they'll definitely may need to switch things around just a little bit if that initial very aggressive push, like you said, was not on plan. But we'll see how things will go. They did bring plentiful amount of operators that could utilize those ballistic shields, so maybe they could utilize it a little bit more just to be able to delay things a little bit longer, now that PC419 are somewhat familiar that Goyo can be or is already in the play. So see how things will go, as already one of the 2 shields will be popped by I believe that was actually one of the attacking players.
And we'll leave one left standing. They'll probably be looking to destroy that one as well, and then Ravenous likely to come in and try and get the wall. So it looks like PC419 fully committing to the southern push this time. We saw them push 90 last time and get the vault open, but it looks like they're going to take the alternate approach here. They still have 2 minutes left on the board, so plenty of time for them to play with to try and get that shield down, and then Ravenous will be able to get one of those charges on the wall. They need to be mindful, though, that they don't get flanked and that Bizarre don't catch on too quickly here, but it looks to me like they're going to turtle inside of sight once again. We saw that work for them in the first defense, and I guess if that didn't fail, why would they change it now?
A very good point. As the hunch as well that there might have been a long peek from the master bedroom did seem to be like it's the case. Ooh, the plate could be in place, but won't be actually catching the thermite charges. The thermite charge will be coming off, but Ravenous pick up a kill onto Ghoul will be ensuring that there's still only a minimal man disadvantage, albeit that Thermite is now on a slither of health.
Yeah, that leaves it in an unfavorable scenario now for PC419. They have the man disadvantage, and there's many angles that they need to be mindful of. Flanks as well. We saw Ducky on the flank earlier, and he's probably going to come in late. Campo will be holding that 90 corridor in the meantime, but it's definitely a risky peak, and we do see Ducky there on the model door, and that's going to put Ravenous and Nate in very compromised positions. Nate now completely trapped there next to the breach. Campo will take AFX though, and Ducky will go for the wide peak, so Nate will be taken out, and that leaves it now up to Ravenous on about 25 HP. On the Thermite, the 556 can output a lot of damage, so it's definitely winnable, but I'm expecting these positions from Bazaar to be very strong. We see Ducky still on the right-hand side of the door, and the call hasn't gone out that he's in that position. He is on low HP, so if the call comes out, he should get the kill, leaving it in a 1-on-2, but once again, all these crossfires being held from Bazaar will be too strong, and they'll take round number 4.
Fantastic end of the round there. Just Bazaar knowing where they want to be, how they want to hold the angles, and how many crossfires do they want. So very good execution, and this time actually the Goyo strat actually worked out pretty well, considering that this time PC419 did actually prompt to go for that classroom push. So all in all, done. As finally we will be seeing the trophy and statuary room to be picked for a site now that both Kitchen and AVG are locked out. Team of Berserk currently we're going pretty strong, 3-1 scoreline, and I don't think we might be seeing any change just yet, albeit Ornami did decide to bust out a little bit more utility in change for a change from a bit more firepower technically, but even that can be really contested, as Sledge's overall loadout, well, SAS loadout, has been pretty good and pretty stable overall, and plus having the ACOG, it's nice on it. But looking at the scoreboard, Ducky so far leading the charge for BZR, whereas on the side of PC419 it's all seeming to be just stable across the board out here.
Yeah, I guess on the topic of operator picks, I sort of want to highlight Sequence. He's been using that 6-pick essentially every round. This occasion, actually jumping off the Goyo there onto the Echo. So they're really trying to utilize that 6-pick and maybe trying to bait in an extra soft breach, or just make them feel a little bit scared that Goyo might still be on the board, because we know he can waste a lot of time, and time management is so critical. So I'm liking that they are really utilizing that 6-pick. I get the impression that sometimes teams really overlook how powerful that can be. So I really like that PC419 are trying to use that to their advantage, and well, Bazaar using that to their advantage rather, and yeah, I think it's probably a wise pick.
Oh yeah, I definitely will have to agree on you on this one, guys. 6-pick definitely did whenever when they got introduced into the game, they did bring that element of mind games. But talking about mind games, unfortunately for Ghoul, this will be it then around, as the Valkyrie, unfortunately after trying to back out into a bit more safe of a corner, ended up meeting her demise.
Yeah, that's the third time now I can recollect Ghoul being one of the very first members of that defense to be taken out. So he seems to be playing high-risk positions, and they're really being rewarded on that one occasion where he played inside a bathroom. Got the pick. Either way, though, PC419 now have really nice control off-site. This is a trend that we have seen in many of these rounds, and Bazaar seemingly content to play quite passive towards site, but the wide swing there from AFX, that's not passive. BC punishes that, but BB from below gets the double, and the nade will take out BB, so it's a 3-on-2. Make that a 3-on-1. Aggression there from Ravenous takes out Ducky, and Sequence is now left in a 3-on-1 inside of Astronomy. Pretty powerful position to get the pick there onto Bathroom, but it's going to be so hard for him to rotate in towards Statutory and try and deny the plant, or even pay for that post plant. So it looks like PC419 are aware of that, and will set up for the plant. BC is on that as Sequence jumps onto his drone. He might be able to deny the first one here, but he's a little bit too slow, and now it's a 1-on-3 post plant Cthulhu, and Sequence is in a lot of trouble.
Things are definitely not looking all well and all swell for Sequence here. Man now has even the time playing against him. Certainly not what you want. There is a slight chance to potentially maybe get the win on the firefight with Zafia, because she's on barely any health, but that won't even be helping, as the continuous and the copious amounts of pre-fires and angle holding from PC419 will be ensuring that the scoreline will be staying a little bit closer this time for the preference of Bazaar, as now we are on 2-3 scoreline with the potential of finishing the first half of Villa on a draw.
Yeah, definitely a map where a draw for the attackers will give them some confidence, as defense is quite heavily favored on this map statistically. Bizarre though, they're not going to go down without a fight. They've been looking quite decent for the majority of the match. I think PC419 in the early rounds have looked really, really strong, but Bizarre on those late rounds have looked stronger over them. Unfortunately, in that last round, it wasn't really the case, and it was a 1v3 for the plant scenario, and then, of course, the post-plant. So I think Bizarre need to be a little bit more mindful of losing that man count early. We've seen Ghoul, for example, lose his life really, really early in probably the first minute, several rounds here. He needs to be really mindful of that, and if he's going to play aggressive offside, he needs to be having an impact. If he doesn't get a kill or two, that really puts pressure on the rest of his members that are really playing heavy on site. So it's important, I think, that he has an impact on this round and tries to give their team that 4-2 lead.
Yeah, Ghoul, it's been a bit of a 50-50 because on a few occasions when he did play those aggressive kind of roam and up in the face of the enemy type of roles, like playing with Jaeger when they were defending even the statuary before, pardon, not the statuary, the kitchen, and was playing around the bathroom up on the second floor. He was able to actually have those cheeky angles to have at least a trade set up for him.
Yeah.
So this time, for the previous round, Ghoul was in a bit of an unfortunate position, as I believe he would have been expecting to be able to hide on the lower floor and then go from there, but ended up getting tracked by IQ, which was just a series of unfortunate events. This time, once again, the man is playing really up close and personal and trying to get some traction going, but we'll be able to only just dish out a pretty hefty amount of damage, forcing Ghoul to kind of fall back just a little bit. But nonetheless, this could work out pretty well, but I don't think he's quite knowledgeable about that breaching charge and will be taking quite a chunky amount of damage hit.
Yeah, I was almost about to say there, that's the time where Ghoul really needs to be getting out of there and stop overextending. He was probably a little bit lucky to get hits there on the player playing the window and wasn't taken out. And that really gave him the opportunity to escape as that bathroom window was open. So PC419, a little bit sketchier of an entry this round, as we've already passed the 1 minute mark of the round. Of course, it is 3 minutes in total. PC419 beginning to gather control now, but they still need to be mindful of these roamers. Bizarre seemingly utilizing the very bottom floor of Villa, part of the map that doesn't feature any bomb objectives, but can see gameplay from teams that play that really heavy roaming style. And PC419 need to be really critical of that, as Sequence is also on the roam. So Bizarre sort of falling back from their turtle strat, instead opting to roam, and it's probably a wise choice. This site has a lot of destructibility above, and it looks like PC419 are utilizing that with a lot of soft breach.
Certainly a good approach for PC419, just to make sure that each and every nook and cranny has left unturned. But for them right now, they need to be very cautious, as I'd imagine after all the droning, they might be starting to notice that not a whole lot of people are actually now present on site. A fair few players of Berserk are playing offside, and AFX to pick up a kill onto Ravenous will be ensuring that things might be going all pretty well. And oh, just the angle from above will be ensuring that Campo will be getting a double kill here.
Yeah, leaves it in a 3-on-3. That diffuser as well in a very awkward position, but Bizarre seemingly on awkward positions as well. Many of them left to rotate. Ducky going all the way out from Laundry in towards Sheets. Luckily, he gets away with his life, spotted only momentarily, but that angle is being held from those angles above. Fortunately, though, as Lucky gets that kill, they have the advantage that PC419 need to collect the diffuser. Both Nate and Onami are a long way away from it, and instead of going for the diffuser, they're probably going to have to frag out, as there's only 20 seconds on the board. Lucky once again going for a run out. A lot of intel coming out from that Yokai drone as BB gets Nate. So unfortunately, PC419 left with one member on the board. AFX goes for the shot, but Ducky from behind will clean it up. And Bizarre will be 4-2 up with a pretty solid half.
Definitely a very solid half. 4-2-2. It's something that still came back from PC419, but as it stands, this is definitely showing that Bizarre it has done its homework for the map and has been prepared quite well for it, all things considered. And definitely like those little bit you could technically say a little bit of those unpredictable kind of ranked style plays, but hey, if those plays are working and they're working and they're impossible to read in by the opposing team, why not? Another thing is we do have to mention is that PC419 are playing with 2 subs, unfortunately for themselves. That is BC and Nate. So this is not the best shape that we can see the team perform. And yeah, it's something that can also affect the overall result for those who are following the overall run of PC419 within LPL and even the ESL Challenger League.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, PC419, a team that has undergone pretty recent roster changes post the Challenger League qualifiers.
Attackers are heading out.
Unfortunately, though, at least one of those new members isn't available for tonight, and I guess, as you mentioned, they do have those 2 substitutes in, which no doubt is going to really play quite poorly for them in the sense that that synergy may not quite be there as they are substitutes. Probably not playing in every scrim, of course, and that's going to make things a little bit more challenging, and probably flooding the comms a little bit more, as they might need to do some more micromanaging, and with that can, as I mentioned, really flood the comms and cause some confusion. So it's going to be up to them to try and streamline that. PC419 looking relatively strong so far. I think a 2-4 half on the attack definitely sets them up nicely here for this first map. It is their map pick, of course, so hopefully they can get the round here. Otherwise, that could put them under a lot of pressure in this best of 3.
This will be a perfect right now opportunity for Bazaar to kind of start closing things out in their favor, have the early map advantage potentially if they manage to bring Villa to a quick closure for themselves. And after that, if we are going to go to Consulate, where PC419 will start on defense, if things go all well here and showcase that Bazaar are able to have a good hold for themselves, things might go all pretty well. So find out how things will go here, as the sequence will be the one to be going in for the quick plan, but will be denied and straight away killed. So no more hard breach here for Bazaar. PC. Yeah,
PC419 in a very, very good sort of stance at the moment. They can definitely close this round out. No hard reach on the board makes this incredibly difficult. They're now going to be forced to filter through 3 doors. Study here, of course, where Ducky is, as well as the top of red. And the bar door, because I need to try and go for refrags and buddy up here. It is a 4-on-4, so it's even in that sense. But 90 is being held, and presumably the door into bar, and this is not ideal. Ghoul doesn't have the intel here at 90, and he gets taken out. Ravenous gets refragged though, so it's a 3-on-3. AFX a nice shot there, but unfortunately Ducky misses his onto BC, and it's a 3-on-2 Twitch and Nomad. 2 operators that can frag out, but at a man disadvantage with no real angles being generated here by Bazaar. It's going to be so challenging. PC419 now need to play passive and set up for those refrags, and it appears like they will be doing so. They're sort of holding back here. BC with an off angle. He will be flashed though, and he needs to be covered. AFX is flashed as well, so
no.
This flashbang is not really working in his favor, and he will be taken out. BB now inside of Study. He needs to try and clutch a 1-on-3. He has about 15 seconds left to do it, but the diffuser is nowhere near him. Onami takes him out, and PC419 will start to bring this one back.
Yeah, very good hold, and I definitely would have to say that having that very ballsy push by Smoke to take out Thermite just flat out definitely seemed to have pretty much sealed the deal there, because after that, pretty much for Bazaar, things were looking a little bit lost. Just overall coordination didn't seem to be there in place, and just the lack of angles, like you mentioned, is definitely something that was not worthy for the way how they ended up playing out the rest of the round. So all in all, nicely done by PC419, but they still in a single point disadvantage, Villa. So still pretty close. Still can get pretty much, this could go into all 3 maps at this point if things will keep going in a more or less of a just a trade of rounds from here on out.
And this will be only the second time we've actually seen Stat played in this matchup. We saw it in round number 5 when Bazaar elected to go there. They instead were sort of favouring that dining room bomb site. as opposed to upstairs. So PC419 taking a little bit of a different approach here, and whether that will be the play, we'll have to wait and see. It looks like they've gone for a pretty traditional setup here. They've got the bandit there on the master wall to try and stop them from pushing that quite quickly, as well as smoke to try and push them back. I'm not sure whether Bazaar will be the most equipped really to push this side if they favour dining on the defense. Maybe it's a site that they also prefer to attack. I think that's something we see often if you're quite good at defending a particular site. Typically, you're going to have decent attack strats as well. So maybe PC419 have read into that a little bit and trying to throw them off here. BC on the roam, and yeah, it looks like they're trying to play pretty unpredictably.
Yeah, that certainly seems like it could be the way to go. Have that a little bit of the kind of initial setup to be quite basic, but at the same time have the unpredictability in their roam game and just their general position. Whereas on the side of Bazaar, it seems that they have prompted to go for a bit of a, well, stacked, you could say, push from bottom to the top.
Yeah, this is definitely a different approach here from Bazaar, going from below. There's no roamers below, though, for PC409 that I see at the moment. Typically, we'll see a pulse potentially from below to try and gather intel and go for that C4, but PC409 haven't actually brought that operator on the board, so Bazaar now are trying to go for that. An army is also below in the bottom floor stairs in towards pantry, so they need to be mindful of that, and Bazaar have to very meticulously drone if they want to go for this push. Looks like it's worked out so far as no one's taking damage on their side, and that's going to allow Sequence and AFX to really team up here, the Twitch and the Thermite, to try and get this wall open. PC419 looking content to sort of contest this angle though. And time's really starting to burn down. We're already halfway through the round and not much has really been done here by the attackers. Control seemingly has been forfeited by PC419 below, but they've really got nice site control. And it's really up to Bazaar to try and pick this apart.
Yeah, whereas on the side of Bazaar, at the moment, they're all kind of still stacking around the bathroom slash the master bedroom area. So as it stands, not a whole lot of progress, and the C4 from BC will actually be able to grab a double kill for himself. And to get himself another one here, as the streak will continue. Ravenous to pitch in into the overall round to extend the man advantage, and as it stands, it's only up to Ghoul and AFX to bring this back, as he does manage to actually pick up a nice kill into Ravenous.
Yeah, AFX outguns BC, that F2. That fire rate is so powerful. Ghoul actually almost picks up an unsuspecting defender, but he stays away. So it is a 2-on-3, just over 30 seconds on the board, and once again, PC419 really content to just hold angles. It looks like the entry for Bazaar has really been compromised with that hard breach taken off the board. Not much intel by the looks of things either for these attackers, as they are currently holding angles. Ghoul placing down a claymore to try and give his team some protection from behind, but Onami, he manages to get one in towards bathroom, always gets the second, but he just misses the shot. He's going to go aggressive and try and get this exit frag, as Ghoul is basically left in an unwinnable position, but Nate from long range will take him out with the SMG. PC419 will even out the scoreline.
Even out indeed for a piece, and a very good execution from PC419 on the defense, being able to lock things down as much as they possibly can, and that denial of the push into the Astro with that C4 by BC pretty much ensured that Bazaar won't have a double-sided push, which could have been pretty much the downfall of PC419 if not shut down at that time. So, well done. Done as now the dining room and kitchen will be now the next choice for PC419, as they are initially planning to bring in a Caveira, but surely this will be a 6-pick up and around here.
Doesn't look like it will be. So
okay.
That's really interesting. Caveira is an operator that very rarely see in officials. Nate going for a really high risk, high reward play here. Caveira, not only is it difficult to roam against a team that drains really efficiently, but actually using her gadget and getting interrogations is even harder unless you manage to catch an attacker off guard. That's really a long way away from his teammates, because refragging against an official team, or refragging as an official team rather, should really be a high priority as an attacker. So it's going to be up to Nate to really try and isolate these attackers as best he can, using impacts already to make some interesting angles. So, man, this could be a very interesting play. I don't think I've seen Caveira in an official for a long time, and I guess Nate not even 6-picking to it, so he's very confident in his ability to play Caveira, and maybe he's trying to do a little bit of a bluff.
Yeah, well, we did see a fair few times that that Bizarre were prompting to go for a 6-pick and go for a different operator choice. So maybe that was all part of the plan for the bait, maybe for the plan B. But as it stands, though, good start. As Nate will be the one to actually open things out with the SMG, just freshly buffed, by the way, down up to 40 damage. So an initial good try, an initial good start will definitely be ensuring that Bizarre will be having a bit of a harder time.
Yeah, Nate now will go back below. This is part of the map, as I mentioned earlier, that both teams now seem to be really utilizing. Of course, no sights are down there, but it offers a really nice opportunity to go for a flank. And when you're playing Kavira, flanking is definitely a high priority as you want to remain unpredictable and continually run around the map and make droning really, really challenging for the attackers, as it looks like Bizarre have, at the moment, sort of conceded that kill. Instead, pushing towards Trophy. Ducky trying to hit some pre-fires there to Astro. They know that PC419 are holding this angle from above. BC over towards Stat is roaming behind them. They need to be really mindful of this. Apex is seemingly holding that at the moment, and air jab has been deployed. So he won't be able to rotate out of that position. That could make his sort of position next to Stat really compromises on Nami. Will get Ducky. Oh my god, BC gets AFX. He isn't drained out, and BC gets the double. It finally gets refragged by Gould, but by this stage, it's already essentially a 4-on-1. Nami cleans it up, and just like that, Bizarre has just been swept off their feet. 3 rounds straight going to PC419, and this map definitely be theirs.
Goodness. Well, we initially started to say that Bizarre could very much be the team that could win Villa. It certainly seems that PC419 are ramping things up back again and bringing this back all the way. They only 1 round away from getting the match point, 2 rounds from scoring themselves a very nice initial map advantage within this best of 3 in a lower bracket final. So with AVG and games now being picked, no 6-pick is yet to come out, so Nate will keep on potentially staying on Kavira, which is once again a little bit surprising, but at the same time worked out. Got the initial frag and was able to kind of keep Bizarre on their toes continuously, since I don't think Nate ended up copping the bullet to the head throughout the previous round. So all in all, looking at the scoreline as well, PC419, things are starting to look a little bit better, minus Nate really, but on the side of Bizarre, all still stable across the board, even though they didn't really get to take a single round on their offense just yet.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, Nate, as we mentioned, on the Kavira, playing so unpredictably
5 seconds left.
at the moment. He's playing a long way from side. He's got the spawn kill prepped, and if the attackers of Bizarre aren't prepared here and don't take out this camera quickly, they could find themselves in a lot of trouble. Nate hears them already and will go for the run out. Tries to get the pick, just misses the shot there and will be taken out. So the aggression here on the second round of Kavira will not pay dividends. BB shuts that down really, really nicely on the Zofia. It's basically reverse now of the previous round. Bizarre will have the man advantage, PC419 on the back foot. I think this will help open up the round now for Bizarre. They'll have some more confidence in approaching the site. Having that man advantage on the attack so critical. It's going to be up to them now to try and get that wall open in towards Bar or, of course, Aviator. And they have plenty of time to do it.
As right now I don't think they're quite knowledgeable about the position of that Jaeger as well, as things might escalate pretty quickly if they won't be able to deal with that roamer anytime soon. But as it stands, they're getting closer and closer to the site, and it seems that they just might be able to take just enough ground to lever themselves into and wedge themselves into the site. So for now, it's BC who will be trying to contest the hole as well as the games room for now very actively, and already did kind of indicate that he is around there. And as it stands, Onami is the one to open things up on Ghoul once again, as poor IQ will continue getting bullied.
Onami really showing up here on this first map, played so well so far. There's still plenty of room for him to get more frags and try and keep his team alive in this round. 4-4 and Bizarre look quite set now to try and start their push. They have plenty of time to work with. But Ravenous will get AFX. That now forces Ducky to get a bit aggressive in towards the A bomb site. He shoots one of those alibis and gets spotted out though. Very favorable for him, and there we go. Onami on the roam gets taken out. BC gets sequenced, and the diffuser is dropped. It's a 3-on-2. Effectively 2-on-2, as I believe Ravenous has been down. He's getting picked up, though, as Ducky tries to flash them out. The ADSs will stop that from occurring, though. The breaching charge coming way too late there from the Ash, and Ducky now needs to try and frag out from the study door. BB is trying to push Bar, but he actually flashes himself with his own lifeline. All these players at PC4 when I'm playing so passive, but Ducky finds his way in towards the objective. It's a 2-on-2. BB follows them up quite closely, and the plant could come out. That C4 almost deadly, but it misses the target, and BC is able to sit inside of the vault. Campo holding the cross there from the A bomb site. They're in really nice positions to deny the plant, and Ducky will go for the execute. BC needs to hit this frag in towards study, but he misses the shot. Diffuser actually has been faked out, and that allows Campo to push up now, and just misses the shot as well. Both these players trading out. It's a 1-on-1. Bizarre, they will finally clean up that round. It looks so sketchy, but they just managed to secure it despite not getting that plant down.
Yeah, a win for Bizarre. Even things up once again to a 5 apiece, but still after a bit of a messy push, they managed to recover more or less. Didn't end up coming down to a very quick 1v1, but all in all, managing to dislodge and finally find the place where to push in, with Ash and Zafia being the only ones alive. They seem to have worked out pretty well, all things considered. So the AVG is now the next choice. Once again, will be a retry for PC419, and Bizarre are planning to switch things around, bring in a Lion, see how much is that gonna help them push the defense as far as possible. Whereas on the side of defense, a slight change up, I believe, bringing in a Legion this time to be able to have that to a certain point info gathering set up, as well as that passive damage going for themselves. So all in all, things seeming to be going pretty well, albeit that PC419 has managed to show us pretty clearly that they are able to hold a very nice defense for themselves.
This will be the first time we've seen Lion on the board for the attackers so far on this map. I guess after his not so recent nerf now, Lion has sort of a little bit unfavorable. We do see him banned occasionally and played occasionally, of course, but definitely not as prevalent as he used to be. And I'm sure PC419, once they see that first of the E1Ds go out, will be a little bit more mindful, a little bit more cautious on this roam. But we haven't really seen either team do an extreme roam to the point that Lion could completely dismantle it. It's going to be interesting to see just how effective AFX is here with them. I'm expecting him to probably try and save them up really late and use them for the plant scenario where both teams really have had the most troubles. We do see AFX pushing in from the bedroom side alongside his teammate. So we're going to see North push. We saw this in the very first round by PC419. Didn't quite work out in the end. And man, we could well see it play out very similarly here for Bizarre.
This could very much be the case, but this time PC419 are not prompting to bring in the Goyo that was to a certain point utilized by Bizarre. So as it stands right now, to open things up, it is Onami once again, the man, the myth, the legend, the one to open things up. But just like that, swiftly he will be traded out by BB and hunted down. So getting rid of the Thermite is certainly a trade in favor of the defense, as now Bizarre will be forced to be funneled in through the choke points. But as it stands, Ducky will be the one to make things a little bit better for his team, man count wise.
3-on-4, not favourable for PC419, and a lot of time for these attackers to play with. Nate throws out a C4 and tries to get a kill on the player there at the Aviator door, but it's unsuccessful. He's going to get completely flashed out. A great flash coming out from the attackers, but the kill doesn't follow up, and he holds the default position. Then tool oversight there from the attackers. They're mindful of the rotate behind them, but BC though will get Ducky. Nate almost follows it up with another, and just like that, the attack has sort of been foiled and stalled out here really nicely by PC419. And it's up to Bizarre to try and pick up the scraps. BB will get BC on the roam, and it's a 2-on-3. Nate left in a very similar position in AVG. He manages to almost get the first Tries to peek the second and will be unsuccessful as Campo now rotates, but he gets taken out from another angle, and Nate is left in a 1-on-3. Bizarre will take the round. Coolly, they're bringing this one back.
Indeed they do. Managing to make it a very much of a chaotic turnaround. Certainly seems to be working out quite well for Bizarre, as PC419 didn't really expect this amount potentially of the aggression that ended up coming out, and well, as it stands, Bizarre are back into the lead with a match point for themselves to go. Only one round to go for themselves to gain that sweet map point. Otherwise, if PC419 win this very round, we will be seeing us moving into the overtime as well. So, see how things will shape up as AFX keeps on baiting out completely different operators here and there, but this time it will be lined once again for that push.
Yeah, we saw that line actually have quite an extensive effect on the roam there for PC419, a little bit more than I really anticipated, and I think it really caught them off guard just a little bit. They didn't quite know whether to push through the charges, whether to wait, and that allowed the members of their opponents of Bizarre to gain some really nice control over towards the top of red, and they sort of capitalized on that, leaving Ducky, for example, in such a compromised position. He wasn't able to close out the round. As you mentioned, it does put Bizarre on match point. If they win this, they go up 1-0 in this best of 3 series, and not only will they be 1-0 up, but it's also on PC419's map pick, and taking the map pick of an opponent, taking the opponent's map pick rather, is always really strong, really powerful, so it gives us some really nice momentum heading into the rest of the series.
Right, but for now, PC419 are going to be holding a little bit close by to the side. Won't be overextending really. Just waiting for the right peaks and the right angles to have. Ravenous is having a very much of a cheeky angle to play off, and can he find that kill? Ooh, just sees the body, and I do believe Ducky's actually down. Fantastic.
Yeah, that was a really nice angle. That was, yeah, it probably get picked up, but I think that still puts a little bit of doubt now in the minds of the attackers, and hopefully Ravenous has got them off to a nice start.
Yeah, Bizarre definitely now will be forced to keep on double-checking each and every corner for those cheeky peaks, as finally only now the firefight will be coming out, and finally Ravenous will be hunted down, but that does leave 2 players of the attacking team on barely any health, and in a single shot I'd imagine will be pretty much be able to take them out. So, and now for Ducky, ooh, man is walking a very thin ice, as yet another goo mine will pretty much be the end of him, as he gets a little bit too hasty on killing that other mine.
Yeah, if PC419 want to be really cheeky here, if Ravenous knew that he downed that Ash player, they should be now telling Campo to really stack those goo mines on this side of the map, and if Ducky hits one more, he's going to be instantly killed. So not only does Ducky need to be careful, I think Campo really needs to be efficient in that goo mine usage. Seems like the entire team is stacking this southern side, so it should be no surprise to PC419 that they are pushing from this direction. They might be lacking some intel if they don't have any Mozzie drones in this location, though, as they didn't bring any other intel gatherers. That could be their downfall here. They do have Ornami below once again. A really nice angle there from Nate over towards Trophy. Could well get the kill, just misses the pixel, as he will get shot through the deer there, I believe. Most of the E1Ds goes out. PC419 still roaming though. Ornami once again offside, will get a pick. And that leaves the attackers weakened. There we go. Campo gets one as well, and it's a 4-on-3. This match could well be heading to overtime. The C4 from below gets stuck in. It's a 2-on-4. BB and Ghoul left to clutch it out. BB gets the first. But as you mentioned, Cthulhu, they're both really low, or Ghoul is low at least, and not really a favourable entry.
Not at all, as right now, Ghoul is pretty much all separated, well, to a certain degree, from BB, and will be taken out by Ornami once again. The man is just literally everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It's PC419 will be able to draw things out. We are going into the overtime, map number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an absolute banger of a map. Seeing those 2 teams battle it out for literally each and every round as if it's their last one. So, we're all curious to see how will the final score look for this this game.
See trophy and statuary actually selected here by PC419. We saw them pick AVG, yes, in their very first defense in regulation time. So definitely switching it up on sort of that side of things. 2-6 picks will come out. Ravenous jumping off the Mozzie onto mute AFX. Finally jumping off the line onto something different there. The Capital will be his selection. Fully, which way is this going to go? I feel like it could well go 7-7, potentially, but which team at this stage do you reckon has the upper hand?
Ooh, hard to say honestly, guys. So far, PC419 has definitely been seeing a bit more of a stable turnout for most of their plays, and seeing as Onami was pretty much the enabler of 90% of the engagements, sorry, 90% of the rounds that PC419 were successful in. It's definitely... Oh, Nate, come on. Testing that extra sensitive DPI setting, but yeah, I have to say that props to Onami for actually making so many aggressive plays and being on that very aggressive, very fast roam game. Whereas on the side of Bizarre, things were getting a little bit dicey here and there, but the amount of pretty interesting strats that they've utilized was definitely quite something that I really enjoyed watching as well.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that you highlight Onami. I'd be very interested to see how this would play out if Onami wasn't on this squad, because he's had a massive impact playing offsite, gaining some really nice intel and really fragging out when required. Once again, he's playing on this very bottom floor and could cause issues for Bizarre. He comes up the stairs and he will retreat back to Astro alongside BC, so the dual roam not quite gaining frags that they may have liked, but still playing aggressive here, and Bizarre will be forced to clear them out of the Astro stairs. I think it is very interesting how aggressive they are playing.
Yeah, what they've done is also, the moment Onami did get droned out, they probably did end up calling it out, and BC dropped to enable that crossfire as well. So if Bizarre would have ended up going for a very aggressive push to try to get Onami out of the game as quickly as possible, things would have gone completely different. But it is Campo that will be dying to BB's Claymore here on a attempt at flank, and losing Legion like that is not what you want right now. You're the one that's supposed to stack out those mines, not fall for the attackers ones.
Ducky from the bottom of Astro tries to get the player above him as Onami goes for the flank. It is a 3-on-5, but if Onami can really hit this flank, they could well bring it back. Ducky is at Astro to his right, and another player crosses. He could get a double flank here if Bizarre don't have the intel. He's going to go for it. It's a 2-on-5, and he gets the first frag. The call will go out, though, and Ducky should be able to try and refrag it. Looks like they will push site, though, and Ravenous gets one. The diffuser is dropped, but he gets refrag, so it's a 1-on-3. The position of Onami has been revealed, but the verticality not quite working out there for Bizarre as Apex goes for the plant. Onami gets taken out, and Bizarre will take round 13.
Round 13 as Bizarre are managing to bite back this time, managing to finally be able to dislodge the way how Onami and the company plays out, as if they do end up winning this match, this map, then it definitely would be a bit of a impact PC419's confidence, as it is their map, and the only hope here will be that for PC419, Consulate will be a much more preferred map as well to play from. But let's see how things will go, as it is Bizarre that are going back on the defense, busting out the Goyo strats on AVG, and could very much be the case where maybe seeing Bizarre close things out right here, right now.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
The argument could be made that Bizarre have really almost solidified their chances of winning this map by taking an attack on such a defender-sided map. Maybe that site choice from PC419, if they lose this map, will come back to haunt them. They did a stat as opposed to AVG, and I guess statistically AVG is more favoured, I guess. By this stage, maybe they have the impression that it's been played so often that the attackers have been able to strat it out, but that previous round just not going their way. The flank coming out too late from Onami, and it was super well shut down by Bizarre. Setup looking really nice from them at the moment, and yeah, as you mentioned, if they win this map, if they win this round, PC419 are at a massive disadvantage heading into Consulate, and they could have a really nice chance of heading to the grand final.
Indeed, where they would have to verse SLG, and this is probably one of the closest moments where Bizarre, at least back when they were still called LFO, got close to winning this big of a league. So really a good start and a good go for them so far. But it's not over yet. Even the map 1 is not over yet, so we are going a little bit too far for the theory crafting for now at least. But Ravenous will be the one to be potentially opening up that 90 window, which could allow him to gain that early advantage of the 90 hallway and make sure that Goyo will stay sight.
A lot of those Goyo shields are used off-site to try and protect the hallway, but no one really from Bizarre is actually watching them. PC419 have drawn that out and should be aware that that is the case, as Campo's low on the IQ. That could put some pressure now on the Bizarre players, as one of those Goyo shields at the hallway at the top of South Stairs has been taken out. And this hallway, despite having barbed wire now, is quite safe to push if they cover the peak from the bar. Ducky is on a very heavy roam here that could come around late. Doesn't look like PC419 are quite aware of that as we reach the midpoint of the round. Ravenous is looking around, trying to find if there are any players on his flank. Maybe not quite having the intel. The pre-fire there onto Ducky almost hits. Misses once again, and Ducky goes for the wide ping. Always gets his head taken off, but he gets away with it. His position has been revealed, but PC419 are adamant in pushing towards the site. They have a minute to do it. Nate on that thermite will be trying to get the wall open very shortly, I presume. Possibly being denied as Ducky's still on the roam. Ornami tries to shut that down. Ducky with the pistol will take out Ravenous, as Ornami's a little bit slow here going up red. He's trying to mask the sound by crouching. He needs to get this kill early though. He hears Ducky to his right and he's going to try and get the cross, but Ducky gets the double. Ornami needs to try and shut him down, but he's taking too long, and Ducky's able to run rampant. He finally gets the kill, and it's a 2-on-3, but Cthulhu, it could be too late.
Indeed, a little bit too late, as Nate is already on the side, so they might just be able to have that initial control, but the crossfire is there from BB to make sure that things will not go as smooth, and there it is. Bizarre are winning the map number 1. Villa is going into their hands.
A really strong performance there from Bizarre to close it out. That attack on overtime proving so critical in gaining that hard-fought victory. Man, Cthulhu, it's setting up to be a really nice series. I'd still get the impression that PC419 can bring it back, but definitely fighting an uphill battle now.
It really is, as after such a prolonged series for Bizarre to finally win, it's definitely a feels bad moment for PC419, considering that it was their map, they had the good setup, and overall things were looking a little bit brighter in the second half initially for PC419. So after that, they are going to be a little bit strained to start getting those map points, but as it stands, they are at a 1-point deficit in this best of 3. Any kind of initial thoughts going into soon going into the map number 2, guys?
Yeah, well, it will be Consulate, and I'm not, of course, entirely specific statistically on how these teams perform on this map. It will, of course, be Bizarre's pick, so you would have to favour them on paper in that respect, and I guess coming off such a strong first map, it's definitely looking favourable for them. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility for PC419 to bring it back, but I think, yeah, it's going to be a hard-fought series, and I feel like it's going to come down to the wire once again. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another OT, as we saw there on Villa.
Indeed. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a quick break. Don't go too far away, as we will be back with some more LPL action. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Let's Play Live Match Point Finals. This is the lower bracket finals, obviously. Bizarre versus PC419, Cthulhu and Guz on the mic. Guz, we had a very much of an explosive Villa map. How we feeling?
Feeling good for Bizarre, not so good, unfortunately, for PC419, who, of course, with those two fill-ins, not at full strength, and they did lose their map pick of Villa. But Cthulhu, we are jumping now into the second map of Consulate. What can we expect here? Do we believe Bizarre could take it 2-0?
Well, it is Bizarre's map pick now, and Consulate is one of those maps where you could go somewhat extensive for the roam game, and we did see Bizarre play some occasionally very extensive roam play. Not as much as PC419's few players, but they did have some pretty good ideas. Capital to be banned out by PC419 would be ensuring that none of that bandit trick potentially denial will be there, or none of those smoke bolts will be ignoring the ADSs. Whereas on the side of Bizarre, will be Thermite that will be banned, which to me it's a little bit odd considering that Consulate does allow Thermite to go a little bit big here and there, but it's definitely not going to be the case within this matchup.
Yeah, Bizarre banning out the Thermite is a really strong statement. It could bite them in the butt if they're not very careful, particularly if their garage holder PC419 is strong. We know how critical opening that wall can be. And if Thermite's off the board, that's going to make it really challenging. And when you're on that attack in the first half, you want to be gaining as many early rounds as possible. So Bizarre needs to be mindful of that, as Maestro's banned out by 419, as well as the Valkyrie. So we're also going to see Mirror and Echo in play. Cthulhu, that's something we don't see often and could really shake up this map.
Yeah, this could very much shake up the map, but the fact that the other two info gathering operators are out of the matchup is certainly going to be putting quite some strain onto Echo, because he will be pretty much the main point of interest for the attacking team's utility denial, as well as that for the defense they will have to be relying a bit more on, say, Mozzie, on the bulletproof cameras and similar static utility. So as it stands, way less info gathering, albeit that it wasn't as much utilized even by either of the teams. So we'll see how things will go from here. But PC419 to kick things off on defense, Doc onto Doc's 6th pick is definitely a big brain.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, I'm finding this setup from PC419 a little bit hard to understand. When you have both Mirror and Echo on the board, so often we don't see them on the board, and I get the impression that maybe PC419 haven't picked them because potentially in scrims and officials they just haven't had the opportunity to really give them good practice. That might not be the case. Maybe they're not quite comfortable with those operators, but I would have expected at least one of them to be on the board. At least the Echo. Having that ACOG and the plant denial ability on the board is so critical, as well as gathering intel. We don't have any intel gatherers except for Mozzie, who can be quite limited in his effects. So I think it's critical that PC419 really playing to the strengths of their selections here, because if they don't, it could be relatively easy for Bizarre to get that plant down without them actually even knowing.
That's actually a very good point. But don't also forget that technically Legion is can be technically considered to a certain extent the info gatherer with his goo mines. But yeah, it's certainly going to be pushing PC419 to be relying a little bit more on that fragging potential, as they did prove on a fair few occasions, mainly Onami as well, who is currently playing on Doc with an ACOG, can frag out. So potentially this is their plan, to have a little bit more of an extensive roam and then play from there. But see how will Bizarre approach this style of defense.
Yeah, we're seeing Onami, as you mentioned, on that ACOG on this occasion. On Villa, who was playing really strong Jaeger, instead BC will be taking the helm this round, and Bizarre should be able to get control of admin, as Onami did rotate back to have already entered and to is still on the Windows rating for additional intel. PC419 pretty content in giving control, and that's a typical meta that we see at the moment. Admin control is not as heavily really required by the defenders. Instead, they really play off the long hallway here, and it's going to be up to Bizarre to try and clear that position out. Barbed wire will slow them down. In the meantime, And I think it's important to note, we're almost at the halfway point of the round, so Bazaar need to start ticking along here. That Habana needs to come in and get some angles generated. Otherwise, we could just see PC419 completely sit on site, and there's nothing Bazaar will be able to do.
It's certainly seeming to be working out quite well. Just full-on denying all those choke points is certainly something that PC419 has managed to learn pretty well, all things considered, as Ample might be getting a little bit angsty on where does he want to push and peek out, and having that little bit of a shoulder peek certainly will be allowing just a little bit of that information. But as it stands, Onami is the one to open things up, but BC will be traded out by Ghoul straight away. So a 4v4 situation with 48 seconds left to go. Things might starting to look up a little bit grim for Bazaar.
Ghoul with the nade from the top of Spiral tries to collect a player inside of that A-bomb site, but he is unsuccessful, and Bazaar now being completely stalled out. BB is going to rotate to the balcony to try and hold their cross as they enter towards the server stairs. Ducky's going to be forced to enter, as there's not much time remaining. He's playing quite patiently, though. He knows there's a player inside of Con that is ready and waiting. The player inside A, though, will retreat. The angle being held from Bathroom. Ducky wins that gunfight and downs the opponent. Sequence goes for the plant, and it's a 4-on-3 plant scenario. Make that a 3-on-3 as Ducky gets down. Ghoul is holding the cross down. The plant will be successful. It's going to be up to the remaining defenders to try and bring it back. Onami uses his stim pistol to bring some of them up to health as Nate gets Ducky. So it's a 3-on-3 post plant. Definitely winnable here for either team, but BB will get things going onto Onami, and the angles being held are so strong. BB gets the double sequence, finishes it off, and Bazaar with a really nice first round. Cthulhu, this map looking like it could well be theirs after that strong performance.
It does, but it was a little bit of a sloppy initiative from the beginning of the round. Having a little bit of that stutter on where to go in for that push and how do they want to approach the push and the plant situation definitely seemed to be a little bit on the doubtful side from Bazaar, but at the end they did manage to find the strength and managed to find their pushing point. So overall, well done indeed, and if that will be the case, and that's how the overall pace will be for Consulate, this could very much be in favor of Bazaar, but with only one round gone on Consulate, it's a little bit hard for now just to judge what will be the final outcome.
Yeah, definitely a small sample size, but initial impressions are that Bazaar are willing to gain early map control and aren't afraid, even if they get stalled out, to just trust their refrag ability and trust their synergy and rely on that when they push towards the site. We saw that the crossfires that were being held, particularly by the Buck at the top of Spiral, and eventually when the plant went down by Sequence, that cross was so powerful and allowed BB to just sweep through and get some really nice frags in the post plant. So that gives me the impression that Bazaar are quite well prepared for this map, and you would hope so. It is their map pick, of course, taking the first map off their opponent. PC419 need to try and win this round. If they reattempt it and lose it once again, that puts them on a severe disadvantage, and it could start to slip away if they're not too careful. But it is early days, as I mentioned, and definitely anyone's game.
We'll see how things will go from here, as C419 will continue playing their extended roam game here. Ravenous will be the one this time going on, holding his position around the spiral stairs, which could potentially be left unchecked, and if that would be, would very much have a very powerful position here to play off. Whereas on the side of BZR, it's certainly seeming to be just a bit of a one-sided push, at least for now, but maybe further down the line they will be able to extend their reach slightly further, maybe towards the exit stairs, maybe get a hold of the spiral stairs where they could continue trying to dislodge, because this is where they had a very powerful position. They had a crossfire set up on the spiral stairs, and if Ravenous will be the one to help dislodge that in the early stages, then I definitely will be seeing PC419 winning round number 2.
So far, it is looking like a carbon copy, though, of the first rounds. Bazaar have gained control of admin. They need to be mindful of those peaks that have been generated by the long angle towards the northern corridor. Did appear like Echo set up a shield, or is at least playing behind a shield there at the end of the hallway in front of Bathroom, and Bazaar not too willing to peek it, but the shield actually has been taken out. Ravenous, though, as you mentioned, Cthulhu will begin to dislodge this attack. The C4 from below, and BC with the headshot quickly turns it into a 3-on-5, and Bazaar well and truly on the back foot. Ducky, though, with a shot towards Con will get Nate. That begins to even out the main count. It is a 3-on-4 with just over a minute to go. Flush is coming out to burn the ADS, and Ducky goes for another pre-fire, but will miss. Bazaar need to be playing off that synergy once again. They have the advantage of synergy over PC419. They're playing with 2 fill-ins at the moment, but unfortunately, BB doesn't quite hit that shot. Ducky follows it up, is traded out, though, and it's a 2-on-3 sequence. Tries to follow it up with the ACOG. He has a really nice advantage for that Con peak. He's not over-aggressing. BB tries to help him out as best he can, but it's looking like it's going to be so challenging. Sequence with the diffuser in hand needs to enter the door as BB holds the long angle, and Sequence has a lot on his plate. Many angles that he will be being watched from as he enters the door. He's going to go for it. He sees that to the right is clear at the moment, and that could give him some confidence to go for the plant. BB needs to try and hit any shots possible as he tries to cover the angle. 20 seconds left on the board. BB hits the shot there onto Camp, and that really opens up the round. Sequence makes his way over to the table, but instead of going for the plant, goes for the peak. He will break it eventually and try and go for it. BB left to cover, but there we go. The Echo drone from Sequence, and an army likely to count down 7 seconds here and deny it right at the very last second and put them under pressure. That's going to allow Ravenous to get in towards Con and go for the flank. BB needs to try and cover. He gets one, and it's a 1-on-1, but he can't get the plant, and PC419 will take the round. Once again, Bazaar looking strong late in the round, but that early man disadvantage really costing them in the end.
Certainly did seem to be was the case, as missing out on that Echo drone is certainly what seemed to have sealed the deal. Even if that Mozzie ended up going down fairly early throughout that firefight between him and BB, things would have been probably just about the same, as time was running very short, and if Echo would have been hidden out in a pretty safe spot, I don't think Zafir would have had really a whole lot of chance to really take the round back. So as it stands, a very good turn of events from Onami, the man who has been on the previous map pretty much the reason why PC419 was able to gain an early advantage and potentially just from the get-go win the round. So seeing him switch around to from a very aggressive roaming role to a bit more of an anchor heavy position is certainly showing quite some great promise in the player.
Yeah, I'm very happy that PC419 are at least bringing that Echo, and they brought the mirror as well. So 2 operators that we quite often see banned out in officials are on the board. Mirror very, very viable on this garage side and can be used to hold some really nice long angles and gather a lot of intel in towards garage. Looks like the remaining members will play quite aggressively though. Ravenous already making his way over to Visa, and this could be the play. PC419 seemingly prepping for a back push here, and Ravenous could catch this off guard. He needs to be mindful he doesn't get droned, and it looks like that will be the case. Free fires coming out, and they just miss. Ravenous almost hits one back. Ducky brought really, really low. Lucky to get away with his life, and now we will reach the point of the round where everything starts to slow down a little bit as Bazaar try and gain control above.
Oh well. BCR are already making their way into the admin. Very nice quick push. As the 3 players are actually all droning up ahead for the 2 entry fraggers. That is the IQ and the Zafia. Usually you would see Zafia, IQ pardon, on a little bit of a back foot, trying to make sure that all of the utility will be destroyed. But this time it is an entry role for the German operator. Curious, how will this kind of approach help BZR, as we did see on a fair few occasions that having that continuous live drone push by the by the attacking team, they need to be able to work with the early aggression. So how things will roll from here. But apart from that, it's seeming to be that Bazaar are able to get some early ground and early positional advantage.
They have the advantage above, but it doesn't seem like they've really taken out a lot of utility. Those Echo drones and mirrors likely still in play, and they're not going to cause too many issues at the moment, but the second Bazaar try and go for the plant, that's when they're really going to become complex utility to take out. Aphex will get the garage open using the X-Kairos as BB gets Ravenous. So one of the roamers for PC419 will be taken off the board. And as we can see, a lot of soft breach above will be used to help cover the plant, but the need to try and enter in towards the white van and go for that default.
Yeah.
The Cthulhu, I'm assuming those Echo drones are still up as BB gets Nate.
Yeah, more importantly is the fact that one of the C4s is actually also off the board as Mozzie is now gone. So now that Campo has used up his, no more C4s, so it's only up to Echo and the smoke to try to deny the plant. And it seems that both of those operators are in pretty good position and pretty good shape. So this could be a bit of a challenge right now for Bazaar. With 17 seconds left to go, things might start getting heated up, as right now Ghoul needs to go in for that push, full on, full send. Gotta go, gotta get that bread.
Ghoul gets one, but it's a 3-on-2, and they need to still get this plant down. Sequence finally will make his way over to White Van, but he gets taken out from above. Onami with a critical kill, but AFX recollects and can go for it once again. Ghoul needs to cover, and it's going to be a gunfight over towards Pipes, but he loses. Campo needs to try and deny the plant, and he can't quite get there in time, and AFX, albeit on low HP, does have the ACOG and has a slight advantage in this gunfight. Campo needs to make his movement really unpredictable here, but his position has been revealed. Campo doesn't go for the shots, sees the feet though of the player and will take him out. AFX off the board, low HP will be his demise, and Campo will clutch it out for PC419 and keep their defense alive.
Bit of a clincher of a round ending, wasn't it, Guz?
Man, that was intense. Could have gone either way. Could have gone either way.
Could have gone either way, and it could have gone either way within the past, I would say, just about 10-15 seconds, as the pressure just kept on going on and on and on. But nonetheless, PC419 are managing to bring this back. They are in the lead right now, even by 1 point, but nonetheless, it was still a very good execution of the defense for the most of it. Unfortunately, they did initially lose Mozzie, and with that, they did lose the C4 as well. That could have been used to initially deny even longer the overall push. But as it stands, Mira did its job, did the nice fragging part at the end of the round and clutched up. So now it is the time for lobby and press room on the first floor, which will see us actually we'll see the defense partner use a triple ACOG setup. That being the French duo as well as the Echo. So all in all, this could potentially work out here for PC419 to net themselves yet another round.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned sites. There's also the real possibility that Bazaar could bring a 5 ACOG setup, and on a site such as lobby, that can play out quite nicely. If they try and potentially go for a sneaky plan on the front door, having ACOGs makes it easier to watch. And even if they push above, through admin, there's a lot of angles and even CEO. So I think ACOGs could definitely play a big role in how this sort of plays out. And it's going to be important that PC419 really get this setup down pat. Lobby is a site that can really run away from you as a defender if you're not careful. Hopefully PC419 have the setup in place. And here we go, Cthulhu. They're already abusing the ACOGs here.
Oh boy.
Front lobby has been broken. The desk has exploded. Nate unable to get the kill. Nami head glitching the bomb.
Oh boy.
This could have been nasty if they spawned at the front Cthulhu, but it looks like Bazaar haven't elected it to do so.
Well, it seems like it is. If that was a front spawn, this could have been absolutely filthy. But as it stands, Ghoul be trying to push upstairs, which could potentially leave Onami in a little bit of a detriment. In a little bit of a picky situation here, if that is the case. But it doesn't certainly doesn't seem like it is. With the Ghoul falling back to the ground floor, it is the rest of the BZR that will be trying to make their way from the top.
Bazaar beginning to gain control, but they're only just about to run into the utility usage of PC419. We see Ravenous, BC, and the third defender all above here, trying to cause disruption, try and waste time. Ravenous inside of Con, getting very eager over towards those stairs. He doesn't quite get the kill, but he gets the drone. Starting to be stalled out here. It's playing out quite similarly to how the bomb site really would if it was played above. Ravenous really causing many issues here in Con. I believe that might be Ducky there, just absolutely crouch spamming, lean spamming around that corner. Doesn't quite get the kill, but makes his way in towards that meeting room. Gets the kill, but gets refragged, and it's a 3-on-4. Campo just missing some shots there. Actually does get the kill there onto Ducky, my apologies, and it's a 3-on-3. BC over towards CEO, gets sequenced with a headshot, and now it's up to Campo to continually hold back this attack. It is, of course, a 4-2 in their favor. They seem content now to rotate back towards site, give Bizarre control because they know that they have such a strong man advantage.
Bizarre, things are looking a little bit grim. Having 3 people lost on the room clear push is certainly something that you do not want by any means. So right now it's a bit of a tough one, especially with only 45 seconds left to go and not a whole lot of ground gain really, apart from having the hatch opened right above the lobby, but even that could become a death box if not checked correctly. So BB on the spiral stairs should be able to get himself going if he manages to face check properly, but now that he knows that there is some presence there, does manage to run it into the lobby. Unfortunately for AFX, he will be losing his head just like BB, and Ornami winning yet another round for PC419.
Yeah, it's 3-round wins straight for PC419. What a shot there from the Echo, and we're now likely going to see them head back to the console office as the site has unlocked the 3-site rotation. PC419 really establishing themselves nicely here on this defense. We did see a 4-2 defensive half for Bizarre, and that was enough for them to secure the first map, so potentially we could see something similar here. Of course, the first map did go to OT, and I get the impression that Bizarre, being their map pick, will be quite strong on the defense, so they can pick up maybe around here, round or 2 more in this half. Nothing to say that they won't be able to bring it back, and if there's anything I've come to learn this matchup so far is it's to probably expect the unexpected.
Yeah, that's probably will be the slogan of pretty much the whole matchup. The moment we're expecting that Bizarre will be the ones to be going in for all the pushes and going in and getting all the points, completely opposite happens. PC419s are the ones to now gaining some very good traction for themselves. Whereas on the side of BCR, things are looking a little bit grim, considering that they were unable to gain a whole lot of traction ever since that 1 point has been won. So maybe it's the Caster's Curse at this point, maybe it's something different, but one way or another, PC419 were very much prepared for Consulate.
Yeah, funnily enough, I was actually talking briefly to Seraph during the break, one of the actual core players that isn't playing for PC419, and he said that Consulate is actually quite a good map for them, so despite not being their map pick, they should still be a really nice chance at equaling the series. So far, it's looking good for them, but it is the defensive half, so it's going to be critical that they just continue to pile up this pressure on Bizarre, continually build up rounds, and make sure that they start to choke them out and make them feel as if they can't bring it back in the attack. If they can get into their head a little bit with a big scoreline differential, it's only going to make that attack harder, and Bizarre need really to just have that mental fortitude, just keep pushing through, keep playing it round by round. There's nothing stopping them, even evening out the half. It's still 2 rounds to go, and it could well be a 3-3 half.
Oh, and now Campo and Nate being the ones to potentially take the initial hit on themselves, be the ones to respond to the initial aggression here. Seems that BZR are only now starting to funnel in, and once again, the same issue that keeps on occurring, at least in my eyes, with Bizarre, the fact that they are going for a one-sided push. They had a very good idea initially to open up another angle where PC419 will have to concentrate on as well, and that actually allowed them quite well to work things out, whereas now it's just they completely telegraph where they're planning to go, and this is exactly what's seeming to be damaging them quite substantially as well. So curious if they will be able to recover from that, whereas on the side of PC419, they were able to dictate the pace of the game pretty convincingly, all things considered.
Yeah, Bizarre seemingly determined to push this way. It might work out on this occasion though, as Ghoul gets BC. This is the 3rd round they've attacked from this side. Unfortunately, Onami will be taken off the board. It's a 4-on-3. Unfortunately, Ducky was actually taken off the board. So 2 quick frags there. Make it a 4-on-3. 50 seconds left on the board. And it looks like Bizarre have the advantage, a clear advantage now that Sequence takes out Campo. Ravenous inside of Console in a critical position to deny the entry into the A-bomb side. He gets aggressive inside of Con and lights up that player even more. Shouldn't be too hard to take him out, but unfortunately, Sequence will be taken out. He could well get a second follow-up kill, but he just misses the shot. He is full HP and can play inside of Connors. Nate gets the cross onto BB. Apex goes for the plant, but there's no coverage and he gets taken out. A big misplay there from Bizarre.
Oh boy.
Will gift PC 419 the round. Oh my goodness, Cthulhu. That was a big misplay there.
That was a big misplay indeed, as definitely seemed like it was either the miscommunication or just the whole of BZR roster potentially just say, okay, we're just gonna push it no matter what. And it seemed that not a whole lot of members were actually ready for this kind of push. And even with the remaining two being the Buck and the Hibana, things really didn't work out. So it's a little bit concerning right now for how Bizarre are approaching their pushes. And apparently, they would want at least to finish out this half on 2-1. 2-4 scoreline at the very least, so they wouldn't have as much of a gap in the points. But if it is a 5-1, I will be starting to lean even more towards the fact that probably we will be seeing PC419 winning this map.
Yeah, and if PC419 are successful, that means that each team is going to win their opponent's map choice, which is pretty rare. Doesn't happen very often in officials, and could well set up for a very, very interesting third map. The third map will be Bank, just looking ahead briefly. Still up to Bizarre, though, to close it out here. If they win this map, they will be heading to that grand final. And I think this next round is going to be absolutely critical. If they lose this, for me, PC419 should be able to close it out. If they win it, they're still in with a fighting chance.
Certainly have to agree with you on this one, Guz. And looking at overall setup of PC419, everything is very much looking like they might just lock things down pretty well. Mute to deny the info gathering with the drones, Kaya to deny that breach, and if utilized well, can be tricked very well, especially against Ibana. And Echo to keep on denying the plant. Well, I'm definitely liking all of this. On the side of BZR, they are going to be going in for, once again, a stock standard push, top down. See if they can clear things out for themselves, and after that, collapse onto the site.
Lucky face checking a lot of these angles above, but it looks like Bizarre have gained control and can now progress down towards the first floor. Bizarre quite confident in their entry, and it looks like first floor is clear as well. Every single member of PC419 is actually playing below, but that should really play into their hands. They have the Echo, they have the Mirror, both those operators, very, very strong anchors. We saw PC419 clutch it out with the Mirror earlier. Not only was it thanks to her, but also the intel provided by the Echo. So I don't think it's worrying to have Bizarre gain this early control above. They did it previously. Weren't able to convert the round. So as long as they stick to that game plan and really anchor and hold off that push blow, they should be able to take this round and be up 5-1.
Yeah, well, let's see how things will go from there. But the AFX will be trying to go in for the breaches. I believe the Kai charge surely will be taken out at this point, as all of the MP grenades have been dumped into the breach, and this time Hyde will be now forced to go in for the firefights, which I'm pretty sure at this one he wouldn't really mind, considering that the TCSG with an ACOG is pretty much just the DMR.
Apex tries to find his feet, but doesn't quite see them. Ghoul gets one, but gets taken out by Ravenous at the bottom of Spiral, and it looks like Bizarre being choked out once again here. PC419 holding multiple angles in towards Garage. That Mirror, absolutely deadly towards security, but the player behind it, quite content playing passive as BC plays passive on the stairs, gets the shotgun kill there onto BB. Likely flashed out, but the C4 stops any sort of push, and it could well be a 5-1 half. Sequence left alone in a 1-on-4. Could be pistoled here as well by Nate.
Oh no!
Yeah, and he hits the shot. PC419, 5-1 up in the half, and Nate finishes it off with style.
Very nice shot. Very nice shot by Nate, and yeah, like you said, 5-1 scoreline. Things are certainly looking in favor of PC419 on this very map, map number 2, as they are looking into a potentially quite a swift ending here, but won't be calling it just yet, as the moment the Caster's Curse kicks in, we will be seeing yet another overtime. So for now, let's just keep on observing. Let's keep on seeing how things will go from here. Ducky to bring in a castle rather than a Frost to a cafeteria and garage push. This looks like a little bit more of a reinforced, a little bit more of a kind of anchored out attempt at defending the garage rather than what we saw from PC419, where they had pretty much the utility for both turnarounds. You could play a bit of a roam game, you could have pretty much just a full-on turtle strat going into defense of downstairs, but this time it seems to me that we might be seeing a little bit more of the expansion on the higher floors, and disallowing any advancement on that vertical play for PC419, if that will be very much successful.
The question is though, is PC419 able to sort of just hold steady here and finish it off? Bazaar now, potentially with a bit of pressure alleviated at this point, probably thinking that this map is a little bit over. They're not too worried. They're probably expecting to head to that third map, and we hear it time and time again. It's a bit of a cliche at this point, but teams that don't have much to lose typically play better, and yes, they want to win this map. Of course they do. They don't want to head to the third map, but after a relatively poor attack half, it's probably what they've expected at this point. So as long as they just remain positive, don't get tilted, and just play out these rounds with some confidence, they might be able to start getting that momentum train going once again, but it is going to take a lot of work and a lot of mental fortitude to achieve that. This first round going to be critical. They don't want to be on match point, because that's when the pressure starts to compound.
We already see Onami once again going in for the push. Straight away face checking every corner as Nomad, which is slightly unorthodox in most of the cases. Usually we'll see something like Sophia or even Ash or IQ to go in for that, but it is Nomad that is the choice for that, and will be allowing Ravenous to actually open things up and nearly catch one of the defenders in the dome piece. That won't be the case for Ghoul just yet. The man will be playing for slightly longer in here, and BC is already on site.
An aggressive push coming out here from PC419. I don't believe he is on site yet. So
I was thinking about the lobby side. That's my bad.
It does look like they have good control of Piano though, as AFX gets Ravenous. So despite not having site control, they do have good control above, and BC will get a double. Onami tries to floor bang one, actually getting the kill there onto Ghoul. Should have been taken out, but isn't. And once again, Bazaar at the main disadvantage, and PC419 should be heading to match point.
That 45-round magazine on the AK saved Onami's ass. Oh, yeah. And that would be leaving Sequence pretty much the last man standing, and just like that, it is it. Onami is the one to score the final kill, and PC419 are on match point.
PC419 not slowing down at all here, really wanting to hurry up and just get into that third map. They don't want this to draw out any further, and Bazaar likely thinking the same. There's really no point grinding out such a long map to lose when you're 6-1 down. Yes, they want to be winning rounds. Yes, they want to head to the grand final straight away, but there's no point getting frustrated on this map, and it's probably easy for them to get frustrated. It is their map pick.
Yeah.
That would mean that both teams have lost their own pick, setting it up for a very interesting third map. But I get the impression that Bazaar at this point should just be using this as some aim training, using it to sort of just reconsolidate their thoughts. There's no point getting tilted over this result, because it is that best of 3 format.
Yeah, they still have a chance to bring this back. They still would have a map number 3 to play out, and that is, I believe, was a Bank who played out as the last map. So overall, I would say that comparative to what we saw on Villa plays, DZR could very much still exercise some of the extensive offside plays like they've done on Villa. Whereas for PC419, I do feel that Bank would be also one of those comfort maps for themselves. And looking at the scoreboard at the moment, things looking all well and swell for PC419. Whereas on the side of BZR, fortunately for Sequence and AFX, it is only a matter of 2 kills, unfortunately.
BZR with a very strong setup in admin at the moment. 3 members currently expending utility and firing shots out to create angles. Part of the map, that eastern side, where we've seen the defenders for both teams have really seemed quite content to hold them out, at least from the side of PC419. basically just forfeiting control of that every single time. BZR, though, a little bit more content in holding it, trying to put some pressure back onto PC419 and waste their time with droning. Whether or not it will work, we will have to wait and see, as admin typically, if you're a little bit patient, isn't the hardest to clear out if you drone it properly.
But now Campo is already setting up one of the angles to hold, and will be just missing out on that potential. Will be spooking that Mozzie and forcing the Australian operator to be a little bit more on his toes. Sure that things will go his way, but Gould to pick up a kill onto Ravenous to kick things off for potentially the last round. Be meeting his demise to the hands of BC.
Yeah, nice refrag there from BC, keeping his team's hopes alive. If they win this round, we will be heading to bank. Of course, being on match point with such a large advantage gives you plenty of opportunities and plenty of margin for error. So even if they don't win this round, there's still a very good chance of winning the map. But as I mentioned earlier, they just want to clear this map out of the way, get into that third map, not waste too much time. Best of 3 series can go for up to 3 hours or more, and the more you play, the more fatigued you get. These teams are really just wanting to move along with it. Right, and get into that third map nice and quickly. Nonetheless, though, PC419 is under prep for the execute. They have well over a minute to try and get things going as Onami tries to burn the first of those ADS devices. Very similar attack to what we saw Bizarre try and execute as Campo gets AFX, so they have the man advantage, and now they should have that confidence to enter in towards A, go for those refrags, and try and close it out.
There were 57 seconds left to go. Only one man advantage is in effect, and for now, PC419 are just waiting for the right moment to push. BC is currently now going just only now onto flank, and will potentially try to spread thin the attention, the remaining attention that BZR left. And Campo is potentially poising to go for that push into the meeting room. Stands Nate will be the one on the crossfire watch, as there's also him that needs to go in for the plant. He's got the diffuser here, but the Echo drone could potentially seal the deal as the Echo will be going down. BC, nice triple kill for himself going, as BB is the last man standing. He needs to deny the plant as promptly as possible, as right now no C4, no nothing, and just the presence from below. The diffuser has been planted, and as it is, things are not looking all well. 1v3 situation. There it is.
BB gets taken out, and PC419 will take the second map, Cthulhu. Very nice recovery for them, and we will be heading to the third map.
Third map indeed. As what a 180 turnaround from what we saw in Villa. Villa was a overtime game for us, whereas this time BC419 just flat out decided, hey, we're gonna close things out, and we're gonna make sure that none of this actually comes through. So congrats to PC419 to grabbing themselves that sweet victory. But they're not out of this just yet. We still have one more map to go, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go too far away, as we will be back in just a little bit with the continuation of the lower bracket finals. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to LPL Match Point Finals, lower bracket, map number 3, PC419 versus Bizarre. Cthulhu and Guz on the microphone for your listening pleasure. And Guz, we had a bit of a turnaround on the map number 2, didn't we?
Yeah, so a quick recap. We saw Villa as the first map. That was PC419's pick. Bizarre actually picking that up with a double round win in OT. And then, as you mentioned, a real big turnaround. Map number 2 was Consulate. Bizarre's pick, of course. And PC419 just plowed through, hit a 7-1. And are really looking strong heading into this third map. Maverick will be the first ban though, Cthulhu. What are we expecting for the final 3?
The final 3, I would imagine, will be probably one of the Breach Denials that could be coming in effect from here. Either that or, yeah, well, Jackal is also a good idea for Bank, considering that he is going to be quite a powerful operator on this very map. For the defense, Valk Echo or Mira Echo, well, Mira will be the one to be banned out, and it's either going to be Maestro or Echo, in my opinion, will be going down to the hands of PC419's ban phase.
Yeah, we saw Mirror and Echo in play on Consulate, so one of those already taken off the board, and I wouldn't really be too surprised if Echo is taken out as well. PC419 submitting the ban, and it will actually be the Maestro, so Echo will be in play once again. We've seen quite a bit of Echo being exploited, or at least used efficiently by these teams so far tonight, and probably expecting that trend to continue.
Definitely. Both of the teams were actually more or less proficient with Japanese operators, so definitely not surprising to see how much he's being utilized. PC419 once again starting on defense this time and bringing in a Warden that could potentially be 6th picked off here. But as it stands, really, Locus and CCTV room could very much be a nice start here, and Warden will actually be staying in the game. It's rather Campo switching out from Valkyrie to a Kaid that should allow PC419 to hold out the push and the breaching for a little bit longer here.
Attackers need to locate and
Warden is
defuse
definitely a niche pick, and it's actually interesting. Bank is one of those maps where we probably see some of the most play from Warden and his counterpart in Knock. So it's very interesting that PC419 have elected to bring him. It can be a bit hit and miss, and I'm expecting him to probably be utilized to hold off that blue push. His ability in being able to stop the flashes from blinding him and being able to see through smoke can be quite useful in holding that position. It's so tight, and utility such as flashes and smokes often utilized to try and flush that out. Interestingly enough as well, Nate on the Echo will be playing inside a garage and replacing that sort of spot that the Maestro typically plays. So Maestro will normally play inside a garage and use that peek through the bars in towards CCTV, but it looks like Echo is going to take on that role, so I'm sure Nate will have his hands nice and full when it comes to the end of this round.
A little bit curious as to how come there's no Giga ADSs just yet there by the Warden's position, as his safety from those frag grenades will be pretty much the need, but there's really not even frag grenades are going to be in play for this one. The only thing that the Warden will need to be very much wary about is Capital, as those fireballs don't get caught by the ADSs, which would mean that for the Warden, he will need to fall back very promptly if he would want to keep most of his health pool going. So apart from that, Ornami should be able to play this out very well, considering his utility is centered around denying him being disrupted by any of the concussive, well, not concussive, but the flash and smoke grenades. So see how things will work out here.
Flashes begin to rain out. Likely following that up with the lifeline. He gets that shield out of the way, and Onami's now very compromised here. Likes to hold the top of the stairs though with the shotgun. A shot from here is likely to down, so he should be able to potentially get 1 kill depending on how aggressively his opponents decide to peek it. Onami gets stroned out and tries to get it out the way, but he can't quite hit it. I think he missed it again potentially, so he will still hold this position though. Flash is still coming out. He uses that ability perfect though and can see through it. He gets 1 shot there onto Ducky. Almost gets the second, but BB hits the refrag, and it's a 4-on-4. Bizarre now should be able to push in towards server and start to get that wall open.
For what it's worth, Onami's play has been very much valuable here for PC419, considering that he did manage to waste a hefty amount of time, just over minute 40, not for longer. Man was able to deny a plentiful amount of time, which would mean that BZR are now forced to be a little bit faster on some of their execution and will need to be a bit more prompt on their attempt at pushing the side where Bull would actually be going down as well to the hands of Campo.
That leaves it in a 3-on-4 in favor of the attackers. Ghoul just completely legs it all the way through the side. Doesn't get the pick onto Red and gets taken down from Elevator. So Ravenous plays that extremely well and holds off the aggression. But Sequence also pushed in aggressively and is covered by the smokes. Ravenous tries to pre-fire that position but misses. The Echo Drone will deny the plant down. Sequence just gets away with his life, almost being taken out by the smoke. And unfortunately now, these attackers don't have a lot of time to play with. AFX tries to rain some shots in towards Red and gets one onto Ravenous. Doesn't quite follow it up onto the second yet, but he will eventually down that player inside of Garage. Tries to go for the third there onto B, C, but he doesn't quite hit the shot. He eventually gets taken out, and Bazaar will take the round.
Effects with that marathon run, of just aiming left, right, and center. Managing to finalize the round. Definitely will be scoring Bazaar the round. That was a pretty good execution nonetheless, considering that they did end up wasting quite a lot of time on trying to clear out the surface stairs and still managed to recover from that pretty well, all things considered. So well done for them, but for PC419 this will mean that they will be retrying Lockers and CCTV room hold, and this time Onami once again back on Warden, but this time as a 6th pick.
Yeah, I think thinking back to that previous round, that Warden pick was quite effective. They did waste quite a bit of time. Unfortunately, in the end, it wasn't quite enough, as Bazaar were given plenty of opportunities, really, to reattempt that plant and show some really late round aggression, which, from at least an entertainment point of view, made that round really interesting. Because at least personally, I get the impression that basement is quite stale now. It plays out very similarly with that blue hold. And then flushing that out and going towards server, flushing that out and getting the wall open and then just going for the default. But instead, Bazaar, they just bum rushed into site. They worked out that wasn't going to work, so then they fell back. Winning once again with the coverage of that smoke. And yeah, I think it really highlighted their synergy as a team that they were able to pull that off. And unfortunately for PC419, they didn't quite have the answer for that, despite having a pretty solid foundation for most of that round.
Yeah, they needed just a little bit of that extra time to be wasted. They wanted to put a bit more pressure on BZR, but either way, this had a very good foundation. So if PC419 do able to give Warden a little bit more support, either utility or even just firepower-wise, this could very much work quite well, actually, considered.
Looks like Bazaar going for a full map sweep at the moment, but I don't think they're going to run into too many issues. What it looked like for PC49 playing quite passively in towards the side and quite happy to allow BZR control above. The Claymores will be used to cover any of those rotates that may come out later in the round, as we can hear one of those electro claws going off. So AFX needs to be very mindful when he goes to this hatch that his X-Pyros aren't taken out. They don't have a Thatcher on the board, and this could be critical. Campo goes to the electro claw. Did he get it in time, though? These X-Kyros should be taken out, but no, it will be open just in the nick of time, and Campo is now completely exposed under that hatch. He retreats back to CCTV, and PC419 getting very aggressive in towards blue. They need to be mindful that this position is being held as they rotate towards that server spot. Onami still in a powerful position, though, Cthulhu, and we could see a repeat of that previous round.
If he's not taken out from there quickly enough, this could mean that BZR this time will be failing to get control, as Onami is just being blinded, flashed, and concussed, and pretty much outed from every possible position, as he is contesting very closely and pretty much nearly playing with fire at this point, taking quite some chunky amount of damage.
We'll get the first shot, though, onto Ducky once again, so it's a 4-on-5 here. Alex not to get aggressive there on BB. He's playing the top of the stairs, and rightly so. He was damaged up by that flame. More flashes coming out from AFX. Those goggles once again proving effective, and he just misses a shot, unfortunately, there onto AFX. Lucky, really, to get away with his life at that range. As Ghoul makes his way into server and collects Ravenous. So it's a 4-on-3. Bizarre with the man advantage. They have a hefty amount of time left as well. They just need to be mindful of the smoke grenades from BC. And at this stage, I'm really expecting it to be a rush plane. If those smokes stall them out, I don't think they're going to waste time, and they're going to just go straight towards that red wall.
I know Ghoul is being a little bit too risky on peeking that Kite charge, but we'll be allowing Sequence to get the breach going, so maybe this is just the right time for them to start going in for the push. But so much utility is now being thrown from the attack, as right now BB needs to go in for that push. They're very much of an extended play as well, and a plant as well. Nate will be denying the plant as well. BB needs to drop down and get the frags. 2 kills left to go, but no. EZ419 will be able to deny it this time and play out their cards very cleanly.
Yeah, Bizarre playing that pretty similarly to the previous round. A little bit of a questionable plant position for my liking, as opposed to going to that red wall. You got a little bit more coverage, and it's a little bit easier to hold across. He went all the way deep to the connecting door, and fortunately it was a pretty easy collection there for Nate on the Echo. So that will even out the scoreline. Executive and CEO will be the second site we see here on Bank. And Cthulhu shaping up once again to be pretty close so far.
Certainly is, considering that how well PC419 played out their defense on the previous map. I wouldn't be surprised if we will be seeing a similar outcome here from the currently defending team, and played out very well. But for BZR, it's still nothing is lost really. They could very much come back and win out the map number 3. But as it stands, really, that second round didn't really look as convincing as what we saw on round number 1, with them being able to disrupt and deny pretty much each and every play with just overly aggressive pushes. And I feel that the moment they tried to show that to PC419 and then decide, well, now that we've shown that we can go for very aggressive, they will try to play very kind of aggression denial. So maybe we should try to play a bit more carefully, and this is where they met their downfall.
Yeah, I think aggression is something that we haven't touched on a lot really in this matchup, but you are right. There's a little bit of a dynamic going on. Either team sort of going through phases where they're playing a little bit more aggressively and then a little bit less, and it's sort of it's a balancing act. If you play too aggressively against a team that allows you to play into that, and a little bit of a classic debate, if you would, it can be quite risky. It can be quite dangerous to play against a team like that, and I definitely agree. It's an interesting dynamic. Both teams trying to outsmart one another in terms of how aggressive they play. That we have seen play super aggressive off-site, but on this occasion he's going to be playing on-site. Meanwhile, Nate's in a very risky position in Sever. I believe his position has been revealed. It will be. The lifeline goes out and he is concussed, but they don't manage to frag him. He will finally be taken out though, as BB gets Campo as well. Just like that, Cthulhu, it's a 5-on-3.
In the matter of just a few seconds, it is a play in favor of BZR, and just as I said that, they do seem to be managing to find those very cheeky, very aggressive plays that PC419 are trying to play out with. Ravenous still off-site and is getting tracked by that IQ. Will be forced to put away his cardiac sensor and will be forced to start falling back. He needs to default right now on site badly, as I know all the pressure is now going on him, and if PC419 loses him right now, not what they want. But a nice shot off screen by AFX will be onto AFX will be meaning that the man disadvantage is slightly smaller. Oh my Jesus, Ravenous
collects the double in a position that he never should have done it. He was a long way aside. He was getting wallbanged from multiple locations, but he just wasn't shut down by Bizarre. That run out as well, not being shut down. BC almost gets the player there inside of Janitor, but misses the shot onto both players. A big misplay there from the castle. Could well cost them the round as they make their way in towards long desk. They're going to use that rotate though in towards A, and BC shuts it down. Sequence got an army meanwhile, and he will be taken out eventually. That UMP not strong enough. Ravenous, though, from below, he has the Nitro Cell, the first of the plants coming out from Sequence, and he should be able to deny it. It's just under the bomb chassis, and it actually covers the plant. Potentially, Sequence is actually on top of the table here, so well played there by the attackers, and Ravenous now needs to hit a 4K if he wants to win this round. Plant goes down, and it is a post plant. He makes his way over towards the janitor door, head checking a lot of angles, suggesting to me that he doesn't have the intel, doesn't want to take on that gunfight. The UMP not great at range. It looks like Sequence has already made his way a long way away from that diffuser. Smart play from Bazaar here would be to repel, and it will be the case. This round for full, I think, is basically over for PC419.
Defenders have located the diffuser.
It seems like it as Ghoul already has a very nice angle set up, as well as that they did have a backup plan with, I believe, Zofia holding that angle from the window. So, well done by Bazaar, as it did seem to be initially falling into the hands of PC419 after what Ravenous did, but honestly, it was still a very good play, and they managed to emphasize off of numerous mistakes that PC419 did make. So, but now they are going to be going back into the lead. Already more rounds than what we saw on map number 2. So, overall, a good run of things for now. Or Bazaar.
Yeah, we will see CEO played once again here by the defenders. And I think the main takeaway really from that first round was the fact that PC419 lost both members roughly 1 minute into the round. And once that happens, particularly above where you need to be holding a lot of angles simultaneously, it's pretty easy to be overrun. That's what happened in the end. Ravenous, despite getting that 2K, was really quite frazzled and potentially a little bit lucky in the way it played out. That run out not being covered, but either way, it wasn't enough in the end. The 2 frags at the start proved critical, and PC419 need to be mindful of that and try not to over-aggress early in this round.
Yeah, well, yeah, we'll be bringing in a clash for Onami out of all the people. Could be quite interesting to see how will this play out, as Onami has been so far flexing a numerous amount of roles to play out, and goodness, Campo, that is quite naughty, to say at the very least. Wow. Does land actually a shot on the body of AFX, so we'll be tagging him for a hefty amount of health, and leaving Thatcher to be double thinking about each and every one of his move, as he will be going into each and every firefight with a bit of that at disadvantage.
Ducky entering below alongside Ghoul, taking a lot of that utility from below. We saw those electro claws placed in these little sort of gaps that were created by the shotgun, but Ghoul should have been able to take those out with ease. ADS device has been taken out as well, and this is proving to be quite deadly for the members on site. Despite seeming to have a small impact at the moment, this could really pay dividends later in the round with those ADS devices taken out. It makes it easier to flash the opponents to smoke out for the plant as well, and definitely an underrated aspect of this attack if it pays off.
The issue here right
now, setting up. Sorry, what was that?
The issue here right now for BZR is the fact that Onami on that clash will be a massive annoyance, and if BC be able to make a play off that, it will be quite crucial. But as it stands, it is Ravenous that opens up onto Ghoul. Will be allowing BC419 to hold only a single side for that push. So right now, the clash play seems to be working out somewhat well, but Onami is, I believe, either on the slither of health or downed already. Would very much mean that the clash player will be out of the game. AFX with a nice white swing onto BC will be taking him out, meaning that we are back onto 4v4.
4v4, the wall is open. The plant needs to be coming out relatively soon here from Bazaar to at least have a chance to reattempt it. That clash, as I mentioned earlier, is very low, so should be easy to take him out, and will be. It's a 3-on-2 as Nate gets AFX, tries to follow it up with the second, but just misses the shot. He's in a very compromised position, particularly with the UMP, and he's being flushed out by that lifeline. He does drop the diffuser though, secures the double, and Campo finishes that off. The down that he did collect, BB will swing in from behind, but gets taken out as well, and PC419 will take the 4th round and even it up.
It seemed to be a round that initially would go into the hands of BZR, where they had initially a very good start in being able to open up the side and go in for the push, ended up being their demise, as CEO office ended up being the victory for PC419, like you mentioned, Guz. Locus' CCTV room will be returning there for the second to last round of the first half to see how things will go further for PC419 now that they've pretty much revealed how are they planning to keep playing. The stature to be picked to make sure that the ADSs won't be as much of an annoyance for the attack, and now we will be seeing actually the more roam potential in the face of Vigil.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Vigil is an operator that has become a little bit more popular in officials. I'm thinking back to the 6 Invitational qualifiers. We saw him played a little bit, and I feel like he's creeping into the meta just a bit. And I think the reason for that is his ability to make droning a bit of a chore. It can take a long time and a lot of patience to find a Vigil that uses that ability effectively. It's going to be up to Bizarre to really measure that up against how important it is to take out that Vigil, as opposed to sort of just leaving him to his own accord and collecting the frag later in the round. Does look like the rest of PC419 will be setting up on site though. Onami on the Warden, once again, likely playing the top of blue, and the rest of his members prepped for the plant denial. I think the question really is, though, will that visual roam be effective?
Yeah, that will be the main question, as quite a lot of things are depending here on how successful or not that visual roam will be. Yes, they've already showed that the Warden play can be very much successful and can work pretty well, but if the roam will be unsuccessful and nobody from that roam will be able to stay alive for long, then it would definitely be quite an issue for PC419 to deal with.
Drones coming up from Bizarre as they try and clear the open area. Unaware as to where the Vigil is at the moment, I believe. He could potentially even be on the very top floor. It's hard to say at the moment. Bizarre likely not sure where he is at the moment either, and it's critical that they try and gather that intel early and then make that decision. Do they try and hunt him down, or do they leave him and try and frag him out as he rotates? Does look like they will focus their efforts on blue though once again. Ducky heading the charge. He has been taken out, I believe, on both occasions by that Warden, so probably a little bit cautious on this occasion, expecting that aggression from Onami to be top-notch once again. Use that ability very effectively, and they need to try and expend those flashes in a way that makes it hard for him to time that gadget. But Warden, despite not being played often, he's so niche in this position, and it could well pay out once again.
Yeah, he could very much play this out, but decides to promptly pull back and wait at the bottom of the stairs to see if Ravenous would have a little bit more of a range, and promptly falling back, but will be caught off guard by AFX, who did already open up the hatch. As well as that, Ravenous will be falling down off the stairs defense to the hands of Ducky. So right now a very good beginning once again for BZR, as they did manage to get themselves a double kill, that push onto service.
Sequence now will attempt to open the wall, and it will be successful. The first of those smoke waves being expended to try and push that plant back. Sequence will likely try and bait it once again, but it looks like BC has been quite cautious in his smokies and trying to really extend the life of them. The longer he can wait between them, the more he can waste time. Guldo, he's going to push from behind. It doesn't seem to be covered whatsoever. BC needs to be very, very careful he doesn't get flanked, as well as the Kaye, but they're both going to them out. Bizarre taking the 5th round.
Nicely done by Bizarre, as 5th round for them is working out quite well. 3-2 scoreline. The last round of the first half of map number 3 will be deciding which way will this go, as we did see plenty of times when Bizarre will be able to equal things up and even take the matters into their hands, and we would still see the overtime to come out. So could happen, maybe not. Maybe this time it will be a cleaner sweep. We'll find that out pretty soon. And yeah, all in all, maybe fourth map could also be valid for
And defuse bombs.
quick check-up on the scoreline.
A recap of this site so far. We've seen it played 3 times. And the defenders, being PC419, have only won it on 1 occasion. This will, of course, be the 4th time they've elected to go here. If they lose it, they'll be down 4-2 heading into their attacking half. And having a deficit for attack is not only mentally a little bit challenging, but essentially just statistically it's not favorable. The attack is so much harder. You have to make the moves. You need to be really extending that confidence in every single push and every single drone, whereas the defenders have that safety of just sitting back and letting the attackers make mistakes. So I think it's really critical that PC419 are able to sort of beat their demons on this site, bring it back, and try and even out that half.
They certainly would want to have that, well, at least a draw going for them. Because having that mental pressure of potentially losing out a map on on a match, honestly, through map number 3 is definitely not something that PC419 wanted after such an explosive map number 2 for them. Certainly not the turnaround that I'd imagine they would have expected here. But
once again, we're going to see Blue held once again. Ducky leading the charge, and it seems to be definitely his designated role. Ravenous actually on the board on this occasion, as opposed to Onami, who's fallen back to the Jaeger, and Ravenous needs to be very careful of this angle. He hasn't played this position yet so far, and maybe his inexperience so far on this matchup could prove deadly for PC419.
with Hibana charges already going off, starting to prep everything to go for BZR's push. See how things will work out from here. The EMP grenades to come out to disable both the ADSs as well as Warden's glasses. The only thing that they need to do right now is to play their cards right with the concussion grenade as well as the flashbangs. Nice shot, as Ducky will actually be able to shut things down onto Ravenous with minimal losses, as BB will be picked back up and running. So we are back to a 5v4 with Onami is now playing from a very unorthodox position and will be potentially caught with his pants down to go in for that reload, and he is now very much cornered here.
It's very dead so far in this matchup, particularly on Villa, but now he finds himself in a really poor position and he doesn't quite make it out in time. Both hatches being utilized to finish him off. So one of the top fraggers for PC419 is off the board, and now Bazaar can take server control. They have the man advantage, but they don't have a lot of time to play with. Sequence will get the wall open despite that smoke sort of blocking his path a little bit there, and he should be able to attempt to plant very soon. 25 seconds left on the board, and the smokes are coming out from that Capitao sequence, going all the way deep in towards that door. A very unorthodox plant position as the frags go out. That leaves it all up to Nate in the garage, but he can do nothing from there, and Bazaar will end the half very strongly, Cthulhu.
Very strongly indeed. That is a very good execution. Definitely a much better coordination from Bazaar here, as well as, like you said, that bit of an unorthodox decision to plant right at the doorway into CCTV definitely seeming to be working out quite well, at least within the context of round number 6. But as it stands, BZR are in the lead by 2 points. 4-2 is the scoreline of the first half, and now with them going on defense, things might be looking even better right now for the currently defending team. Lockers in CCTV room to try things out the first round of second half. And for PC419, we're seeing just about a similar lineup comparative to what we saw from Bazaar as well.
Quick peek at the scoreboard. All things considered, it's actually quite balanced in the fragging department. We do see Bazaar slightly ahead, and I guess that can be attributed to the fact that they have fragged out on a couple of those attacks to secure the 2-round advantage. And I guess the question is now, Cthulhu, does Bazaar have enough to close it out here? Will PC419 bring it back. Still a lot up in the air, and I don't think it can really be called. Yes, Bazaar are on the defense with the advantage, but we know Siege. Anything can happen.
Anything could happen indeed. We did see before Bazaar actually bring this to a similar scoreline, 4-2, I believe, in the first map, and we did see a pretty nice comeback to come out from PC419, albeit off defense play. So maybe here this will be a different setup, and maybe the fact that BZR were able to get the advantage here while being on the offense would be able to net them a very nice set of rounds. But as it stands, really, like you said, yeah, everything could go pretty much absolutely 180. So see how things will go out here, as Nate is actually utilizing all 3 of his X-Kairos to make sure to open up the Tellers hatch as well as the elevator, and it is a full-on prompt drop. Already 3 people drop down. Campo to pick things up onto AFX, and the vault has already been taken.
Sinquits needs to try and ward them back. He's inside of garage and he's lit already. Only 3 defenders alive. Ghoul missing shots there into towards the vault. He's going to go for the kill, but the crossfire is being held and Sequence is taken out. PC419 establishing their dominance early here, and they're attacking half with a push we don't often see.
Not at all, but my goodness, was it explosive. As PC419 just decided, well, okay, we're at a deficit. Okay, let's bust out the most unpredictable thing could have thought of. That's exactly what they did, and it worked out pretty well, considering now that Executive Lounge and CEO Office are the next choice for Bazaar's defense.
Yeah, I'm expecting PC419 to probably be a little bit more measured this round. I guess if they want to go for a similar attack style, they will have to go up banana through lobby. So I think definitely keeping an eye on their drones could give us a hint as to if they are considering that push, but to me, their operator lineup does suggest that they will go for those main walls to the east, so near the skylight. And I think Bazaar will probably feel a little bit more comfortable with that, considering that they basically just got plowed through in that previous round.
Yeah, there's no soft way to sugarcoat it. There was pretty much a full-on plowing by PC419, and it was very well executed and very well timed. They didn't hold back. They just said, okay, we're just gonna send it. And send they did. As just overall execution was pretty well timed, and the shots landed exactly where the team wanted. So all in all, 4-3 scoreline.
5 seconds to insertion.
Could very much be a 4-4 scoreline after the end of this round, but we'll find that out pretty soon how things will go out from there. No changes in the lineup for the attack for PC419, whereas on the side of BZR, bringing in an ACOG in the face of Doc could potentially allow them to hold that the entrance to Banana, as well as that holding the main hallway just outside of the stock and the meeting room.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Doc and or Rook play so far, and I think it's a nice little matchup. Often I'm personally quite critical of the Doc pick, but I think this side is really quite important to have an ACOG like that, as Campo almost finds that out the hard way. Meanwhile, it looks like some of the members of PC419 are prepping for this lobby push. Onami on the Capital and BC below on the IQ, trying to gather intel. He could see the player on the drone here, and he's going to go for the shot, BB!
Oh boy. Absolutely
Absolutely deleted from the server. A Sequence gets nade, and oh my goodness, Kafuya, what a way to start the round.
Whoa, what a way indeed, as just like that, minusing out the bandit and the castle, things is going completely south for PC419, but Ducky's not having any of that, at least for a few seconds until Campo trades him out. So just like that, it is completely falling apart. AFX is the last man standing against a 3-man squad of PC419, and he might be able to just find a couple of kills. There's a shot on BC. Campo is very much low on health, and right now Capital is the last man that is on full health and should be able to fully contest the gunfight with the smoke.
AFX now rotating towards the top of the south stairs. He has very low HP. Could get the planter down. Thatcher is really low on HP, but Onami, the danger man, is on full HP. He will get the first, but doesn't get refrayed. He just manages to escape in time, but the wallbang from Onami, absolutely disgusting, will shut that round down. And PC419 seemingly out of nowhere, have evened out the round count.
Precisely, Gus. Even with the 2-point disadvantage, it's just like that. PC419 said though we have 2 subs, that's not stopping us from going absolutely ham with all of those plays. So massive props to the team to be able to bring this back all the way for themselves. Well, not all the way just yet, but they did manage to draw things out. So right now, from here on, for both of those teams, it's only to go up, really. They need the scoreline to keep rolling.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It's Bizarre heading to CCTV. They went there for the first defense. It was unsuccessful as they were overrun. Well, they're not going to bring the Warden on this occasion. We did see that quite extensively from PC419 to hold blue. Instead, they're going for a bit more of a traditional operator lineup and probably expecting them to play heavily inside of the B-bomb side, inside of red as well. I have the Plantanol in the Echo and the Smoke. I have the Intel in the Echo again, as well as the Valkyrie, so they shouldn't be short of Intel. Plantanol plenty as well. This really is a critical round. Whoever wins this does get that round lead. If PC419 win it, that's 3 rounds straight. I think that will definitely make Bizarre feel uncomfortable.
And that could potentially also mean that the BZR lineup might be going on a little bit of that tilt, considering that losing 3 rounds in a row is definitely something that was not a part of their plan after getting that much of a advantage for themselves points-wise, and then going on defense certainly should have been a bit more in their favor. But nonetheless, 419 are now going for the prompt. Look at all of those bands coming out, guys. This is glorious.
Yeah, Battle Eye getting quite busy, and so too is PC419. They're trying to find where all these gadgets are. BC, that detective, pinging them out, and definitely got a lot to work with here and a lot to communicate to his team as they try and push towards the server hatch. The first of those EMPs will go out, but the electric core is followed up. The double EMP not coming out there from PC419, and that allows even more time to be wasted by these defenders, and it looks to make it feel like they're having some real trouble here.
Certainly does. Already losing the control of the top stairs of the server, meaning that Monami will be able to net himself a kill onto Ducky. Another go in for the peek onto Kayed, but BB will be the one to be successful and to be traded out straight away by BC. Will be meaning that we are back onto 3v4, still in favor of PC419 once again, as they are the ones to be on attack.
4-on-3. Definitely not unwinnable for Bizarre, but not a position they would have liked to be in. Fortunately for them, though, they still have the Smoke and the Echo on the board. The 2 operators really needed to deny the plan. Ghoul is getting lit up inside of red. It's important that he stays alive as well. He'll have the C4. Campo, meanwhile, will push from the back. He's on the Thatcher and will definitely have some strong fragment potential. Ghoul does have the C4 prepped and ready. He's already ripped it, so they won't hear it. Yet the foe does go out. The shot just misses it, but he manages to bait it just in time. The Smoke will quickly follow it up, and Ravenous will fall back. Ghoul, though, will be taken out by potentially a player on the hatch as AFX gets Nate, leaving it in effectively a 3-on-2s. PC419 still have the advantage as Ghoul will be picked up. Campo is still on that hatch though, and this could make things very compromised. This Ravenous will make his way towards the wall, and potentially the call hasn't gone out, but no, AFX is aware of his position. Campo drops and gets the refrag. Ghoul gets him though, and BC needs to try and collect it all. He makes his way inside of red, but he doesn't know there's a player inside of garage. Sequence, what are you doing? He's looking completely the wrong way. The plant going down, but fortunately for him, he's on the Yokai. He'll be able to deny it. The first occasion IQ finally taken out by Bizarre. A very, very awkward round there in the end, but Bizarre will finish out on top.
Indeed they will. As right now for Bizarre, they did manage to regain their senses. Won't be allowing PC419 to continue their streak, meaning that it is a 5-4 in their favor. Staff room and open area will be the next choice for BZR, and that is one of those sides that is quite rarely played out on this very map, at least in the official games. So should be quite interesting to see how will this be played out. I definitely can see the usage of Castle to be quite prominent this site, to allow some more of that movement and some more of the having a couple of those safety bubbles be utilized by the defending team.
Yeah. Neither team playing Archives on this map. This, of course, being the first time we're seeing open area, and I definitely agree. Castle could definitely open up the way this map is played. I love seeing this site sometimes. This is where teams get really creative, and I think that their practice outside of officials in scrims and dry runs really do highlight how much time that they really put into the game. This site has a lot of options in how you want to approach it, and it looks like BZR will be extending it in towards Archives. We saw Towers as well being reinforced, so heavy investment on that side of the map to try and just extend their hold. Because I get the impression that Staffroom's one of those sites where you can't really fall back to just holding inside. There's too many angles you can be watched from, so I like the fact that they're extending it. Hopefully, for their sake, it will pay off and they'll be heading on to match point.
We'll see how this will work out. It's definitely should have the potential to throw off the attacking team and be just enough for BZR to push themselves, like you said, onto match point. But for now, PC419 are quite actively just scouting and droning up ahead to see what do they have to deal with. And for now, quite a hefty reinforcement and quite a wide, quite a lengthy one as well. So curious to see how will attackers approach the push here.
Oof, BC almost getting his head taken off there as his teammate shoots the camera, but gets away with it and makes his way in towards the skylight. So it appears to me like PC419 investing quite heavily above Ravenous getting the hatches already. But the thing is, once they get these hatches open, they're not really going to have any angles on players playing inside of the objective as Nate gets schooled. They're all playing off site towards that northern side. They've really extended it out and sort of nullified any sort of meaningful control on these hatches. Campo has turned his way towards elevators, though. That position not being held very heavily from Bazaar, and that allows him to hold a really long angle in towards A. The call could go out that it's clear here, Cthulhu, and they could get this plant off without much in the way of denial.
Precisely. With the Echo now off the board, the only thing that he can do is relay the information, and the moment PC419 will be able to lock things down and set up the crossfires, that's where they will be able to break things up straight away. So right now, for BZR, they need to start making their way around closer to the side, but as it stands, Campo will be denying sequence of that opportunity. Now it is all up to Ducky to try to bring this back for the team. Does manage to find a shot onto BC, but to be traded out only by Onami.
Plant goes down, and the plant and seemingly not there for Bazaar. It's a 2v4 post-plant, effectively 2v3 as Nate has been downed, I believe. BB makes his way in towards Archives. He knows there's a player close to his left, but he doesn't hit the shot. The wide peek from Onami proves too much, and Ravenous follows it up as well. PC419 not going down without a fight, and that offsite pick not quite paying off there for Bazaar.
At all, as that is something that both teams need to be very much wary about. A draw, 5 apiece, to come out for both of them. Round number 11, and whichever team will be winning this very round will be able to net themselves the match point, series point as well, and have the potential to secure themselves at least maybe some extra room for error, as they would still have the overtime to go with, potentially.
And I guess we are getting to that point where there is almost a risk on this map, and we have to think the winner of this is going to head into potentially another 3 hours of Siege, and sitting here just watching it is exhausting. The players under this stressful environment are probably getting pretty tired as well by this point. So the more it drags on, the longer it goes on, the winner of this team is going to be at more and more, I think, of a disadvantage in that grand final, just purely due to the fact that they're mentally going to be really, really tired. And I think it's going to be critical that both teams continue to just remind themselves of that and try to remain fresh. And I mean, looking ahead to the break between the maps, for example, just taking some time to chill out, get something to eat, something to drink. And I mean, it's going to be critical because besides the second map being a bit of a walkover, it really has been quite a long series so far.
Yeah, well, for now, yet another setup from BZR's defense. This time on CEO office. Should be quite interesting to see how will they play it out. Just about a similar setup, I'm pretty sure.
Bomb located by attackers.
Won't be seeing any clash action to come out here. Rather, I believe it this time will be a bandit to hold the defense lines as Bull decides to go in for a bit of an aggressive push. If there was already a crossfire setup from that double door, Valkyrie would have been no more, but that's not the case here just yet. Nate is going in for a very wide push. I believe just about through the garage, which a little bit of a mistimed decision here, but what do I know?
We're only casters.
We're only casters,
well,
yeah.
We don't. Yeah. It is interesting to note though. That takes a long time for Havana to go all the way through garage there, and potentially that could come back to bite him.
Yeah. Sequence tries to go in for the impact trick, even while being blind, and I believe that could have actually, yeah, that did work quite well. So even with the flashbangs completely denying him of any sight, didn't stop him from denying the breach. So Campo, meanwhile, does manage to find the head of AFX, and that is the smoke off the board.
Sequence tries to impact trick it once again, but he doesn't have any left now as Ravenous faked it out.
Ooh.
Breach gets open behind him and he just gets away with his life, but he needs to be careful. He doesn't get wallbanged through that little cupboard there. He seems to have got away with it, and he actually drops Campo on the rappel. So now PC419 don't have any players on that powerful rappel, and if they get the plant down, they need to try and get someone there to watch it. Either way, Bizarre now, in my opinion, in a favourable position. Unfortunately though, Nate will come around and get two from behind. So just like that, it has been shut down. BC lighting them up inside a janitor. BB gets one back. Unfortunately though, Ravenous will get Gulmau. And now BB needs to try and hit a 1v3 as the plant goes down. There's a drone watch in that very position, likely being flicked through by these attackers. He thinks better of it. Eventually decides to push through. He gets flashed out, and at this point, it's not looking very good at all. And it looks like PC419, seemingly out of nowhere, after what was a less than ideal first half, could be on match point. The rappel has come out from PC419, and on this objective, once that rappel comes out, it's probably too late. He gets the first frag, but he doesn't have a lot of time to play with. That player on the rappel playing so passive, and with that 7-second counter defuse, BB just needs to go for a couple of entry frags here, and his team needs to reset for that final round of regulation.
Unfortunately, won't be even knitting himself that, as man will be falling down to his death. And just like that, yeah, PC419 are on a match point and series point as well, guys. We are this close to finalizing the lower bracket finals here.
Yes, it's definitely not over though. Bizarre do have lockers and CCTV unlocked. Arguably the most favorable bomb site on this site. We have seen them have troubles with it before though, Cthulhu. They've defended it twice and have a 50% win rate. So, look, based off that, it could definitely go either way.
Definitely, yeah, but do keep in mind that the negative part of the 50% was off a very much of a odd rush strat that PC419 pulled off. So I wouldn't really write it off just yet as a side, but they definitely would need to keep their eye out for any potential rush or any potential just aggressive or overly aggressive push, be it the garage, be it the lobby and the tellers, or be it even just the servers. So with that in mind, I would have to say that if they reinforce and prepare for yet another server hold, and then find out that nobody spawned really there, I really would think that they would need to reconsider and just move their position around a little bit, just towards the the opposite side, to the west side, and just make sure that the flank spots are completely prepared and they're not left unchecked.
PC419 with the match point, and maybe that'll play into how they decide to push this objective. Maybe they feel as if going for that safer push towards sort of server will help them to secure this map. They don't want it to be too risky, but alternatively, they could fall back to that rush strat, as you mentioned, that they did in the very first attack, which just completely stomped their opponent. It does look like they will be setting up for server, those BC. They're still electrical. They spray down that blue door. Once again, though, the defenders don't have a warden, so it looks like they should be able to get control of top blue relatively swiftly here. BC tasked once again with finding all the gadgets inside of server, pulling them out to his teammates. We see BB and Ducky invested on that side of the map, as it looks like the others are watching the back push. It's looking like it could go either way so far. Neither team really giving an inch, and coming up to PC419 to try and aggress.
With the flashbang starting to come out, Ducky might be feeling a little bit of a pressure starting to build up. The breach needs to start coming out pretty quickly. No kite charges on the server, since kite is not even in play. Well, he is in play, but I don't think he will be as useful on this hatch. It could be, as the successful kite trick would actually be in play. So one of the Hibana charges will be done and out, but Ornami does manage to find a kill onto Ducky, so man advantage is in play here.
Yeah, Ornami now getting really aggressive, taking out the barbed wire on the door as they prepare to open the wall. Revenus gets the hatch, so that'll be quite critical in holding the plant late if they go for the default. But on most occasions, we've seen that they've actually pushed in towards the side as Ghoul gets Campo. It's a 4-on-4, everything here to play for. The winner of this going to the grand final, of course. Nate on the Teller's hatch just misses some shots there on to Ghoul. Lucky to get away with his life as the rest of his team are preparing for the plant. Onami once again with the smokes in hand. He only has one to play with here. He needs to be very mindful how he uses it. Shoots it over towards red, so they can't watch the rotate, but it's pretty poor timing as AFX uses another smoke bay to push them back. It's 30 seconds left on the board, Cthulhu, and it could definitely still go either way.
At the moment, BC is trying to get rid of that Echo drone, as the Japanese utility is definitely going to be a nuisance here to deal with. But with 15 seconds left to go, all of the variants and all the possibilities are starting to run out. Ravenous needs to go in for that push, and Sequence needs to deny that plant if he wants BZR to win. The push is coming out. There's the double kill. There's the lineup. Onami needs to get those kills on the double, but will be taken out. Bizarre are going to push this into the overtime, ladies and gentlemen. We're going all the way here at the LPL Matchpoint Finals.
Some really great aggression there from Bizarre late in the round, particularly from AFX. The wide peak around the bomb was enough to drop the diffuser, and there's nothing that could be done by that point. BZR now will be granted the defense for this overtime, and they'll probably be pretty happy with that. Lockers and CCTV will be the first site. Man, this is shaping up to be close once again, like the first map of Villa.
Certainly is. With the way how things been back and forth between the two teams, apparently seeming to be working out for neither of the teams, really. The second map was very much of a oversight, I feel, even for Bizarre, and PC419, unfortunately this time they still managing to stall out on a fair few occasions and just unable to keep track of a fair few plays. So as it stands, looking at the score lines for BZR, it's AFX and Ghoul that are leading the charge. For PC419, it's Ornami and Campo that are sitting on the double digits. It is quite interesting, though, to me that for both sides it's been pretty much back and forth. There wasn't really a side either attack or defense that was the most prevalent here. Both of the sides were able to gain themselves a numerous amount of points, and both of the sides were able to miss out on a fair few grand opportunities. So And here at this point, it's starting to get the more leaning towards the how well composed these teams are against their opponents, and how strong is their mental fortitude.
Yeah, and we saw in Villa in overtime. The first win of the overtime was the attacking round. So being on that defensive side in no means guarantees you the win here. Meanwhile, BB at the front desk, that is a definite roam coming from him. Ravenous, I believe. I think he saw him. I'm not sure. BB, either way, though, feels uncomfortable and will make a slight adjustment to his position. They do know he's above. Now, Ravenous drones and the drone will be taken out. So they're definitely aware that he is above, but they need to flush him out. Mozzie is an operator that has a lot of fragging power behind him. And if PC419 aren't careful here, their entire attack could be dislodged quite quickly here.
Maybe we'll be needing to play full on a game of Metal Gear Solid here, trying to evade as much of the attacking side as possible, and just still hanging around the banana side where Konami is still on a hunt. He wants to get that kill. He wants to take out that roamer, as he knows full on that if that Mozzie will stay alive, then this could potentially mean pretty much demise for his team. So see how things will go out here. Konami is not backing out as the drones keep on spotting the Capital player, and will be copping a bullet to the head from BB. So a nice play here as the Mozzie player will be now forfeiting back the tellers.
BB's reign of terror is definitely not over. There's a real chance he could flank around late and get some frags. BC, though, will drop. Ducky almost gets the second there onto the Valkyrie. Finally, she will be dropped. BC on a slither of HP, but it'll just be enough to stay alive. BB, meanwhile, inside of Archives, in the perfect position to flank late. There's no flank watch from the attackers. Nomad and Gridlock, neither of them being played, and that gives him a perfect opportunity to swing through late. If he's mindful of Claymores, there's a real possibility that he could get 2 or 3 kills on these attackers that are off guard. They're very distracted at the moment, pushing towards servers. BB will peek around. He sees a player coming from kitchen. That's Nade off the board, and it's a 3-on-3. Just like that, he evens out the main counters. AFX smokes will deny the plant. No, Ravenous is pushed through red as BB gets BC. AFX drop one as well, and Bazaar will take the round. A strong defense there on the CCTV bomb site will be enough to give them the round, and they are in match point once again, Cthulhu.
Match point indeed. Overtime match point, series point. Bazaar back at it once again, and they want to go into that grand final badly. Seeming to be going from one unorthodox playstyle to another, as that roam by BB pretty much solidified the fact that Bazaar were getting that first round of the overtime into their hands. So once again, we are going into round number 2 of overtime. This time it's PC419 on the defense for Executive Lounge and CEO Office. Curious how will things go from there on out, as we did see a fair few times when PC419 were the defenders of the Executive Lounge, where they were able to pull off some very pretty much noteworthy performance on this site.
PC419 could have gone basement if they wanted. It's overtime, so the sites were obviously unlocked. Instead, they have elected to go above. Must be a little bit more favorable for them. Also, the potential that they're trying to throw off these attackers. I don't think in terms of operator synergy, at least for the attackers, it'll be too much of an issue. They have a hard breach. They have 2, in fact, with the Thermite and the Hibana, and they have some really strong fragging potential as well. They have the Capitao and the Sophia, and Ghoul can go below as well and spot out a lot of those gadgets. So, once again, I sound like a bit of a broken record, but this could definitely go either way. These rounds so unpredictable at the moment, and both teams really showing up at different occasions. It's really going to come down to who can continue to just gel together and keep persisting through. PC4 not getting aggressive with the spawn peaks, won't yield anything yet. Campo getting very aggressive. Doesn't net a kill though, and this round will once again start to slow down just a little bit.
With Ghoul will be starting to make his way inside bank to try to get some information onto where the utility is. Nobody is actually roaming downstairs from C419. They're all holding up around site, so they might just be able to find some kills there. And Ghoul has already found that peaking point, so he might just be able to see. He does see. Oh boy, he did see Castle. Come on, go. Oh, nearly found him, but Castle gets to live another day, another few minutes, as BC is already tagged up quite substantially as well.
Just like that, we're almost already approaching the halfway point of the round. It seems like time is just flying so quickly at the moment as BC drops all the way down the hatch. That smoke, a really critical plant denial operator, a long, long way away, and it's a site where the retake can be quite challenging if held properly by these attackers. Ravenous as well. He's downstairs. He's contesting Ducky at the moment. He's near the Talor's desk. There's currently 2 roamers below. He's alongside Ghoul, and Ravenous got a frag or 2 here. It could be extremely impactful, but Ducky and Ghoul, they will play the percentage game and instead electing to move their way over towards Sequence and BB to try and get this wall open.
After a little bit of a successful push by Zafir, Ducky's still continuing to go for a few pre-fires, but decides to rendezvous with his team, and now the breaches only now will be starting to come out. The kite trick could very much be successful, as well as that there's the impact trick as well. Nate will be attempting once again to go in for the breach and will be utilizing both of his impacts, but oh, Nate decides to go in for the run out. We'll be getting that kill onto Sequence just like that with 36 seconds to go. The first frag will be going out onto Thermite, who just extinguished all of his utilities. So right now, for Ghoul, he needs to start moving onto the spiral stairs and get that early kill from behind. But Campo is the one to start dispatching BB, as BC is now on the flank.
Nade gets his double, and AFX needs to try and shut him down. He finally will be dropped, but the damage, it's already been done. Nami gets Ghoul, and it's a 1-on-4. AFX on the Hibana has 8 seconds to get 4 kills. The stats are not in his favor. I think he downed 1 there. No, he didn't. Cade's still alive. He is finally dropped, but he doesn't really have time to do much more. Nice shot there onto the second, but GC419 successfully protected the bombs, and Cthulhu, we will be heading to the final round. It just keeps on going.
It's a gift that keeps on giving, guys. More siege, more fun, and just more sweat to come out from both teams. You love to see it. As Staff Room and Open Area will be the final round choice for the defenses. Bizarre, I was just about to say, are deciding to bring in the Warden, but this time it is a Valkyrie. Maybe she will be 6th picked off, but when I say that, it will be a Bandit choice for the Staff Room and Open Area. So curious how will this be played out, as from what I remember, that very site was not very successful for Bizarre's hold.
No, we did see it previously. 419 did win this objective. Archives is an objective that is typically played as the 3rd favoured bomb site, but we haven't seen it at all. We've seen 14 rounds of Siege, and Archives has not been played a single time. Bizarre are completely dedicated to trying to hold this objective, and it could be their demise. Last time they didn't have much success on it at all. They tried to extend it over towards Archives, but it got completely picked apart. There was no plant denial either, and retaking this site can be damn near impossible sometimes. So I think it's going to be really critical that Bizarre have learnt from their mistakes, readapt and try and be a little bit more cautious in covering that plant. But who knows, PC419 could read into it like they did previously. Take the map, take the series, and get to that grand final.
Well, things will work out. PC419 did bring that glass, which only now seeing first appearance, so just how will that work out for the attacking team, as the glass, after a fair few reiterations, is now in a very potent position, considering that just recently his thermal scope has been buffed up for the for when it's not fully charged. So curious to see how things will work out. The winner of this very round will be playing very soon against Sleeper Gaming, in the grand final, but for now, we'll be finding that out in just about under 2 minutes.
BC on the IQ, continually spotting out gadgets, and we're seeing very much a repeat of PC419's previous attack on this site. Ravenous is given free reign to get the hatches open above, but there's no one actually on site to kill. Everyone is playing off site over towards Archives and Towers. And once again, it looks like it's going to be open for that plant. We do see Gulmao with the drone to try and deny it, the Yokai drone, AFX alongside him in kitchen. So it looks like they've invested a lot more utility and manpower into defending this A bomb site, but I think it could still definitely be a challenge.
Could very much be the case here, as all the sidelines are now being opened up. Campo is starting to push up towards the double door and are waiting for Nate's call to go for a push in, as the glass player of PC419 could very much dish out a hefty amount of damage with that OTS, but the plant is starting to go down. Plant is now starting to go down, and the smoke grenades are not getting any traction. The diffuser is down and placed now, but oh my, as Ducky picks up a double kill, but it's a 2v4, not in favor of BZR, as things are falling out quite swiftly here.
BB left all alone until as he dodges the first flash, but he gets taken out, and PC419, after a 15-round slog, will be your winners of the map of the series. They will be heading to that grand final up against Sleeper Gaming coming up very shortly.
Very shortly indeed. Fantastic turn of events for PC419, as just, it was an absolute banger set of rounds. And yeah, they will be the winning squad out here that will be playing against Sleeper Gaming in just a little bit. Four rounds. Sorry, not 4 rounds. Nearly. Sorry, all the full set of rounds will be have been played. Already lost just all the words to describe it. This was a fantastic turn of events though for PC419, and congrats to them. For now though, we are gonna go on a bit of a break, and we will be back in a little bit for some more Rainbow Six Siege goodness with the grand final of the LPL Matchpoint Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are just about to get into the grand final here, the moment you all surely been waiting for. My name is the Russian Cthulhu. I'm still joined by the one and only Guz. Guz, how are we feeling about this SLG versus PC419 matchup?
Yeah, really excited to see how this one will turn out. Sleeper Gaming, of course. Probably their last game together, unfortunately, and then PC419 with the two subs. Really pushing hard here in the series we saw earlier. 3-map epic that saw them just come out on top of the final round. So it's shaping up to be a good one.
Definitely is, and the maps that have been picked for this matchup are Clubhouse, Border, and Villa. With Clubhouse, PC419 will be starting on defense. Border, it will be once again 419 on defense, and then Villa in case things do go south for one of those teams. It's SLG that will be on the defense. And like you said, this is the final day for the final match for SLG to play out. They are also playing with a sub that is worthy, who I believe is either still on the Rhythm roster or has been subbed out. But yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup. So far, PC419 did show quite some promise. Their recent addition, Ornami, has been pulling off some very impressive plays, and I'm definitely keen to see how things will work out from here on out. Just got the confirmation as well, where there is still a part of Rhythm, but since they are not playing an LPL, he was allowed to sub in. We're just about to transition right into the game, as it is Clubhouse, ladies and gentlemen. The grand final of LPL Matchpoint Finals here. Rainbow Six Siege. Ban phase. Guz, anything particular you reckon we will be seeing? Or full on simple stuff?
I was about to say there'd probably be a hard breach denial operator on the board from at least the defense and a hard breach on the attack. Maverick, of course, will fulfill one of those, and if I'm recalling correctly, every map so far there has been at least one hard breach banned out, so definitely following the trend there. As for the rest of the attackers, likely expecting something along the lines of maybe even a Thatcher if they want to be really frisky, but it is Sleeper attacking first. They'll play it a little bit safer and go on to the Jackal.
Okay. So with Jackal now banned out, the roaming will be once again quite potentially prominent. As for the defense operators, we will be seeing Echo to be banned out as a first ban for defenders. And the secondary ban potentially could be either Maestro or Echo, seeing as both, well, at the very least, PC419 has been utilizing quite heavily the Japanese operator. So now that he's off the board, Mira could potentially be the next one to be banned out. He is. There we go. Nothing too unpredictable. Maybe Jackal to a certain extent, but even then, the man has not been getting a whole lot of love from the competitive teams at all.
Yeah, nothing really standing out there in terms of the ban phase, and it's shaping up to play in a familiar fashion to what we're used to on this map. What isn't familiar, though, or what isn't really expected, is a gym bedroom hold coming first up here. So PC419 trying to establish some dominance early here. We'll be going gym bedroom and probably expecting a 6-pick here to Castle. Castle's an operator that is quite popular on this side, and Nate will do it perfectly in time with my call. So expecting those to be used on the windows to give coverage to Campo on the bandit trick and to the remaining members trying to play inside of the bedroom. It'd be interesting to note if PC419 try and extend the site over towards cash room. It's a pretty popular hold these days as it gives you some presence on the balcony. And it looks like that too will also be the case with Onami starting to set up there as well.
Yeah, well, see how this will be played out. It's a good point that you've made about the castle, as their initial pick could have been signaling for the fact that they could have been picking CCTV and cash for defense, as a bandit kite combo. Definitely quite something popular, at least as of recently with Kite's recent buff as well. But nonetheless, they are going to be expanding out onto Cash Room, as well as that placing a castle barricade to ensure that at least some form of breaching utility would be needed if SLG would want a swift take of the room. But as it stands, apart from that, nothing too overly experimental, as the action phase is has just about started, and see how will SLG really approach this, as we have been doing quite a little bit of that theory crafting about which team could be quite victorious within the matter of this grand final.
President getting early control here on the Jacuzzi balcony, drains it out for the Bandit juggle. Potentially seeing that Campo is a fair distance away, but the second that EMP goes off, I'm expecting Campo to rotate quite quickly. Where he does have the EMP in hand, waiting for the right timing, but Campo's already made his way over to the wall in prime position for that denial. The castle and the gym barricade will be taken out. Nate tries to get aggressive to protect the Bandit. He gets the kill there onto a Razor, and Campo can now sit a little bit more safely on the Bandit juggle. But that thermite charge will go off. President will open the wall. That flame bolt just doing enough to ward him away. He has the long angle into Jim, but he gets drop shotted by Nate. Gets a double, and what a start there from the castle.
Getting a double kill in on such impactful operators is certainly something that PC419 have been banking on quite well, and it worked out pretty well as well. Buck, Capitao, and Thatcher are the only three remaining, and things are all looking all well for SLG's attack here on Gym and Bedroom.
Yeah, they've been stalled out now. The wall has been open, but way too many angles for them to contest on the entry. BC close with the shotgun as well. Campo, we can see at the stairs, so it's not really the best scenario. Boats makes his way in the wall and will try and peek the Bandit. He misses the shot, though. Campo will get that gunfight. He doesn't follow it up, though. Josh will finish him off, and he goes to get a second there onto the Legion. Worthy as well getting one, so it's a 2-on-2. Nate and Jaeger still on the board. Josh P firing in towards Con. Actually, I think downs the Jaeger, so it's now a 1-on-2. Nate seen him get 2 so far, but he needs 2 more. Will he go for the res? Josh goes for the plant. The res does go out, so Onami will be back to 20 HP. Josh will secure that 7-second plan, and now it's a post-plant scenario. Josh, he tries to use those bullet holes to find an angle in towards Con, but he won't find anyone. Nate playing quite passive. Onami on the flank. They need to be mindful of the flank. Worthy gets Nate, though, and that leaves Onami in a very compromised position. He only has 20 HP. A couple shots will down him, and there we go. Sleeper Gaming will take round number 1.
Very nice push overall, as Sleeper Gaming would initially seem to have thwarted any chances to be able to have a successful push. Did manage to play things out pretty well and readapt to how the PC419 end up playing out their cards. So very nicely done. We are going to go onto Charge and Arsenal Room, as PC419 decided to not retry the Gym and Bedroom and go to something a bit more familiar probably for their favor, and bringing in a slightly changed up lineup of operators that should allow them to gather slightly more information and know where exactly to play their cards. Razor, meanwhile, will be swapping things around onto the IQ, which should also give SLG a good idea as to where all that information gathering utility will be.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, IQ has been quite prominent tonight. We've seen it played a lot in the previous series between PC419 and Bizarre. We saw it cause some issues, particularly for Jaeger. There was a lot of times where Jaeger devices were being taken out quite easily, and even players that were droning were just getting completely deleted by IQ, who's able to swap them. So quite a wise 6-pick in my opinion, and we'll be able to gather a lot of that intel, as you mentioned. And look, it's a wise pick. There is a lot of utility on the side of PC419. You've got the Mozzie drones that will be in play, the cameras from Valkyrie, and even as micro as the goo mines and ADS devices. So Razor will play a very critical role, I think, in how this plays out and how that utility is really sort of diminished for these defenders. And the more utility you can take away, the easier, in theory, that plant will be.
Indeed. See, will work out here for PC419, whether they will be able to bring this back or not, because the way how first round went, it seemed that every chance was in favor of PC419, but SLG were able to just pretty much sneak away with a win. Can they pull off a somewhat better execution here or not? Still remains to be seen, but so far they've managed to take quite a good amount of ground in a fairly quick fashion. And interestingly enough, I do have to point out, is IQ running with a reflex sight for maybe a little bit more aggression, and what a nice shot by Worthy to take out Nate straight away. My goodness.
Josh as well onto Campo, and yeah, Worthy with that Pro League experience coming up very shortly, and of course off the back of Challenger League, he's definitely in form and prepared and ready for this matchup. Meanwhile, the rest of Sleeper Gaming will try and consolidate, try and find these 3 remaining members by droning them out. So they will go for a bit of a split push here. They have some over at the main stairs and some over towards blue. There's 3 members, as I mentioned, that they need to try and locate, try and find exactly where they are, try and set up those crossfires to clear them out. Ravenous, he's been spotted by President inside of Armor. He's over near the AK rack. Josh tries to get aggressive, but also Ravenous will go for the peek from blue and actually wins the gunfight. What a play from him. The aggressiveness that was required. Worthy not quite with the confidence to go for that refrag yet. And if he goes to this peek, it could be his demise. Human tries to sort of warn him to push back. The wide peek from Ravenous almost collects him another kill. He will be shut down. Ravenous looking so dangerous, but Worthy will get the headshot. Razor gets BC, and it's a 4-on-1 on Army, left in a very unfavorable position. Sleeper Gaming take the second round.
This is what I like to see from Sleeper Gaming right now, because they are able to find the poking spots where they can potentially split the attention of PC419. And they keep on pressuring it up until the point where you need to directly contest those firefights. And that's exactly where SLG are able to be victorious. Plus, there's also the fact of the fatigue that you mentioned before during the match of PC419 versus Bazaar, where the longer the match draws out, the more fatigued can the players get. So with this in mind right now, SLG also had all the time in the world to actually keep on watching how the match unveiled there for PC419, and would know pretty much at least half of the ways how would PC419 approach certain positions and certain situations. So right now SLG has such a great advantage that it's kind of spooky even at this point.
SLG now will be able to head over to Cash and CCTV, and this is a little bit of a weird site in some sense. After the clubhouse rework, after a little bit, teams obviously began to shut it more. And this really was the primary site for such a long time, but I get the impression that recently there's been quite a shift. The attackers have really nutted out how to sort of approach this side and really stop that bandit from juggling the wall and then being able to push up main stairs quite effectively, and it's becoming increasingly hard to defend. I guess that's probably why AC419 have gone here as their 3rd site. Of course, they could have gone anywhere. They haven't won a defense yet. But they're trying to continually mix it up here and not let SLG get into too much of a rhythm.
I see what you did there.
That was unintentional, I promise.
I see what you did there.
I claim it. I'll claim it.
Nonetheless, though, all the memes and all the puns out of the way, SLG, though, won't be sleeping anytime soon and will be trying to get as much of a traction for themselves, as they are already in a 2-point lead and we're not even keen or even close to giving away any of those points to PC419.
President will get the wall open quite easily. Nate unable to juggle the wall, and just like that, SLG have full line of sight in towards CCTV. And it's so early in the round, it's going to be pretty tough now for these defenders to recover. They need to be very, very critical in how they sort of approach that area of the objective. If they expose themselves too much, they could be taken out pretty easily now.
Well, with already a duo dropping down into construction, things might get a little bit tight for PC419's defense. The C4 is being ripped. Maybe if that can be sent in right through the doorway, be blown out, but it seems that Razor has a completely different idea. Nami will be picking up a kill onto Josh. Nice shot with a suppressed Alder to make sure that the traces won't be showing where exactly the position of Maestro is, but nonetheless, it is a good start to keep stalling out. Ravenous with another run out will be getting rid of Worthy, and that's the rhythm of SLG completely gone.
Razor opens up the soft wall in construction, but he gets taken out. Campo's inside of logistics holding the cross, and now it is a 2-on-5. PC419 finally looking like they will gain a round, and they will. It's flawless, in fact, and PC419 finally get one on the board.
Very nice play, as not sure what happened there, but nonetheless, very well done by PC419. Finally finding a good round and a good side to play off, but now they will be forced to fall back into Church and Arsenal room, see if they will be able to play this out even better. Now that they know how would SLG potentially approach this, need to know how well can they defend this. A little bit confused as to what happened there. What exactly did we miss with President?
No idea what happened there. Either way though, President and his team didn't win the round, so whatever it wasn't spectacular enough to give them that round win. Moving on though, we are heading to Church. Pretty standard lineup coming from PC419, albeit with the Vigil, an operator that has seen some limited play this evening and one that can stall out the attackers as they try and approach the objective. But on a site like this, it may not be as effective. Basement typically doesn't have any roamers, and if it is, it's normally at the top and it's really a time burner. So maybe that'll be on Nami's objective. Try and waste time. We've seen him frag out on many occasions tonight so far though, so maybe he could get a couple kills and try and put his team back in contention. Of course, if they win this round, they'll draw the scoreline and they'll probably be able to breathe a sigh of relief.
Well, that drone play will be effective as Nate goes in for a bit of a preliminary fire to see maybe if he can catch some, if a stray bullet can catch one of the attackers, but it's not the case, as Ornami is going to be on that roam again, but this time watching over the hatch that is in the bar. Curious if this will get spotted in any shape or form, as I don't think PC419 has yet prompted to go for an upstairs hold while playing the Church site. Being extra careful here now, well, with the oil pit. Definitely knows that there might be some kind of a run out, and it is Boats and Razor that will be trying to go in for an opening onto Vigil, whose position now has been full on exposed.
Wallbangs are coming out, but none of them connect just yet. Onami's still on 100 HP, and it's up now to SLG to try and hunt him down. If they kill him, they'll be at the man advantage. But this is draining quite a bit of time. We're almost at the halfway point of the round. Onami's still on full HP, and they're still trying to drain him out. That Vigil device coming into perfect effect is where they're unable to find where he is, and they seemingly aren't 100% sure where he's located. Campo as well gets Josh, so they're at the main disadvantage now, and Onami is still roaming. They know he's somewhere inside of CCTV as Nate gets President, but they haven't quite killed him. Finally, he is taken down, but Cthulhu, they only have just over a minute to go, and they're at the main disadvantage.
They are indeed. While they were hunting for that Vigil, already the Capitao and the Thermite is off the board, so now that leaves the remaining three in a bit of a sticky situation. Now that they won't be able to get into any breaches done, they will be forced to go in through the choke points, which PC419 already set up for them. So right now they need to be very cautious about where do they want to push.
Working with the nades, trying to get some control of Church as Razor gets nades with the 3-on-3, but he's taken out by Ravenous as Boats makes his way through Moto. Shoots some shots into blue, but none connect, and he will be taken out by BC at close range. And now it's up to Worthy. He plays for Rhythm, he's filling in for SLG. He gets one, but can't get the second. PC419 will even out the man count.
Unfortunately, at this point, for SLG, their rhythm has been a little bit stalled out as it's a 2-2 for both teams. And Jim Bedroom to come out from PC419, the side that once again got nearly won out on the first round, but I believe for them ended up getting stolen away by SLG. And just like that, while PC419 are on that comeback game, they might just be able to run away with a third point for themselves. Curious as if that will be the case here or not.
Worthy there, seemingly contemplating the 6-pick from Buck onto Hibana. Thinks better of it though, will remain on the Buck, and that could potentially see him go below and do some soft destructibility, or more than likely help the push over towards Cash, and as well as that, get some of the hatches open too. On the side of the defense though, it's a pretty standard lineup to what we've come to expect here. The Castle placing those barricades to protect the Bandit Juggle. On the Legion will be able to deploy some of those goo mines and help push back these attackers. I get the impression this will probably play out pretty similarly to the previous time we saw this. The wall gets opened early by SLG. They need to be a little bit more confident in taking that control early. We saw them stall out a little bit last time, and I think PC419 will probably be aware of that and not be too frazzled if that wall gets opened early. And it may well. Campo is a long way away here. If they yeet it straight towards that wall and Campo doesn't get the kill, should be open pretty quickly.
Well, the push might be just coming out as Josh will just be preparing Claymore in case there's a run out to happen. Pretty thorough roaming game here for PC419, but Worthy will be attempting to get rid of that castle barricade with the frag grenade, and we'll be able to do that very quickly. A couple of pre-fires nearly connect with Ravenous, but just not there. Only a couple of centimeters away from him.
Oh, Ravenous very compromised inside of Cash, but he's doing his job well. He's wasting a lot of time, and Nate's come over to support him. If the player on the window wide picks, he could collect him, but the timing just isn't quite there, and Nate on the shotgun nonetheless is unable to secure the frag. Ravenous gets away with it quite well, doesn't take too much damage. Dynamite begins to open Cash while he places it on the floor, so there are now footholds. He tries to shoot him through the hole, and he takes him out through the slightest of pixels. Great shot there by President. Now they have a clear man advantage.
Yeah, well, with a very nice and very swift advantage that SLG just gained themselves, surely they will be able to find themselves the rest of those peaks, but right now they need to make sure that the places, all the places won't be left unchecked, as push and the bandit trick won't be successful, as now that it will be forced to fall back. Campo playing in a little bit more of a falling back, and now will be falling into the grave. Now watching and spectating the rest of his team. Well, the last teammate, that is Ornami, the man, the myth, the legend, the Clutchmeister for his team. Will be able to down the Buck, but 4 more players here will need a ace clutch to bring this out. But just at the wrong moment, will be turning away and will be dying to the hands of IQ. That is Razor. Sleepy Gaming winning round number 5 and taking the lead back in their favor, I believe.
Shaping up nicely now for Sleeper Gaming, who managed to bring one back. There's a time there where PC419 took 2 rounds in a row, but it will be brought back. And this is SLG's map, so you would expect them to be quite strong here, particularly on the attack, and a 4-2 half would definitely prove that. They will have to attack CCTV and Cash, though. A site that could definitely go their way, especially if they get that wall open nice and quickly like they did last time.
Yeah, well, let's see, because last time, yes, they did manage to open it up pretty quickly. The remainder of the round went pretty grim by SLG, so curious.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
How will this play out pretty well?
PC419 with a pretty standard setup. I'm expecting the Maestro to be playing inside of Garage to provide Overwatch, and Nate on that Bandit to try and re-attempt the juggle. We saw on the last occasion that the trick didn't work well really at all, and the walls opened really quite early, and that seems to be a priority for President and his team. He seems to be really adamant in getting these walls open nice and quickly, and I think that's the way to approach it. Try and put that pressure on the defenders early. Try and use that hard breach utility as quickly as possible, and try and set up your team nice and early for that execute, and give yourself plenty of time to get that intel.
Yeah, well, with already a proven lineup of the reinforcements that PC419 already showed, curious how will they execute it this time, and how will they be able to flex it comparative to what we saw from SLG? Because yes, SLG were able to play this out, but they were able to get that win just off some very, very risky plays. So curious how will this round go for them, and whether SLG will be able to score themselves a 4th point, or whether we will be ending the first half on a draw.
Here comes one of the pivotal moments of the round. President approaching the wall, trying to get that exothermic charge to explode, but Nate, he's tasked with avoiding that from happening. Hitting those bandit juggles, those bandit charges up and down, trying to throw him off. It looks like SLG will take their time. Boats with a 1-tap will take out Ravenous. No idea where that was. But that's one way to open up the round, and that puts even more pressure now on the attackers. Campo gets Josh, and it will be evened out. President seemingly giving up on this wall, so it appears to me as if President's made the call that this is going to be too hard to open. Nate is very adamant in juggling the wall, so he's going to rotate over towards Con, presumably, try and get something going there, and maybe that'll be the play.
They need right now to reinforce Worthy and help him go in for that push, because they know that there might be some more presence downstairs, and if they do manage to dislodge that position of Bandit, it could be very much worth the shot and worth the attempt. Well, with that in mind though, the construction side into the cache will be opened up, and that could be the big pressure point that SLG might be looking for.
President tries to find any more feet inside of that A bomb site. We saw him do it previously when they pushed in towards Jim. On this occasion though, he won't find any players. Worthy, meanwhile, definitely playing patiently below, probably waiting for the right time to start soft breaching above himself, especially when these defenders are distracted. Boats is set up on the window for the cross. Campo will secure his double there, as the wall now may be open. It looks like the bandit trick might be coming out though from Nate. It could be a little bit late. It's going to be very, very close. The wall gets open. Half of them actually get denied, so it won't be an entry point. Rather, it'll just be a peak. President still looking for picks inside of Con, and Sleeper Gaming are being shut down at the moment. They're going to be forced to rush in towards the site. The flushes do come out. President still with that diffuse in hand, but Boats from the main stairs drops Campo, and he gets a second onto BC. They've completely failed to watch that angle, but Onami gets 2, and Nate follows it up with the 3rd, and PC419 bring it back despite that last minute push.
Nami just managed to get a very nice spray down right through the wall, and that was a lineup and a half from SLG. So PC419 with that very well-held defense from the garage even, pretty much managed to score themselves a draw in the first half, which means that we are back to pretty much going back and forth with the scores on the second half, where SLG now will be the ones to be in the defender's seat. Could potentially show us a different turn of events. Maybe it will be just about the same. We'll find that out in a little bit. Whereas on the side of PC419, the lineup is just about the same, minus the fact that this time they won't be bringing in a Buck. Rather, it will be a Capital for the Church and Arsenal room defense. I would still say probably Buck would have been a little bit more beneficial, just for the sole fact that he can do the soft breaching quite better.
3-3 now the scoreline as we head into the second half. Once again, it is, of course, anyone's game, and I'm liking this pulse pick from the defenders. SLG electing to give that role to Boats, who has a couple of options in how he wants to play this. He could play below the kitchen hatch. If anyone enters from there, they could be taken out by a C4. Could even play any blue and gather intel. There's plenty of opportunities for this pulse to play both passively and aggressive, and I think either way, it's going to be really nice to have some intel gathering for their team. They also, on top of that, have the Valkyrie and the Maestro. So they shouldn't be short of intel. Boats is going to play a long way off site, going for the spawn peak. Won't get a kill. This aggression from SLG, it's a lot so far. Probably not quite the play, and they realize that. They're going to rotate back towards the site. But I think that could place a little bit of doubt in the minds now of PC419, who will have to meticulously drone above the site.
This is exactly what SLG need to do. They need to keep putting that element of doubt to the minds of PC419 and make them continuously question each and every one of their moves. But that could be much more efficient if there was also the pressure of the points difference. But as it stands, it is a 3-3, so PC419 for now are going pretty good, all things considered. Yes, them getting 4 points on defense would have been nice, but that's not the case here. But a 3-3 is still workable, very much. Razor to open things up onto BC will be able to get rid of the Thatcher, the operator that is quite crucial for all this breaching. And if there was a Hyatt as well in play, that would have been a complete different turn of events. Nate to take things out on Worthy as well as that Josh with a trade should be still keeping things in favor of the defense.
It's a 4-on-3 in favor of SLG. Boats, as I mentioned earlier, will now be able to gather a whole world of intel for his team using that pulse scanner. Razor as well inside of blue, and it appears as if they have all their angles covered. Razor will be droned out, but he's pretty safe behind that little box there. Josh can also assist him if required, and even Boats from really long range behind the shield can help too. So it appears as if SLG are in a really favourable position. I guess PC419 have time on their side, just over a minute to get something going as the flashes will come out. Razor not too affected by that, still holding that position. And this isn't really the play, I don't think, for PC419. Clearing blue is going to be such a challenge. Instead, they should go for Church. Oh my goodness, that lifeline. Not the best timing. Nami could have actually got the frag there onto Boats. He was seemingly unaware there was a player on the hatch. Either way, though, Revenus will make his way down the main stairs, and he should be able to thermite open the main wall, pending no trick with the impact grenades. Revenus pushes all the way through Moto, so maybe he's out of charges. Either way, the diffuser has been dropped, and now Josh will secure his double. It's a 4-on-2. Chances of PC419 winning this round seemingly slipping away, and Josh is at a very sneaky angle here. Should be able to pick up the player that pushes him, turning it to a 4-on-1. Josh plays quite passively as Campo gets present, and he's just going to hold this position. It doesn't appear as if the player is aware he's there, and he will secure his triple. Campo now needs to try and collect, but there's nothing he can do. Sleeper Gaming.
Wait, where does the Razor come up from?
I think he came from the hatch. Yeah, he just absolutely yeeted on him.
And drop shot. There it is.
The drop shot's back.
The drop shot is back, ladies and gentlemen. Albeit that it's still going to be loud as heck whenever you drop from the hatch. But nonetheless, you could say he fell with a bang. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's what I thought so as well. Nonetheless, CCTV and Cash Room will be the next choice for SLG's defense after quite a convincing hold in the Church and Arsenal room. Curious to see how will they play things out for themselves on the top floor, considering that Worthy just decided to switch from a heavy roamer to a heavy anchor role with the change up to a dock.
Attackers need to
Loading in now, it must be CCTV and Cash. A site that seemingly has grown unfavourable among defenders, but SLG seem to be confident in holding this objective. A lineup that we've really come to expect. They bring the AA cog, one of those likely holding the garage. Boats will be denying the wall with the bandit charges, and Razor's there for some fragging as well as denying those projectiles. Josh, once again on the Valkyrie, we saw him in the previous round get a nice kill there onto Nate, really setting up the round nicely for his team. And not only will he be able to frag out, but of course his primary objective will be to gain some really nice intel onto the site. And there's a lot of sneaky places you can place those cameras on this objective, and I'm expecting him to probably do so.
Indeed. Golden reinforcements are just being set up, but we are just transferring into the action phase. See how things will kick off here. Razor is roaming in a bit of a unconventional position right at the bottom of the garage by the entrance into the ground or hallway, where he could very much hold a very strong position, I believe, as a bandit. Will get pressured. At the very least, what they can do is gain some more traction and pretty much try to C4 from below. So find out how will this play out, but as it stands, Worthy is the one to be contesting the garage entry and will be still being able to dish out quite some hefty amount of damage onto the Zofia, but the crossfire from the opening will be pretty much the end of him.
Yeah, slight misplay there from Worthy, exposing himself to the angle will now give full control of Garage to Onami. He makes his way to the window as they begin to flush it out. Boats is holding such a critical cross here and needs to get multiple members as they try and cross for the plant. Josh gets Campo and it's a 4-on-4. Onami on that window position will get Razor. Now PC419 with half the round to go, look to make their way in towards site. Ravenous makes it all the way in, but the second gets denied. Josh as well gets the C4, so it's a 3-on-2, and the diffuser has been dropped. Onami and Nate now need to try and recover it and go for the plant, but Boats gets one. He is immediately refragged though, and Nate is still in a position to win this round. Such a strong crossfire being held though, and there we go. Sleeper Gaming will board off what looked to be a very promising attack.
Very nice angle by President to be held. He managed to have a very good crossfire up there for his team, and just like that, Sleepy Gaming are pushing to the 5th point themselves, only 1 point away from a match point there. So far so good for them. But Gym and Bedroom, the tertiary site to come out for SLG, usually it's considered one of those sites that is being considered one of the either the throwaway sites or something where it could go 50-50. So if on this point, I reckon if SLG do manage to make it work, then, well, this could very much be their map for the taking. So, apart from that, really, both of the teams are able to pull off some great plays. T419 are still not out of this just yet, so they still have plenty ways to bring this back. So, see how will the setup for SLG work out.
Bomb located by attackers.
That is, of course, 3 rounds straight now for the blue team, of course, that being SLG, and it's looking like their map pick is definitely working out for them so far. If they win this, of course, they'll be 6-3, and that'll leave them on match point. Well, they need one more round to finish it off, and they look to be pretty strong across their first 2 objectives. So that indicates to me that their objective pool here on Clubhouse is quite deep, and they should be able to go the distance. Pretty standard setup so far. They've reinforced the wall, they've brought the castle to cover the bandit juggle if that potentially comes out, or the Cade in this instance, and then they've extended it all the way over towards Cash. That'll give them some control, hopefully, of CCTV, and make that attack just a little bit harder.
But now we are seeing a 4-3 stack right by the west wall to see how things will go out from there. But now PC419 are not planning to go just yet. Only now the EMP will be going out. But the Kai charge should allow the denial of the thermite charge. And there it is, a very well placed Kai charge by Worthy, be allowing that to happen. Another Kai charge will be coming out, and Worthy should potentially be able to... Nope, he won't be even trying to deny that, as this time all 3 of the EMP grenades have been wasted, and that is actually a good go for Ayed.
Worthy has made his way in towards Jim. He has protection from behind. The castle barricade still up, and he does have a rotate to his hard right. It's finding quite a strong entry point that the attackers have established. Boats, meanwhile, he's over towards Cash Room alongside Razor, and there hasn't really been any activity over on this side of the map. PC419 completely dedicating all their efforts over towards the west and now over towards logistics. Razor tries to pre-fire the hatch drop, but he won't find a frag. Worthy, meanwhile, has rotated towards bathroom. PC taking some damage there onto the Thatcher, as it sounds like the castle barricade now has been opened. So Onami is on the balcony alongside Nate. Nate watching his flank as BC enters towards the site. Looks like they're setting up to go for a Jim plan as Campo gets Josh. Nate firing over towards CC window as President gets BC. He's holding a really strong cross here, and because they don't have control of Cash, he's able to sit there quite freely. worthy as well to support him. He's holding the window from bathroom, and Cthulhu, this setup's looking pretty damn dangerous as President just gets another.
It is most certainly dangerous, as the shining star of PC419 just ended up falling down to President's very tight hold. And as it stands, it is a 3 versus 4 right now for SLG. This is very much optimal. 30 seconds, but a very nice and aggressive push by Ravenous will be ensuring that the Maestro will no more be holding the angles there. Worthy is in a bit of a peculiar position, but as it stands, it is only one person. Wait, fine, 2 people that are alive. Campo and Nate will need to pull off an absolute magic here, and they will need to go in for that plan. There's the meetup. Nice shot onto Campo will be ensuring the play. Razor needs to get up and kill Nate, but as it stands, the plant will be starting to go down. Boats needs to disrupt that. Needs to make sure that the plant does not go down, but that won't be the case. The timer will be now starting to tick against them. Nice pickup and a double kill for Boats to close things out. Fantastic play. My goodness, the man does manage to make it work with a UMP-45.
Boats will send SLG to match point with a fantastic spray down there. Unfortunately for PSD419, they just line up perfectly for him. Does disable the diffuser, and it is the round victory going their way. Cthulhu, is that the critical round? Is that the point of no return?
I think that this might just be the point of no return here, guys, as that side was by any means was supposed to go into the hands of SLG. Sorry, PC419. They had the man advantage. They had the diffuser down and everything, and still ended up lining up. So at this point, Church and Arsenal room, we've seen at least 2 variations from SLG to be played out, and both of them were very much different to how they approached it. So I am definitely keen to see how will this particular hold play out, as Josh does decide to bring in an Ella for this one. But yeah, SLG so far has been performing absolutely amazingly.
Looking good so far, but they need to seal the deal. That play from Boats was just nuts in the end. Obviously a little bit of luck going into that, the fact that PC419 did line up, but his trigger discipline and his timing on the peak really couldn't be faulted. He played it super well, considering how that was a high pressure scenario. Not really looking winnable, but he committed to it. He just went for the send, and it managed to pay off. I guess luckily for them, they do have the ability now to fall back to this downstairs bomb site, which I'm sure they're probably pretty happy about. And as for PC419, it's going to be pretty hard to recover from that, I feel. Losing to a spray down like that has to be a little bit demoralizing, and they just need to recollect their thoughts, try and reset here, and try and really think about how they're going to try and dislodge this defense.
With that in mind, though, now Boats, sure that he just shows as much disrespect as possible to all the biker members of Memorial Hall. Gotta pay respects. Come on. Never mind. That won't be the case. But for now, though, to return back to the actual match at hand, so far it seems that it's just about the simple turtle strat, and Campo is already actually pushing up with not even a second past. The Hibana player will be hot on tracks a bit, so will decide to promptly fall back.
Campo getting a little bit trapped there as he tries to make his way towards the hatches. They should be able to get them open, and this round feels like it's gone quite slowly, actually. PC419 still with plenty of time to work with. Blue hatch gets open, and it looks like that will be quickly followed up by the bar hatch. Those EMPs really quite effective. Boats is going to try and immediately C4 it, and he gets the kill to BC. Oh my god, such an unexpected play. Nets him the kill. Thatcher getting absolutely yeeted across that bar floor, and now it looks like they may well take the map. It's not looking great here for PC419. They still have a hard breach though, but with that man disadvantage, it's going to be really tough to come back.
The Ravenous right now is starting to drone up ahead. He might drop down into the blue, but oh, Nate just nearly catching one of the defenders off through the wall, but it is Campo that is opening up onto Josh, so minusing out the L is definitely gonna help a little bit with the man advantage, but utility-wise right now, it is still heavily in favor of the defense, having so much information to be gathered and nothing to disrupt that cardiac sensor. Surely they will need to deny this. Boats will be still prompting to stay, this time actually just a little bit behind the ballistic shield. Having a duo hold the charge could potentially work out, but they need that, all those shots to be connecting at it. It seems that actually PC419 are prompting to go for a comeback, worthy to pick up a kill onto Ravenous. But it is a 2v3 situation.
Make that a 1-on-3. Worthy has the diffuser down, but he can't watch every angle, and PC419 out of nowhere will bring that round back. And it looked to me like there was a little bit of a misplay there. When the main wall was getting open, Pulse had the intel, and he was pinging it out to no one that could do anything about it. They didn't have a Kaid, they didn't have a Bandit. Maybe the impact trick was a little bit delayed as well. So unfortunately, despite having that intel, as you mentioned, to really make use of, it wasn't actually acted upon. So unfortunately, that round doesn't go their way, but Cthulhu, they can go back there again, and I don't think they're going to make that same mistake twice.
Only way to find out, Guz, as we are just about to move into round number 11. 2 points away for PC419 to bring this back to OT, and only one round for SLG to close things out.
Attackers need to locate
As
and
so
defuse
far,
bombs.
like you said, it was a little bit of an oversight by SLG's defense, but this time, looking at the scoreboard, Campo is the one that is leading the charge for PC419, whereas on the side of SLG, pretty much each and every one of the members has been pitching in quite equally, so things are still looking quite positive for the team that just came out of the upper bracket.
Interesting play coming out here from President. He's playing Bandit, and he is a long way away from sight. Keep in mind, it is Church. President is currently 2 floors above the objective, playing Bandit, an operator that can be quite critical in denying that very wall that I mentioned earlier. Expecting him maybe to waste a bit of time, but try and get back to sight. That can be quite difficult on this objective though, and he needs to be mindful. If he gets taken out here, not only do they lose that man advantage, but those Bandit batteries that can be so critical will no longer be in play. It looks like he did make his way back through blue though, as the holes above that wall will be opened, allowing for the impact trick. So definitely a better setup here in my mind for SLG, and hopefully they can capitalize.
A similar thing we were saying for the previous round, and was a little bit of an oversight for SLG, so let's see if they will be able to get their bearings back in play. But as it stands, the Claymore on the oil pitch should potentially ensure that at the very least there will be a sound notification for PC419 the moment somebody will try to go in for the flank from below. So apart from that, really, with already a minute gone, only now the hatches are starting to get opened up. Curious as to how will defense approach this, and maybe yet another C4 to yeet in could be in play, but that's not the case here.
Yeah, Boat's not testing his luck once again, and probably rightly so. It looked like both attackers were a little bit more cautious on that occasion. Kitchen hatch getting opened as well, so PC419 have no shortage of entry points. Nate as well at the top of blue, so it seems like they're going for a very open attack, not really filtering through one particular location, instead trying to cover all sides of the objective and really just force SLG into mistakes. Drone still being used. There's over a minute to go, so PC419 once again, their time management has been quite effective. They have plenty of time to work with, and now they need to try and get the wall open. Ravenous has 2 charges that he can use. It's going to be up to these defenders to deny both of them. President tried the bandit trick. He bandits all the walls, and Ravenous won't be able to get it open yet. They need to wait for another EMP, but BC, he's completely out of those EMP grenades. They're going to need to try impact it from above, but that doesn't work. So once again, they're just going to have issues opening it, and President, finally, that adaptation paying dividends.
Yeah, but while the adaptation on the breach denial is there, Nate is the one to open up on a Razor, so now forcing smoke to fall into the blue tunnel to ensure that that angle is still being watched over. And this time, The push might come out very swiftly. 24 seconds left to go, and the action is just about to come out. Worthy to grab a kill onto Nate. That is the blue tunnel fully cleared out, and now the push will be coming out all the way from the west. Now there's the peek by Campo onto Josh. Worthy to pick up a kill onto BC. It is a 3v3 situation. Make it 2v3. 6 seconds left to go. The plant is starting to go down. The shot needs to land. There it is. President does manage to make it play on the Ravenous, and there it is. The time will be running out. SLG will be winning map number 1, ladies and gentlemen. And just like that, they will be getting the map point as well.
Good performance there from SLG. Will give them a 1 map lead in this grand final season. Nice little emote there for Worthy, flexing that smoke. And man, that last round was crazy. That Plantanol from President, what a nutty shot. Unfortunately for PC419, they didn't have the opportunity to recollect the diffuser, and that's all she wrote for map number 1.
Indeed, with SLG winning map number 1, we are staring down into a potential next map being Border, and potentially could be the last one if SLG will keep things going for themselves. But as it stands, we will be going for a little bit of a break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go too far away, as we will be back with Border, map number 2, for the grand final. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Map number 2, Sleeper Gaming versus PC419. Border, Cthulhu, and Guz on the mic. How you feeling, my friend?
It's been a long 4 hours, but these teams are producing some pretty interesting siege. It's been fun to watch, and look, heading into map number 2, this is PC419's pick. So on paper, we could see a third map, but Sleeper Gaming did perform quite strongly on map number 1 at Clubhouse. They took that 7-4. Maybe we could see them take Border here, a map which has become a little bit more stale.
Yeah, Border has seen already a numerous amount of iterations as to how would competitive teams go about playing them, and same goes for the bans and picks, and the Thermite to be banned out first definitely is quite something. Jackal, once again, it's been a very much of a prominent ban throughout today's whole broadcast, and it's just, in general, he's, even with after the rework, in a very well organized team, he's still a nuisance to deal with, and nobody wants really to be tracked on a continuous basis. On the defense side, we will be seeing a mirror ban, and I would imagine somewhere across the lines of Maestro, Echo once again be banned out. This has been pretty much of a trend at this point.
Yeah, the defensive bans haven't been too adventurous so far tonight, and I would have to agree that it'll likely be the Echo or the Maestro PC419, of course, with the ban, and it will be, drum roll, a Maestro. Absolutely shocked, unprecedented. Would never believe it if you told me.
Me neither, guys. Me neither. But with that very much unpredictable ban phase, we are going to be going into even more unpredictable of a map. Border. Armory lockers and archives. Who would have thunk? But nonetheless, all of the sarcasm away, both teams so far has been performing quite well. For PC419, the fatigue may or may not be settling in. This is their, I believe, 7th map already they playing today, and honestly, that's a marathon and a half. And even with them producing this kind of a scoreline with Clubhouse going 7-4, I would be amazed. I personally, I wouldn't be able to go with 7 maps in a row for a marathon to go in for the play competitively, especially on top of and staying on top of my game. So massive props to those teams at the very least.
Yeah, it's safe to say that the odds are stacked against them. PC 419 in a grueling 7 hours. Of course, they have had small breaks between that, but
still,
I mean, sitting down and playing Siege for 7 hours is a long, long time, and surely it's having an impact. On top of that as well, they are playing with 2 fill-ins. They're not even playing their full core at the moment. They've made it to the grand final still. They've put in decent performance on map number 1, but I think it's going to be super hard to back that up with an even better performance here on map number 2. It's going to be interesting to watch, and can't wait to see what the result will be.
Honestly, I do have to give it though to the subs that do play for PC419. They did make some very good plays, and they, by any means, were playing as if they are part of the core. So definitely did their homework, and it's not just last moment substitution. So.
Whoa.
Okay.
Nami there. I think he took a little bit of damage actually when he ran out there, so he got the camera in a nice position. Took a little bit of damage for his troubles, but I don't think it'll be too much to worry about.
Meanwhile, though, Worthy is already hot and ready to go. Wants to get rid of that wall and get the action going straight away. The need for that office control is first on his list, and he wants to get it going on the double. Razor will be going in with a fantastic shot to take out Campo and deny Jaeger's position in the archives, which is most definitely something that PC419 definitely need.
Boats given free passage inside of Fountain, drops BC, he's not even looking his way. They're seemingly unaware that these players are pushing in through Water Fountain. They have no utility, no barbed wire to really slow them down. I'm not sure they even have intel on site. Nate is on Echo and should be able to maybe give out some calls, but look at them, they're both off site. They're both going to be trapped into very awkward refrags. Ravenous gets one, but he doesn't get the plant down. President will secure that. As boats get split up in towards Water Fountain by the Alamine, or at least the Lifeline. Razor, meanwhile, will get Ravenous, and now it's all looking very bad for Nate. He gets dropped off the board, and with all those Sleeper Gaming showing up here.
At this point, I feel that they need to change from Sleeper Gaming to Woke Gaming, because the amount of action that they've been producing here was absolutely amazing. They just keep on moving. You don't see them really you didn't really see them stall out at any given point throughout that whole round, and it's just a gunfight after gunfight after gunfight. They just keep on challenging each and every point that PC419 makes, and it's definitely something very much impressive to see.
Looks like PC419 though will try and correct their errors. They're going to head back to Armory and Archives. Alibi on the board as well. Something we don't often see. We see occasionally an Alibi in play. She has a very strong primary, and a gadget can cause some disruption, but there are often operators who would pick over her, so I'm not quite sure how they're going to try and utilize those Alibi devices. I'm expecting more investment, though, over towards Office. In the previous round, we saw Sleeper Gaming literally just waltz straight in through Office, straight in through Water Fountain, and they just had full control of Archives straight away, and by that time, they just cut off any sort of rotate or PC419 to execute. So I'm expecting them to try and hold that off a little bit more. The reinforcements over towards Office and give me some hope that they are going to try and hold it a little bit more and try and make it a little bit tougher for them.
5 seconds left.
Oh.
Attackers' objective is to locate
419, they will need to keep a hold of all their wits right now. This pre-fire will be able to actually workable, but oh no. To no extent this will be happening for Ravenous, but it is Nate that will be actually copying a kill onto Josh. Taken out of Zofia that early into the round. Definitely going to be a bit of an issue for SLG to deal with. That is definitely something that they were not expecting there.
Yeah, definitely not ideal to be taken out by the spawn peak, and that should now give PC419 a little bit more comfort in this round. It is important, though, that they don't throw this man advantage, and it might happen here. BC caught up a long way from site. Worthy, very close, and if he gets the drone intel, BC will be taken out easily. He hasn't got much HP. The hatch above him, though, has been opened. That puts him under the pump a little bit. He either needs to go for the frag or fall back. He seems to be stuck in 2 mines at the moment. BC is very patiently waiting on this angle. The element of surprise could pay dividends as he's worthy. Still holding the hatch. This is turning into a little bit of a standoff at the moment. Worthy seemingly unaware that the bandit's there and he just goes away. I think that was the bandit in BC shooting him as he runs away. Almost reaching the halfway point of the round. Unfortunately, President's dropped off the board for SLG and their push is seemingly falling apart. Onami onto Razor and it's just like that, a 2-on-5.
Just like that, it's certainly looking like we might be seeing a flawless round, and we will be, as PC419 decide to respond back with some fantastic aggression and fantastic roaming after a bit of a humiliating, to a certain point, round number 1. So, well done, PC419, as we are going to go into round number 3 with now PC419 prompting to go to ventilation room and workshop.
Yeah, I think SLG really need to rely on exploiting weaknesses in the defensive setup. We saw them do that in round number 1, but on the second round after that spawn kill, they were unable to really gain any traction, try and exploit any weaknesses in that defensive setup. Instead, they were sort of just caught off guard a little bit, forced to play a little bit passive, and it just really didn't work out for them as PC419 just ran all over them with a very stark contrast of aggression to that very first round. I'm expecting them to probably follow it up with pretty similar aggression here. It's a ventilation workshop, as you mentioned, a site that does rely on that if they try and hold it from above, and I'm expecting them to probably do that. The alibi pick suggests that, as well as the Jaeger. So PC419 need to try and get this setup right. Not leave too many holes in their defense. Should be able to ward off that attack.
Looking at the overall setup of the defense, seems that it just might be the stock standard hold to have some presence upstairs, have a couple of rotation holes downstairs, and just make sure that you don't forfeit till the last moment that top floor control. So see how things will go out. I don't think we will be seeing a whole lot of spawn peeking here from PC419 apart from that camera. Actually, that might come to happen, but not just yet, as Onami is going to be the one to actually go for the spawn peek. Never mind, there it is.
2 spawn peaks in 2 rounds that are successful for PC419, and if it's anything like the last round, they'll be able to play off this and really force SLG to have the momentum against them. Either way, it looks like they're going to set up to try and drain it out, try and play it conservatively. Try and even out that man count. All I need is 1 more frag and it will be even. BC is below, Bandit juggling the wall, but it looks like SLG are pushing from above.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a little bit of a technical issue. Don't go too far away, as we'll be back just in a short bit. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back again. We managed to quickly reconnect and get our clean feed back up and running. We're good. We're running. 2-2 scoreline. Cthulhu and Guz on the mic. And, wow, what a turn of events. 4v4 situation here in round number 5. What do you reckon, Guz?
Yeah, those last 2 rounds are very entertaining. No, in all seriousness, unfortunately, we didn't get to see them, so it is 2-2. Shaping up to be close. This is round number 5, of course, and it looks like will be an Archives defense.
Yeah, yes.
4v4 at the moment, Cthulhu, so it could go either way.
Most definitely could, but the defense of PC419 are quite lacking on the health points right now. So a few body shots there could pretty much end the existence of a fair few players. There goes Ravenous, as Razor will be taking him off with a swift headshot, but BC is not out of this just yet. He's still managing to battle it out and pushing it into a 3v3 situation. I am still, once again, my goodness. Technical issues, unfortunately, keep on persisting with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just quickly transition over to this bad boy over here. But as it stands, Sleeper Gaming and PC419 are still in a draw.
It is a 2v2 just like that, and the diffuser is dropped. C4 coming out, could get another, and there we go. President is dropped as Josh needs to try and get 2. He manages to get them both. Sleeper Gaming take the round. Oh my god, Josh, what the hell are you doing?
Well, with round number 6 now going into the effect, we finally seem to be solved all the technical issues right there. Unfortunately, didn't manage to catch that nutty clutch stream, unfortunately, but
no!
Yeah, that's...
Oh, Cthulhu. Did you get the call at least?
I did get the call, but...
Alright, I will tell you what happened. So,
okay.
Josh pushed in through server. Alibi was in the corner looking up the hatch, had no idea Josh was there. Josh then sprayed down the Alibi, did about a 150-degree flick to his right at the workshop door. There was a player on the other side of the wall, and this was all with a second, basically, to go. Sprayed through the wall. He hit the 2K. He clutched up the round. Hopefully, you guys can visualize that, as we did have a couple of issues. But yeah, Josh coming in pretty hot there for SRG.
Pretty clutch for the team, and just like that, it is a 3-2 scoreline up there. Curious. How will the rest of the game go from here on out, as SLG seeming like they do want to get as many points as possible and just want to get this over with as quickly as possible and not to prolong it as far. With action phase just starting up with 2 minutes and 54 seconds to go, Ravenous will be the one to try to get a cheeky pest in there, with Konami once again pulling a Mad Lad and getting rid of Worthy just like that. With just about 2 minutes and now 30 to go. Half a round gone. Sorry, not half a round. Half a minute gone, and what a run out. Oh my goodness, Nate. Being absolutely aggressive there. We'll be able to get rid of yet another attacking player, and this potentially looking like we might be seeing a 3-apiece scoreline.
It is a 3-on-4. Josh, the danger man in the previous round, currently repelling, but he falls off that. His boats will drone up Razor. It looks like Razor looking to push the main double wall here. Only 2 minutes now left on the board, and he'll send out his own drone. CC... what needs to be droned out, it appears to be clear though. He's going to make his way through there and watch the rotate to the top of these stairs using a bullet hole. That appears to be clear as well. A lot of droning coming out here from SLG, and Probably wise, considering they are a man down.
Well, now it is a 3v4 situation, not in favor of SLG, as there's still some time left to go. Minute and 22 seconds to roll for SLG, and as it stands, not a whole lot of big ground has been gained. Josh is very much vulnerable to the runouts, and with any position, he wouldn't really be having any help on those runouts. So now he's all by his lonesome. Bana of SLG, in the face of boats, is trying to get some traction going, but as it stands, really, we'll definitely need some help on that to deny the bandit trick. As there goes in the peak, but the bait is right there right now. Nate to take out Razor. A very nice shot will be ensuring that the man advantage will be staying in favor of PC419. 34 seconds left to go. Boats does manage to find the kill onto Campo, but in a 2v3 situation with 27 seconds left to go, not a whole lot can be done there for SLG, really, with barely any space, as well as Diffuser not being any close to him. Can't really do much now with Josh going down. It is all up to Boats to bring this back.
A bomb has been located. 5 seconds left.
Just like that, PC419 will be winning the round number 6. It is a 3-3 scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. As we are seeing just about a similar turn of events comparative to what we saw on Clubhouse, I believe. Okay, right. Right, so with all of these picks coming out for both of the teams, are we expecting anything in particular apart from what we just saw from President's? Well, okay. While I was asking that question, we already do see the 6 picks come out for Echo on President and Hibana for Ornami.
Yeah, both pretty interesting 6 picks. I'm expecting Hibana really to be utilized to help provide some hard breach. Of course, Thermite is banned. They've elected to bring the Hibana over the Maverick. I'm not expecting that to be some sort of revelation here for the defenders. They've probably seen that they haven't brought a hard breach, and expect at least one of them to jump onto that role. On the side of the defenders, President jumping onto Echo over the dock indicates to me that they're trying to find a little bit more intel, as well as open up that opportunity for the plant denial. And I think in combination with Valkyrie, SLG shouldn't be short any sort of information.
10 seconds to insertion.
And then looking at the scoreline, of course, 3 apiece. I really think SLG have the prime opportunity to close it out here.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Cam in position.
Get another throw out cam, very nicely calculated by Worthy. It will be allowing some very nice angle to keep an eye out for, as only now will be spotted out. So, with SLG now on defense, they should be able to bring the heat back for themselves. Otherwise, they might be in a whole lot of trouble. Just like Worthy will be caught on rotation by Ornami. Just like that, the Valkyrie is off the board very early into the round.
That leaves it in a 4-on-5. Plenty of time for these attackers to capitalize upon. Very strong hold here inside of Lockers. All 4 members currently positioned there. Josh will find his way out, probably believing that they are too heavily stacked in this area, but he doesn't really have a lot of safety over towards Water Fountain. That is actually soft currently. It looks like PC419 now will be looking to dislodge this hold inside of Lockers, and that all begins by opening this wall. The defenders only have a mute to defend it, so it shouldn't be the most difficult, really, to defend. And there we go. Hibana's going to start to get things going. The EMP will be followed shortly, and there's no hope now for mute to juggle that wall. It will be opened by Hibana. PC looking to already smoke it out here, so we could see some aggression from PC419.
Located by attackers.
With a nice crossfire to go, Campo will be taking out Boats, and just like that, the SLG's defense is looking a little bit shaky out here. 3v5. It's PC419 given an inch. They've taken out and chomped away a meter. And just like that, not a single bit of contention is being made by SLG on the defensive armory lockers.
Attackers are out.
Inside the box doesn't quite deny the plan in time. He can't get the second either, and now it's left up to Josh inside of Archives. He needs to hit a 4K, and it's a post-plant scenario by this point. Probably thinking, how in the hell am I going to do this? And there we go, he is shut down. PC 419 will win their first attack.
Indeed, a very good, very well coordinated attack nonetheless by PC419, being able to pretty much reserve and hold all the possible angles that SLG could have held. Managed to outgun them, outplay them, and simply just deny any ground expansion that SLG could have worked with. But that's not over yet for them, as they will be retrying Armory Lockers and Archives once again. But it is PC419 that are currently in the lead and potentially prompting to go for that map win, as I believe their map pick as well. So curious how will the rest of the map go here, but as it stands, things might be looking a little bit grim if that's the way how the rest of the map will go for SLG.
Yeah, SLG were completely picked apart on that side, failing really to firstly deny the wall, which exposed them to a lot of angles, and then being able to adapt. Many of the rotates were cut off by PC419 successfully, and I get the impression from these operator picks that SLG aren't too content in denying that wall once again. They haven't brought any denial whatsoever last time. We saw them at least bring the mute on the previous occasion, and a little bit disappointed that they haven't brought something similar here. Even the Kaid would be effective, but instead they're opting not to go with that. Instead, they will be actually extending into CCTV, so some more aggression coming out from SLG to try and stop this push, and maybe that's the play.
They do want to keep on applying pressure onto in from the CCTV. They definitely need a rotation point that goes straight into the hallway rather than trying to exit out through the main door in the break room. So that, because that last time was the case for Worthy, and he paid with his life trying to rotate back without even any congestion and ended up falling short to some of his efforts. So as it stands, the full breach and full on push is about to come out towards CCTV, and that's where two members of SLG are currently playing in a very aggressive position right now. Oh boy.
Razor is inside the corner of security. His position has been noted by the attackers, but he hasn't been taken out yet. Hasn't really been put under much pressure either, as Worthy rotates out of 90 into office. He will join Josh, who's also playing in that position. Worthy, there we go. He gets the kill onto Ornami, and that's one of the top frags of PC419 taken out. Razor almost gets the shot there onto Ravenous, but he's too strong. That makes it a 4 versus 4.
4 versus 4 just like that, but the main thing right now is that the Heibana, the hard breacher of PC419, is gone and out. Meaning now PC419 will need to be and will be forced to funnel in through the points here and through all the choke points. But with that also said, Worthy did go down to the hands of BC, so man advantage is once again back into the hands of PC419.
SLG do have the advantage of having that wall currently hard still at the moment, as opposed to when it was open quite early previously. Josh gets that kill from a long distance inside a water fountain, and that makes Nate a little bit nervous pushing this angle. President is watching his entry on the doorway into lockers, so we have to be mindful of that. The hard breach was taken out early, and I think that's really compromised this attack. They're unable really to pressure inside of lockers, and it stalled them out here. They don't really know what to do. President still holding his angle on the door. This could be a big kill. If President misses this, it's going to open up the round here for the attackers. That flash doesn't hit him. He actually elects not to shoot him. Some good trigger discipline potentially, but he still needs to hit the frag. He sees the Capital when he manages him down, and that's well played in the end. He is indeed down, but he will be taken out by Nate, and it's now effectively a 2-on-1. The retake is on for Boats and for Josh. The plant gets faked out, but it looks like they may be trying to go for the res. The res comes out. Boats misses the shot there on Nate as he tries to make his way back to the main wall. BC in a strong position to try and deny any sort of rotate as well. Josh is in a very patient position inside of CCTV though, and he should be able to pounce. He should be able to deny this plant. He's playing this so perfectly. He's being patient, but he gets taken out. The intel seemingly there, and Boats now needs to try and clutch it out. He gets the shot onto BC, but he can't get the second there. PC 419 just take the round. Despite their hard breach being taken out, they're able to bring it back.
Ooh, fantastic shot from Nate, bringing us back for PC419 all the way, as it seems just like a full-on reverse sweep to come out. It's 5-3 scoreline in favor of 419. Working out quite well on their offense, showing that they're not ready to be out of this matchup just yet. Ventilation room and workshop. This time for SLG, after 2 failed attempts, will be now prompting to go downstairs to see maybe if they will be able to fare better on the lower bomb site. How things will work out from there, because as it stands, fortunately the top site is not working out the way how they wanted it. Fortunately, their current setup in CCTV was quite flawed and still allowed plentiful of advancement for 419 to actually go in for straight to the site. So looking at the scoreboard, Ornami, Nate, and BC for that matter, actually all of them are playing to all their strengths and pretty nice and stable all across the board, boards. Whereas on the side of SLG, it's a little bit shaky here and there. You have 2 or 3 players that are putting in all their might, and then the rest are just getting shut down, unfortunately, on a fair few occasions. So curious whether SLG will be able to come back from this, or whether we will be seeing a decider map, aka Villa, to return for this grand final.
Where they're trying to hold off any sort of push coming out here from the east, and it looks to be some aggressive pre-fires from PC419, trying to gain some early control, some early intel. Worthy, I believe, was spotted, but he's going to fall back anyway. He's going to join up with boats now. They're inside of customs, and they're currently a long way away from the site, but this is a strong position to hold. Rotates coming up from this open area where Ravenous is currently located, and the bottom of Metal. Ravenous tries to pre-fire that location. He doesn't connect any shots though, and instead will probably get back on his drone. They need to try and continue to gather this intel, try and work out where these players are situated, and they need to try and flush them out like they have done previously in those first 2 rounds.
Well, with already a nice Claymore placement, Razor will be going down to Campo's Claymore, and there's the breach already going in from the bathroom straight into the workshop. Campo will be holding up a solid position here. The Echo drone will be taken out and spotted straight away, as was a little bit of a miscalculation, I would say, from Josh, but as it stands, the Echo player will still be able to hold a very steadfast angle straight from position. Nice peek will be ensuring that the Zofia is no more in the game. Very nice, very quick shot as well. And another Echo drone will be coming out there. Oh, the flashbangs coming out. Josh will be now forced into a bit of a peculiar position, as now he is a little bit cornered from both sides.
Just misses a couple shots there, and he's going to look to get aggressive once again on Bathroom, but he's shut down from behind. Ravenous has been allowed entry in towards the side. He doesn't know that presence to his side, though, and he'll take him out. It's a 3-on-2. The attackers finally at the disadvantage in this matchup. President using those gas grenades to try and make it a little bit slower. Still playing a really cheeky position behind the shield. Worthy tries to get the player above, but gets lit up. He's taken out through the wall, and President's taken down on site. So just like that, Boats once again left in a clutch scenario. He didn't quite hit it last time. He needs to try and succeed on this occasion. BC is going for the plant. The coverage isn't really there, so he's going to get the kill. Leaving it a 1-on-1. BC with full HP. Boats as well. BC has 2 smokes that he can use. Boats with a very strong loadout. Neither player fully aware, I don't think, of where the other is located, and Boats is now left to do a lot of tedious head checks. He's going to make his way over towards East Stairs. He's going to actually jump down towards Waiting Room, and he gets the jump there onto BC. Secures his double, and if he doesn't hit a Claymore, he should be able to disable the diffuser. That will be the case, and Boats will hit a clutch, keeping SLG's hopes alive.
Certainly will be, as very well calculated and very well paced clutch as well to come out from Boats. Be definitely ensuring them stay around. We need to sign the petition to rename Boat to Goat. Yeah, I'll definitely agree with you on that one, Guz. Armory Locus and Archives once again, ladies and gentlemen. for SLG, as they keep on having quite a substantial amount of issues there with how they want to play it out, but it will be Bathroom and Tellers. Oh my. Ooh. But on a serious note, I'm definitely quite interested to see how will they play it out, because it's one of those sides that has been frowned upon by pretty much 99% of the people that do play Border. And to see it in a competitive setting is definitely quite an exciting thing.
Yeah, look, there's only 2 people I can think of that actually enjoy this site, and I'm pretty sure it's Sky who's actually observing, and Dev. I swear they have some sort of illustrious strategy that they have on this side. I don't know if I actually have seen it in a long time, but I could have sworn that they did have one. Jokes aside, though, they sort of were left in a hard place. They went to Archives twice at the start, and they lost both. That's pretty demoralizing, and I don't think they really have the confidence to go back there. So they're sort of forced either to go Customs or Tellers, and maybe Tellers is an objective they feel they can maybe play a little bit more aggressive on. I'm not sure, but there's probably some sort of decision-making process behind picking that over Customs.
Yeah, well, we'll find out how things will go for both of those teams in a little bit, because the action phase is just about starting up, and there is quite a hefty amount of reinforcements in the office and the Archives as well, just to make sure that they would have a very good foothold right up above. Josh, together as much information as possible before his Valcams are being found. As it stands, interestingly enough, Tellers are completely forfeited, so if there was a full-on rush in onto the site, pretty sure C419 would have a pretty good foothold. But as it stands, it is Nate that kicked things off onto the clutcher the previous round, aka Boats.
Isn't it though? He'll bring it back, and Worthy gets one onto Nate. So just like that, Cthulhu, it's really turned around once again, and these attackers, despite being an offside, are left at the disadvantage, and might not work in their favor now.
Could very much be the case, but it might be also a little bit too early to call that. Only one man disadvantage, and still plenty of time to go for it. And just like that, Ravenous with a 180 onto Worthy will be shutting him down, just like President will be going down to the hands of Campo. All up to 2 now members of SLG, just like that, guys. Been completely turned around. Razor will be desperate to find that kill from above.
Defenders do have the advantage of being above, so they have that vertical presence. Whether or not they have all the entries covered is another story. Josh forfeits that control above, instead electing to drop into Talos as Razor misses his shots there onto Campo. He's going to go for the plant. The coverage is surely there. Campo's going to go for it. He's not covered though. Josh just walked straight into Bathroom. Campo's taken off the board, and it's a 2-on-2. There is a minute left though. So these attackers have plenty of time to recover that diffuser, spend their utility, and get the plant down. But Razor shuts down BC, and Ravenous now needs to enter from Bathroom. He gets shot from behind, but Josh misses his shots. Surely they can recover this round. Josh throws a C4, and that'll scare him off as the flashes will come out. He's getting shot from above, and surely it's all over for Ravenous. He tries to go for the peak, but Sleeper Gaming will actually win Bathroom and Tells and Cthulhu. That is one decent hold.
That is a clencher of a hold, guys. As what seemed to have initially started off as a good thing for Sleeper ended up falling back into the hands of PC419, and at the end, after what was probably one of the ballsier plays and a little bit of a potato salad out there, still managed to work out pretty well for SLG, all things considered. And just like that, we are back to a 5 apiece, so whichever team does manage to win this round will be granted themselves a match point, and in the case of SLG, this will be match point and series point as well.
There is something standing in their way though. Armory, Lockers, and Archives. They've attempted this site twice. They've lost them both. There needs to be a change here from the side of Sleeper Gaming. PC419 have really been able to just pick apart their setup and make them work for it. Saw in the last occasion, Boats almost clutching out a 2-on-1, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough. I think it's critical that SLG really prevent any sort of clutch scenario being off the cards. They just need to try and get that early round man advantage, or at least hold out as long as possible and make them work really hard for it.
At this point, I honestly would have to say that the attempts that SLG did have with trying to play an aggressive CCTV is certainly not working out. At the very least, with the way how they had things set up for themselves. But they certainly do need to have at least some sort of utility to deny that breaching, but instead they are prompting to play a little bit more open on the offices rather than having some presence in the CCTV, which could potentially allow them quite some good traction out there, but right now it's definitely dependent on how quickly can they get an opening kill there.
Boats and Josh both off-site looking to get that early frag, and if they get that, that will set them up so nicely for the rest of the round, but unfortunately, PC419 find their safe haven over on this CCTV balcony. Ravenous the last to repel here, and now they basically have full control of this southern side of the map. We did see on that second attempt a heavy hold from SLG inside of CCTV, but on this occasion, it's going to be a little bit more traditional in the way they do things. Once again, they don't bring any disruption to the wall. And that just gives Onami a free passage to open it up using his X-Kairos. He uses all three on the wall at once. That'll open at least one angle to use from CCTV and the entry point on the left-hand side. It's going to be up to President and Razor to try and deny the entry. President actually reinforcing his back this time, so he's definitely created a stronghold for himself. And he's really going to need to hold this cross, otherwise Razor could find himself in a world of hurt.
I feel like Razor is just about to get fried up if Capitao does come around there. We'll see how this will actually play out, but now it is Onami that is opening up on Razor. No more Jaeger there, and Boats will need to start making that move as quickly as possibly can. Josh is also on the downstairs play. Potentially if a C4 will get yeeted out on the outside, we'll be able to get the kill, but Campo with a nice reaction will be able to get rid of him. A double kill to return from Boats, and Worthy will be able to equal things up back to 3v3 once again.
The plant, though, will be attempted but now by PC419. Ravenous in that position, and that wall reinforced by President is perfect cover to go for the plant. Boats tries to wide peek it, but it's not enough. He shoots Habana in the back, but he still survives. Onami will get away with it. Boats could even set up for a long arm here. It looks like President's already going to go for the counter defuse. All of these attackers have gone so far away. This could be the play. BC is so far away as well. The counter defuse is going to come out. PC419, though, they win the round, I think. Somehow they win the round. BC comes out super clutch there and will take out the player counter defusing. I thought President had that. That was so
that was literally a second
close. Away. That was less than a second, I think. Sleeper Gaming so close to bringing it to match point. But PC419 will steal the cake.
Indeed, they will. It's, once again, third time in a row. The Armory and Lockers has not worked out at all for SLG, and we are back to Ventilation Room and Workshop. The side that last time that was played out ended up resulting in a SLG win, but only by a smidge, where Boats ended up clutching up very well, a very well paced out manner as well. When SLG are staring into a bit of a grim picture that if they lose one more round, they will be forced to play map number 3. Is going to be Villa.
Man, that last round, that was such a great play there from President to go for that sort of ninja defuse, if you would. It was only denied at the very last moment. That was so incredibly close. When that win notification came up, I was so ready to congratulate Sleeper Gaming on that play. And then PC419 popped up on my screen and I was like, alrighty then. Oh man, that was so close. That was crazy. Unfortunately though, for Sleeper Gaming, that means they've lost that site 3 times now, which is less than ideal.
Far from ideal indeed, as the general picture that is being drawn for where SLG is certain out quite well just yet, but now though, PC419 will be starting once again their approach and the trade just like that. Boats for Ravenous. And then Nate as well. Razor to take out Ravenous just like that to equal things up and now push it into the favor of the defense just like that in a matter of just about a minute. Certainly going into the favor now for the defensive team, but nothing is just lost yet as Onami, ooh, just only now noticed Valkyrie. Now will be attempting to go in for an aggressive push to try to contest that angle.
We're the inside of customs. They're looking to gain some intels on Army. Will enter the main door and just completely delete. Josh gets the second onto Razor, completely unaware of his position, and will now go for the plant. He has been spotted out there, so the intel is there, and the wall next to him is not reinforced. The wallbang definitely on the cards. Onami goes for the plant. The C4 comes out, and there we go. The wallbang from President. He is retraded though from above, and now Worthy needs to hit the 1v2. BC and Campo are on the board. Plenty of time to work with here. Pulse should have plenty of intel to go off as well. He gets droned out though, that's not ideal. And the main door, he just looks at it at the wrong time and will get shot in the back. PC419 will take the map, and Cthulhu, we will be heading to map number 3.
That we are indeed, Guz. We'll be heading to map number 3. Villa is coming right up pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. So we will be seeing SLG and PC419 continuing to battle it out to the maximum, all 3 maps. Don't go too far away, as we will be back just a little bit. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back! We are back for some more fantastic Rainbow Six Siege action. It's Villa, map number 3, Grand Final, Guz and Cthulhu on the microphone, SLG versus PC419. And what a banger it's been so far. Don't you agree with me, guys?
It's been an absolutely fantastic contest. Cthulhu is so excited to see this go to 3 maps. It really couldn't have resulted in any other way, really. Both teams absolutely elite here in the LPL mini-series, really showing up and playing well. Nomad, is the first ban Cthulhu? Give us the second ban. What's it going to be?
I think it will be Jackal. Since Jackal was literally on every single map, it was a ban. So I wouldn't be surprised if we will be seeing a Jackal ban here, as he is quite a powerful operator on this map as well. And drumroll, it is Jackal. Who would have thunk it?
Whoa.
Whoa.
I am so shocked right now. I cannot believe it is Jackal. Wow.
Wow. Right. So on the defensive bans, we'll probably end up seeing somewhere across the lines of Mira and say Maestro, because Echo has been apparently way more played than the other operators, and there it is. There's Mira, the very, very last one to go. Will be probably one of the info gathering operators.
I'm gonna go Echo. I'm kind of feeling Echo. I feel like maybe they're gonna.
You feeling echoey a little bit?
Yeah, I'm on Team Echo.
Okay, you're in Team Echo. Well, let's see how things will go here, because as it will be Echo, you have won $1 million.
You can't see, but I'm literally dabbing right now. I'm so proud of that.
Zeki says hacks as well, so LPL admin confirms Guz has hacks for broadcasts. Either way, all the accusations and everything, Battle Eye is, by the way, already coming for you, Guz. This is for the land boys. Okay. Thank you both.
Just witch hunt me on R6 no stress, mate.
Anyways, AVG to come out. AVG to come out for SLG's defense. Finally, they will be the ones to start things out on defense, since Clubhouse and Border was 419's defense to start things off. And Alibi switched to potentially an Alibi, the biggest brain change ANZ competitive scene could have ever seen ever since its inception.
Yeah, I guess jokes aside, there have been actually some pretty good utilizations of the 6-pick by particularly SLG. On this occasion, it's obviously completely redundant. 6-picking onto the same operator offers absolutely nothing in the way of experimentation or strategy. Probably just President panicking, going, oh yeah, 6-pick, 6-pick. Oh no, don't 6-pick, don't 6-pick. So that's why he's going back onto the Alibi. Still a strong operator nonetheless. And overall, I think they have a pretty good lineup here to defend AVG first up. We did see on Border, they had some real issues, particularly on lockers. And they lost it, was it 3 times or 4 times? However many times it was way too many. So hopefully, SLG can try and find their rhythm here, not really get caught up on one objective and try and bring this one home, hopefully for their sake.
Yeah, the issue that I'm seeing here for SLG is that they chronically do not want to try to deny the breaches. We haven't seen them for a fairly long while to pick either Kaid or the Bandit or pretty much most of the Border, and even now on the first round of Villa. Again, there's no breach denial. Well, minus you could say mute, but he just delays it, and even then, look at this, there's already the breach, and they already have all the angles and the sightlines into one of the sites. Something that you do not want.
No, that pretty much prevents now anyone from playing behind bar, which is not ideal. Campo from below, and Payano doesn't see the player to his left. Razor will shut him down. The ACOG just completely blocking Campo's vision, and Razor now, he's going to do the slow walk. This isn't completely inaudible, but it does make significantly less noise. That drone is very awkwardly positioned. He's going to watch the front door, though. There is going to be a player there very, very shortly. He panic knives. That's not ideal. I don't know if his position's been revealed. Potentially, it looks like it may have been. Definitely is now as he's taken out, but Nate meanwhile gets the double. He's already made his way inside of the site, and SLG's defense is completely falling apart.
Yeah, with Razor going down, it is all up to Worthy, the stand-in, the sub from Rhythm, who needs to bring SLG up to its victory. Does get quite a good amount of information, but unfortunately the SMG-11 against the L86 is something that is quite hard to contest, and will be going down. The hands of the Thatcher, aka BC, and just like that, PC419 are once again in the lead.
PC419, they've been playing for a long time now. Is this map number 8 or map number 9, Kavul? I think it's 9.
Or PC419. That is their
today, yeah.
8th
map.
8th map, yes.
That is one hell of a siege session for them. They've come all the way through the losers bracket to find themselves in this grand final. They've played well so far. Can they bring it home? A very strong first round. They're setting up nicely, but SLG should be able to adapt to them. We didn't see them do that very well on lockers. They've reattempted this side again, and hopefully they don't fall into that same trap.
Guys, we're triumphing. SLG actually brought in the breach denial in face of Bandit.
Oh.
They finally did it.
Yes.
We can celebrate. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We got Bandit. Finally. as now SLG will have the full potential. Oh boy, they will finally have the full potential to actually deny the breach, which in return should potentially grant them, if they play their cards right again, the win in the round, which they very much need, quite badly as well.
And you know what? They actually bought a mute as well. So
And
they
they bought
bought double hard breach Cthulhu. This is absolutely unprecedented for SLG,
well,
who, for whatever reason, didn't bring it on lockers. It probably hurt them a little bit, but
well,
look,
they did bring
they finally
the
adapted.
They did bring the mute on the previous round, but it was utilized to just deny the drones on a few flanking positions. Mute jammers were not used throughout that whole round on the walls to deny that, and even if they were, well, Thatcher was already able to deal with them on a very quick basis.
Either way, though, it looks like Ravenous and Campo, they've already made themselves very well established in this position on the main entrance. So they're going to sneak up these main stairs. They're a little bit cautious. They can hear the player above Ravenous following him closely. Oh my god, Razor's taken out by Onami. That aggression there from PC419 on the entry, reminiscent of the previous round, pays dividends. Campo once again holding the bottom of red for that rotate. He's been tasked with that job as Onami now looking to get that wall open nice and quickly once again.
Surely right now the Bandit will be on the case to try to deny that breach, but that's not the case here, as the Bandit charges will be there and will be able to completely take it out. President now forced to play a little bit on the back foot, as the breach is now successful. Once again, another EMP grenade to take out, and should be able to deny whatever the cameras or close by electronics were there. So as it stands, a 4v5 situation, minute 24 to go, and BC is already pretty close with Gridlock as well on her way to stomp the opposition.
More Habana pellets going out from Onami, and that should create or generate more angles towards the side. It sounds like it may have been impact tricked, however, so maybe not fully effective, as Ravenous will now smoke down the hallway. That allows him to gather some more ground. He tries to light pick smoke, see if there's anyone at 90, but it looks like for the moment that will be clear. There's track slings as well, will cause some disruption. He actually gets shot from the back towards bar. BC probably being given that call, and we'll try and go for the peak as Worthy gets Ravenous. BC shut down inside of the study as well. This defense looking a lot stronger from SLG this round. Nate needs to try and get the plant down, but Josh just completely deletes him on Army with the retrade though, so it's 2v3, still winnable if Campo hits this shot. But he doesn't quite get it in the end, leaving it in a 2-on-3, 30 seconds left to go. PC419 need to try and generate something here.
Yeah, they need to get their traction back and going as well. With 20 seconds left to go, Onami actually does manage to find an opening onto Worthy as well to make it a 2v2 situation. With a flank around, Campo should be able to have the angle going. There it is. There's the President going down as well. Boats is the last man standing, needs to connect the shots. Will be connecting the shots onto Campo, and a 180 as well onto Onami as well. Very nicely done. And the mute player of SLG will be able to bring things back once again. We are back to 1 apiece.
Once again, Boat is the GOAT. Another fantastic little clutch up from him, well played in the end. Unfortunate there for Onami, who was really on a hot streak that round, hit many frags to give them a fighting chance. Maybe just lacking the intel fast enough there for the refrag, unfortunately. That will leave the scoreline 1 apiece. Now Cthulhu and Trophy Statuary rather, will be the second site.
Yeah, Trophy and Statuary should be a pretty decent site for SLG to hold, with Bandit preferably, but that's not the case here, as it's only going to be Boats on mute who could potentially, once again, mute out the walls and only then just deny the play. So unless they try to go for a play from below and try to shoot out those Hibana charges or the Thermite charges, I don't really see them contesting that wall for a really long while. So we'll see how things will go from there, but as it stands right now, SLG are going for a very much of a dangerous game, because right now, most of the time when they were able to win was off the back that they were denying those breaches or disallowing any advancement towards the point where they could go, where PC419 would go for breaches. So right now, They need to get their heads back into the game. They need to figure out how do they incorporate hard breach denial potentially, and how do they preserve most of their meaningful ground, rather, against PC419.
Looks like once again we are going to see the very bottom, the basement of this map utilized by Razor as a rotate we saw that used in the matchup earlier. PC419 of course did play this map just earlier this evening in their previous matchup, alongside many of the other maps that they've been forced to endure today. It's been a really long effort for them, but they seem to be holding strong, and despite round 2 not really going their way, round 1 really was quite strong.
It was one of the maps that they initially picked against. Oh my boats, that is filthy. It was Villa is one of the maps that they've tried to play against Bizarre and ended up losing to an overtime. So certainly something, quite something to play against. Josh, with a very nice distraction crossfire, will be able to get rid of Campo, meaning it is a 4v3 situation right here. Make it 4v2 as Razor just decides to flat out shut down Ornami's push.
Nate and Ravenous left in a 2-on-4. They have a lot of time to work with, but not the man count, especially now that Nate has been dropped. And there we go, Sleeper Gaming. We'll take round number 3, Josh. 2 very critical kills there to close it out.
Very nice hold overall. Again, they were able to deny any advancement once again, and they were able to preserve those reinforced walls like endangered species at this point. But this time it's dining room and kitchen. The side that we actually seen a fair few variations of how to play it out. So I'm curious to see how will SLG approach this site hold as well, considering that you can go for pretty much a turtle strat, reinforce it all up, and just play with some breach denial, or you can go for a pretty wide roam game and have a whole lot of just footholds opened up and just pretty much bait in the attacking side into walking in them. Main point of interest, at least for me here, will be the Capcan, seeing as the less you play him, really, the more relevant and more powerful he gets. His Capcan traps could work out pretty well, mainly against players like Ornami and I would probably even say Ravenous. The players who have, or for that matter actually Campo as well, as those 3 players are one of the main aggressors for PC419, and we're able to perform quite some very aggressive plays. So if they keep on running into those Capcan traps, that's where they will be able to fall.
Yeah, Worthy as well. Such a strong fragger, and can't really be sort of understated how powerful Capcan's loadout really is. The VSN literally has very minimal recoil. You can really shred down opponents that are not expecting that sort of firepower. And yeah, as you mentioned, those traps will potentially cut a lot of these aggressive attackers off guard. Nonetheless, though, Josh is going to get aggressive. He's inside a kitchen and denies many of those Habana pallets that have been placed on the wall by Onami. Campo gets Worthy, so it is unfortunately the Capcan off the bottom. We spoke so highly of him, but he didn't really show up. Those traps, though, they'll still be scattered around the map, and they could definitely have an impact. So I don't think Capcan's reign is all but over in this round.
Yeah, I definitely was just about to say, yeah, the Capcan traps are still all up and around the side, and there it is. There's the C4 from Josh with a double kill. Goodbye, Ravenous. Goodbye, Onami. As, just like that, a Gridlock and a Hibana off the board right now, leaving all up to Nate to do all the hard breaching here and pretty much as much of a fragging as possible, really.
Yeah, Nate does have the ability to open up laundry, but he does have a couple of players trying to deny that position. That bandit wire, though, actually giving away the location of Josh. Nate sort of rustled a little bit there and played it quite passively. Razor, though, he's on passive present with the TK onto Josh. That's unfortunate. Now Nate goes for the entry and he gets the shot onto President. So just like that, it started to fall apart here for the defenders. Boats, once again, could be left in another clutch scenario. He flanks bedroom. He gets one there onto Campo, so it's a 2-on-2. Razor's on low HP, so it's effectively a 2-on-1. And there we go. Boats, he's left in another clutch scenario. We've seen him do it time and time again, or at least attempt it time and time again. So he's no stranger to this scenario. He makes his way through laundry. The players may not have heard him drop the hatch. He tries to flick a shot there onto the kitchen plant, but it's not going to work out. Holding long angles with the SMG-11 is not really ideal, particularly against an ACOG, and he's not really going to be able to find a pick. There we go, PC419. They'll take the round.
It was a bit of a throw and a half, honestly, with that in the second C4. That ended up costing a TK for SLG. Unfortunately for them, they won't be scoring any points just yet, as it is back to a draw, 2 apiece. Both of those teams, and AVG to come out for the next side to be held by SLG. Round number 5, second to last round in the first half. And this time, maybe they will be able to repeat their success comparative to what we saw in previous matches. Sorry, in the previous rounds.
AVG, we will be returning there as it has unlocked. We've seen 1 successful defense and 1 unsuccessful defense from defenders here. SLG corrected their wrongs really in that second round and should be pretty well prepared, well equipped to attempt it once again. It's going to be really interesting to note how PC419 try and approach the objective. With those 2 hard breaches, they have a lot of sort of potential to remodel that study wall and even try and get some disruption going in towards Vault as well. We haven't really seen them generate angles in there yet, and that would be nice to make it even harder for SLG to sort of hold angles and play passive. Talking about the opposite of passive, Razor here on the Vigil. We'll be able to roam around the map to his own desire, and hopefully, for his sake, he can have a bit of impact on this round. At the very least, he should be able to waste a bit of time and make the attackers feel a little bit nervous as they try and clear the map.
Well, let's see how that aggressive play by Razor would work out here for SLG, as they might be starting to struggle just a little bit for some of those plays here. Curious very much, but the first EMP grenade won't be actually doing anything, as the banded wall is still there. It's still all fully electrified, and might require yet another grenade there for Nami to get the game going. Worthy is currently on that Jaeger trying to hunt down that drone. Should be able to keep an eye out, but the push from the main stairs could potentially catch him off guard, for which, and for that reason, he will be falling back.
Flashbangs coming out now from the attackers, trying to blind any player sitting inside of sight. Doesn't look like it's really done much, as I hear a C4 ripped off to the right of President, potentially to lob that over the wall into study and get any players that are unsuspecting. Worthy, he's playing over towards landing. It looks like there is a player potentially over a bedroom, so there might be an engagement there, but I get the impression that SLG have this locked down pretty well so far. PC419, 3 members at the top of South, and they might well just try and hard push down the classical hall. There's no one playing 90, and that makes Campo's life a little bit safer. As Anami, he's going to blow the wall to the right here behind the bar, and that's really going to make things challenging for SLG. They're going to be compromised on many positions, but the moment Campo moves, there is a player 90. That's Worthy. There's damage, but he doesn't overpeak it, so Josh will actually finish it off. They want to Campo with the Pokeball, so it's a 4 and 5, and a minute to go.
With so many poke holes opened up by the attack right now, SLG might be struggling a little bit for that fresh air, but as it stands, there's the peak as well from below. Worthy will be able to actually get it down, but won't be able to solidify on his position. Razor right now also trying to follow up on that roam, but will be promptly falling back. BC and Ravenous, the last man standing here, will be contesting with Boats. The man that was clutching up for so many times for his team will be able to down actually BC, and all up to Ravenous to try to get the win. Shotgun is being pulled out, but just to no avail. It won't be successful. Things are starting to come out as Razor with another kill from below will be there. 15 seconds left to go as Ravenous needs to go in for the plant, as he will be doing that very thing straight on the table. The call needs to come out, and there it is. Razor will be able to once again clutch this up. SLG are still in the game, ladies and gentlemen.
these rounds. Way too close for comfort. Very nice play there from Razor. The call coming to shoot him from below. Paid dividends, and he was able to collect Gridlock right at the very end there. SLG, this is now their final defense, and they will be electing to go to Trophy Room and Stat. A site that we have seen them play previously, it was unsuccessful. They lost it before heading towards Kitchen, so they're out for redemption. They want to try and make their wrongs right, try and bring it back. And look, if they lose this round, it's going to be an even half, and that doesn't set them up ideally on a map that is quite heavily defender-sided.
We will have to agree with you, but I'm pretty sure that the statue area has been actually quite successful. It was the kitchen that was unsuccessful for them after an unfortunate team kill, but nonetheless, here and now, SLG need that 4-2 scoreline to be in their favor right now, as things are slowly starting to ramp up. They get closer and closer to the end of this map, which would mean at the end of this map, it will be decided which team will be victorious in the LPL match point series.
10 seconds left.
But that in mind, looking at the overall setup of the operators, it seems that the only thing that has really changed is the fact that Razor is staying on the Vigil comparative to the previous round. So let's see how this will actually play out, whether it will be in favor of SLG or whether this will be completely forfeited to PC419.
Worthy. He's playing a long way offside. He has pulse, so he has that cardiac sensor. Going to gather some intel and maybe prepare for C4 from below, whether that be early in the round or to try and deny the plant. Campo, meanwhile, on the Zofia here, just completely shreds Josh. That's Bandit off the board. Hopefully he's placed his Bandit Thatchers down, and that should make it a little bit hard to get the wall open, but fortunately for PC419, they have a Thatcher, so they'll be able to easily EMP the wall. And it looks like this bedroom push will be the play.
That Maverick as well should allow PC419 to have as many poke points as possible. As the same goes for Nate. Boats to pick up a kill into Ornami. Definitely going to be a good thing, but BC is already on site. He is going in for the aggressive peek, gets a double kill already here, as well as Campo, and things are just like that escalating. This is looking like it will be a 3 apiece at the end of the first half, and that is not what you want right now, especially as an SLG player. Falling apart just like that, it's certainly going to be a challenge and a half for Razor to bring this back and to try to clutch this up.
Yeah, essentially an unwinnable position from this point. That Fuse counting down so quickly. Trackstingers in the way will be impacted. But that, of course, will give a massive sound cue as to where he is positioned, and there's way too many angles for the Vigil to watch. Campo shuts him down, and just like that, PC419 will even out the half 3 apiece.
Indeed they will, and it seems that maybe it's not the PC419 fatigue that is settling in, it is the Sleeper Gaming one. They seem to be dialing down quite substantially comparative to what we saw on Clubhouse. But they ended up winning with a pretty confident 7-4 scoreline, but even then, it seemed to struggle on a fair few rounds, so could be also fatigue for them that is settling in. But AVG, the first round of defense for PC419, main question here is, can they deny breaches and can they hold on their own, or whether we will be seeing a complete reverse sweep by SLG here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Interestingly enough, SLG have actually elected not to bring the Habana, and I feel like that could be an oversight. On a site like this, Habana can be really helpful in at least opening a couple of holes here and there if the impact trick does come off. Maybe there won't be entries, but at least it's enough to put pressure on the defenders. Whereas relying solely on the Thermite, that's quite risky. It's a lot easier to hit both the Bandit trick and the impact trick, and doesn't really leave any room for error. So if this play doesn't work out for SLG, I think they're going to really struggle to pressure these 419 players on side, and that's not really what you want.
5 seconds to insertion.
Indeed, I definitely will have to agree with you on this one, guys.
Attackers must locate and defuse.
But now, 419 all set up and ready to go on some of their peaks. Campo playing a very aggressive angle, just waiting for that door to be hit by the attackers to go in for the white peak. We'll need to have a very much of a good trigger discipline, but decides to spray down and will get a very nasty headshot onto Josh. Shut things down, and once again, it's Zofia that is getting bullied here. Where is that Zofia body? Oh, there she is, sitting in the corner, chilling.
She's just yeah, chilling in the corner.
Yeah,
Or Zofia.
having a nap.
Either way, is worthy. We'll use one of those EMPs to try and get some of that electricity off the wall. PC419 elected only to bring one hard breach denial in that bandit BC tasked with that role. That could be made increasingly more challenging as boats is from below as well as Razor, so they have plenty of utility, both soft breach and information gathering to get this off the wall. Worthy will get one onto Ravenous. Razor almost gets one from below, but Worthy, he's going to get a double. That peak from Study is very powerful as boats from below will eventually finish BC, and now Nate is left alongside the Jaeger to try and clutch this one out. Nate's being pressured from below as Campo is getting pressured from the model room, and Nate, he's basically in a death trap, and there we go. Sleeper Gaming will take round number 7, and it's seesawing back and forth.
It does, as this time Sleeper Gaming did manage to show quite a impressive attack, managing to dislodge thoroughly the whole defense that was introduced here by PC419. And the trophy room and statuary will be the next site to be picked. No retries will be made by PC419 just yet. It's just about the same lineup will be brought in for both of the sides. Hopefully this time for Josh, he won't be picking any L's early in the round. Well, that is if you are a SLG fan, but apart from that, so far PC419 had a good idea initially to how to kick things off, be as unpredictable as possible, but unfortunately at the end ended up falling to a bit more coordinated push that SLG ended up flooding up here.
I guess this is actually an important sort of time to remember that these teams are actually fighting for prize money at the moment. It's a $1,000 pool. First place gets $600, so the winner of this. And second place actually gets $250, so there's a pretty big disparity there between the prize, sort of how it's distributed. So these teams, they're fighting out for a decent amount of cash, a little bit of pocket money for their efforts, and at the moment, Sleeper Gaming have that upper hand. Still a long time to go. We've seen many maps go to OT so far this evening, and this could well be the case once again. Nate with the massive C4 off Spawn. That's not going to connect the kill. It's definitely a valiant effort.
He is, but a bit too ballsy probably for his preference even. The side of SLG, they are making some movement up and around study room. Still waiting for the right moment to go in for the call. Worthy is actually on the opposite side, and President, meanwhile, will be going down to the shots of Nate from what I believe was that from the master bedroom. So, fortunately, their thermite is gone. No more hard breaching for them, meaning they will be forced now to go in through those hurdles and choke points that are just outside of the statuary and the trophy room. Curious.
On paper, this round really should go the way of the defenders, wouldn't you say, Cthulhu? Having that hard breach off the board, it's going to be pretty bad.
It's definitely going to make things a whole lot harder, but I wouldn't write it off just yet. Albeit that, yeah, having a hard breacher definitely makes your life a little bit easier, but it's still a 4v5, so still might be able to come back. We've seen some even nastier comebacks, so this ain't over yet.
Half the round to go. Campo flanking from behind. They did set up a drone there earlier on the southern stairs, but all these attackers are quite active at the moment. It's going to be up really to President to give that call. Presumably he will be flicking through those drones at the moment, and there we go. Razor actually will be the one to see him, and Campo will have to be very careful. He sees the Claymore into study, but there's going to be a player meeting him very, very quickly. That's Campo who goes for some initial shots, but doesn't quite down him. Razor as well, flanking from the side, and there we go. Very nice cleanup there for the side of SLG. And that flank from Campo, probably unnecessary. That hard breach off the board. They had the man advantage, and now it's evened it up just a little bit.
Yeah, evening things out is definitely going to be making the life a little bit easier. But the C4 from below will be managing to seal the deal against Razor, as well as Worthy, who will be walking into the sights of Ornami. Very nicely done, as it now leaves Boats on barely any health, as well as Josh on playing on Zephyr to try to bring this back. BC is down and will be finally finished off, as it is now a 3v2 situation. But with 24 seconds left to go, there's not a whole bunch to be done, honestly. Peek by Ravenous will be going. Or there's a double kill. Ravenous to bring yet another win. BC 419.
Great spray down there from Ravenous. We both sort of stumbled over each other there. We both wanted to call what was a very nice little spray transfer there from the Legion player. Ravenous showing up there for his team, and that'll be enough to even out the round count. Once again, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Neither team really giving an inch. Don't want that to, of course, extend to something more. And AVG, we're going to be going back there. We've seen this site on multiple occasions so far in this matchup. What do you think we're going to see this time, Cthulhu? Is it going to be a little bit different? Because it's felt pretty same so far.
To be honest, I would say that if SLG will pull off this similar kind of aggression here for the AVG, they might just be able to get the win for themselves. Otherwise, if they'll end up stalling out right the moment they get close to the site, then things will definitely be in favor of PC419, as we did see from time to time. The moment that whole pace, the moment that whole rhythm of SLG has been thwarted, that's where they end up falling apart, essentially.
Quick peek at the scoreboard to show everyone's stats, and look, I guess the scoreline is probably the best way to reflect how close this encounter really has been. Each team playing their roles quite well, and despite there being substitutes, if you will, or replacements in both teams at the moment, they're still playing solid Siege. This isn't at a terrible level on any sort of scale. Both teams are really playing quite well, working as a unit and trying to really work as a team. And so far, it's really been a contest of who has that sort of little bit of better synergy, who's able to hit more refrags, and who's able to sort of be successful in playing as a unit. Because when it starts to fall apart, it's fallen apart quite badly for both teams on multiple occasions, and I guess that's where we land now, 4-4. It's going to be up to who can really connect it all together, connect the dots, and try and get something going here. Try and get that lead as we get closer and closer to that match point.
With that said, Razor and Boats are already making their way in through the main entrance out of all places, and we'll be trying to go for it bottom to top clear, whereas the remaining of Sleepy Gaming lineup will be attempting to go in for the push flat out on from Study in through the second floor and right into AVG. So curious how will this pan out, as usually it's considered that you have the two fronts played and you're able to split the attention of the team, you just might be able to dislodge that defense. So if Razor and Boats will be able to play their cards right and the breaches will come out at the right moment, then definitely could quite a successful play.
President now will prepare to open up the bar wall, and it doesn't look like it will really be disrupted in any way, shape or form. BC was the sole hard breach denial. But no, they're actually going to bandit trick it. No, they're going to impact trick it. So not too much of the unexpected there. It's quite prominent now, throwing that, of course, impact grenade over the top, and it's enough to get rid of that exothermic charge. That's the problem with only bringing in thermite. They don't have the Habana to fall back on, an operator that can place them even lower and create some nice holes. And I guess now President needs to decide, does he go for it again? Or does he place it on the floor? It looks like he's going to go for it once again. Onami still has an impact grenade in hand, and he should be able to hear this go off. Ravenous, though, he will just completely deny. Onami with the impact will get one as well, and it's a 4-on-2, just like that. Razor and Boats now left in the clutch scenario. Boats has been no stranger to clutches so far this evening, but even for him, I think this is probably too much.
Just as you say that, Razor actually did get downed in the midst of the firefight, and Boats is the last man standing. 1v3 situation, unless he does manage to pick up Razor, and even then he will have barely any time to go get that pickup on the double. As well as that, they need to go full send mode into the side if they do want to succeed in any shape or form. 5 seconds left to go, and not a whole lot of opportunities there, really. PC419 will be closing the deal here even as well. Very well done. You're back into the lead. 5-4 scoreline on map number 3, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting closer and closer to the finale, to the ending, to the culmination of this massive grand final that has been a roller coaster of emotions.
A roller coaster of emotions indeed. We are finally going to see Kitchen reappear once again in the site rotation. Interestingly enough, we're also going to see Kavira return. We haven't seen a Kavira in a long time. We have seen it tonight, but there has been quite a break between that. Nate will resume that role, presumably to try and slow down these attackers who have been gaining decent control around the objective quite quickly, and Kavira likely will be tasked in slowing them down. Match point could be on the cards here, potentially, for these attackers if they get the round, or the defenders rather, as PC419 are at the advantage. And if they win this side, they've set themselves up really nicely.
Who has full setup from 19 seems to be pretty much stock standard. Just have as much of that turtle strat as possible. Have a couple of holes from above to play it out, so we will have some very nice reinforcements above as well, and having some utility to go there just to make sure that defenders will be at a bit more of an advantage going into some of those firefights. But as it stands, really, without really slowed down pace, sorry, for PC419, which really seems to be the working type for them.
Final preparations are being put in place now by PC419 as shots are already raining out, presumably remodeling the floor. We haven't really seen much in the way of spawn kills so far, so probably not the case. BC, meanwhile, will rotate over towards 90 as he hears the window get broken open. The window next to him, Neil landing as well, getting open and sees under a little bit of pressure now. There's a player straight to his right side, and model that's Josh, and he could be taken out. He refrags. No, he doesn't. He tries to pick Ride rather, and Josh will completely shut that down. Boats now. He's safe to follow Razor as well, and just like that, part of that upstairs hold has already just been completely shut down.
Oh, with Bandit now off the board, no more attempts even at Bandit tricking, and no more C4 as well for SLG's, pardon, not SLG's, for PC419's defense. Stands. Boats will be taken down from right down below, and Campo will be able to trade out, or will be traded out, sorry, by Josh. So nicely done, as Boats will be picked up with just evading the death just by a slight bit, as Legion as well will be going out of the window, or leaving all up to Ravenous, as even he will be falling down. All up to Nate, the Kavira player, against the 5-stack of SLG. Can he pull it off?
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that he is probably not going to clutch this one out. Cthulhu 1v5 is definitely not ideal, and Kavira not exactly the best operator to clutch it out. The pistol obviously does have the ability to one-shot down players, but with 5 on the board, the statistics are definitely against him. He gets the ball rolling there onto Josh, but the bomb is down and he's taken out anyway. Sleeper Gaming will take the 10th round, and they're looking to bring this one back.
Indeed they will. We're back on the draw as well. Ladies and gentlemen, round number 11. 5 apiece so far. The team that wins this round, I've probably said it times at this point, but the team that wins this very round 11, will be able to net themselves the match point, series point, and yeah, for both of those teams would be meaning that one more round after this, be able to win potentially the whole grand final and themselves a pretty nice amount of money.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
a nice amount of money indeed. A little bit of spare change. There is a pretty significant discrepancy, not discrepancy rather, but gap between first and second place. So it's definitely motivation to really want to win this. It's not just for bragging rights. It's for cold heart cash. And the winner of this round will be one step closer grabbing that bag of money. If they win this, of course, they will be on match point. In these competitive settings, it is 7 rounds to win. PC419 arguably have the advantage being on the defense, but to be honest, it hasn't really played out like it this way. It's been very back and forth. Neither team really getting a major advantage on either side, albeit attack or defense. So definitely up in the air who will take this one home.
Ampo going in for a pre-fire that nearly actually, I believe, caught one of the attackers in the dome piece if he pulled down a little bit just lower, but to no avail just yet. PC419 will be awaiting for the place where they're gonna be. Waiting for the moment where SLG will be starting to go in for the push, and Josh is the one that is already on the case with the blowtorch, opening up a couple of peek holes just to make sure that he will be giving as much of a hard time to PC419 as possible.
I think the top of red, he could be in engagement very soon on the player coming up, but that'll be Campo off the board. It's a 4-on-5, and one of the defensive members really low on health. That'll be BC on the Bandit. He's one shot away from being taken out. He's currently playing a very strong position at the top of red. The C4 comes out, but it doesn't quite connect. He decides not to blow it, but it gets shot there from Razor. He was playing at 90 and sees it quite easily. PC419, I get the impression they're in really strong positions at the moment. If President can't get this wall open, it's going to be so hard to really try and move them out. Looks like they may have really just given up on this wall at this stage. Josh doesn't really use the breaching torch to get them out, at least for the moment. They do have the advantage of having a minute and a half, I guess, on the board, so there's plenty of time to work with here for Sleeper Gaming. They have time to work out what they want to try and go for and to execute it, and there we go. They get the ball rolling. BC taken out by the grenade. He was so low on HP, so that wouldn't have had to be too close. Now there's 3 members left for PC419 to bring it back. Konami gets one as he tries to enter in towards start. There's multiple members watching that position, though, as well as a player inside of bedroom. He's completely exposed himself to that position, but he gets the kill. Anyway, President lapsing on that angle will fail to get that frag. Nate Mimo will try and see for him. Oh, that must have been close. As Onami gets another. He gets the triple onto Josh. He's finally shut down, though, by Worthy, who makes his way in towards stat. President, I presume, is still in bedroom, so they have a real opportunity to get this plant down towards stat, and it may well come down soon. Nate is close, though. He denies President, goes for the second frag onto Worthy, and he'll shut him down. PC419 will take round number 11, and with that, they will be on match point.
It's like that. We are back to the match point discussion, guys. PC419 are the ones to score themselves the match point. They are currently sitting on the series point as well. If they do manage to win this map and this next round, that is it. They are the champions of the LPL match point mini series, and yeah, could be a very interesting round to go with as well. President finally deciding to resort to Hibana, but it's still just a singular hard breacher. Does only for SLG, they do require a couple extra of that soft breach.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
This could be a last-ditched attempt for Sleeper Gaming, their last official game as this roster under that banner to try and bring it home. As he mentioned, yeah, they've only brought the one hard breach, and I feel like a bit of a broken record banging on about it, but only bringing one really makes them vulnerable. I guess on this occasion they have brought the Hibana. President likely sort of reflecting on that previous round where he played the Thermite, and it was impact tricked quite easily, and it made it really difficult to get that wall open and get the entry. So bringing the Hibana will at least provide them with some angles if an entry isn't created, and that will help make PC419 feel a little bit more strained on site, hopefully force them into some mistakes, and that should allow SLG to capitalize.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have recovered their
Peeky
diffuser.
spawn peek. Nate might just be able. Oh, turns away just at the wrong moment. He could have actually potentially gotten that kill. as well from that window, as I don't think the SLG players were really expecting that, but Razor would be the man to rappel once again onto the study balcony in hopes of potentially trying to find the opening. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the northeast of Villa, SLG, the remainder of the squad, is making some advancements here. Going very quickly and very swiftly in there as well. Nobody is yet contesting the 90 hallway, I believe. Should be at the very least good start for SLG to go in.
Worthy placing the breach charge on 90 window. He's actually going to hot breach straight in, as the rest of your members have actually already gained control of this location. So instead of pushing study, it looks like they're going to be primarily pushing from this northern side. Worthy getting aggressive on the door. It's a very limited angle, but he tries to open it up. There is actually a player inside of study here. Nate is in the sneakiest position of this room. He's going to wide peek it, and he gets the kill, but hopefully they're into Worthy, and he will. Doesn't quite get the second, though. Razor is brought down to 1 HP, so he'll be low for the execute. Unfortunately, there for his team. Either way, though, PC419 just strong holding at the moment. They're just watching angles, making sure they have every single entry covered, and for the most part, it looks like that will be the case at the moment.
The Bandits starting to get a little bit lower on health from all that Zephyr charges. Definitely this time will be forced to fall back a little bit from explosions coming out. 4v4 situation, minute to go. And now Revenus is staring down a very peculiar breach, and he is stuck between a rock and a hard place. A whole lot of pre-fires coming out through both the drone hole and from below, so right now the Maestro needs to get out of that place on the double.
He won't, though, and President will completely shoot his head off. He's got full HP still, so they're in a decent position now for the execute. They have the manpower, they have the firepower, and SLG, they're cramped up inside. There's not really much they've been able to work with here. Study will be a checkpoint, though, so they need to be very much watching this angle and ensuring that they don't filter through this door. Onami has a decent angle, BC as well. Campo's holding the back push as well, so it looks like, once again, they have these entries covered. Vault isn't an entry point. That wasn't an entry in any way, shape, or form. BC doesn't see the player to his left at model. He doesn't see his head. He finally will peek it, but he gets completely deleted by Josh. Onami gets one. Razor secures his double despite being a low HP, and Campo now needs to hit the clutch. He hits one. There's two more on the board. He has full HP, and he makes his way through the rotate very, very quietly there. There's a player on the plant. He just misses the initial shots as he peeks wide. He's going to go for it once again, but he gets shut down from the study angle, and SLG, they'll be making it go to overtime, Cthulhu.
Overtime indeed! We will be...
Hashtag Cthulhu OT.
Cthulhu
Let's get it
OT.
trending, boys.
Yep. We're out there.
The meme is alive.
The meme
and
is,
well.
Yep, all alive and well. Maybe it's the caster's curse, maybe it's just general my luck. But once again, yeah, overtime to come out, and both of those teams are not yet ready to fall just yet. To call it quits. So trophy and statuary, BC419's defense could potentially work out, but it was a little bit shaky. They did forfeit a fair few positions, only then started to actually pull out some clutch plays.
It will, though, be trophy and stat as our first sight of a map. BC419R on the defense, and a quick look at the scoreboard will show a relatively even spread of kills. President, he's a little bit behind there for Sleeper, but it's important to note that he's been primarily playing hard breaches. And as a support, your main goal is not really to be clicking heads, rather to be getting walls open and getting work done. Either way, though, moving on. BC419 setting up this site now. Pretty similar setup to what we've seen so far. And it's really going to be up to who has that endurance, who has that mental fortitude to just keep on banging these rounds out. Not long to go now. They're on the home stretch. They just need to get the job finished and show a little bit more resilience. They're almost there.
Both of those teams are almost there. Both of them want that sweet, sweet victory. They're a hard day in the office for both of them. At least something that they all won, but still, at the very least, 3 more rounds to go. if not 2. And it's all where it's gonna be decided. Razor going for a bit of an interesting decision to clear out the very bottom of the villa, just to make sure that nobody, and he means nobody, will be roaming up and around. Will be promptly already making his way over to the Astro stairs, where he could be able to catch one of the attackers off guard. Does manage to shoot it, but straight away in return receives a bullet to the head the moment he touched the goo mine. And on
Nami deletes 1 on the second. What?
Yep. Just decides,
How
yeah,
does that happen?
let me flick. He's nuts. He's absolutely insane.
Nami has been an absolute beast tonight. He's hit so many nice shots. He's really showed up with that aggression when required. SLG, though, they're not completely out of it. They have fragging ability, they have utility, but Nate, he could really shut this round down if he hits this flank onto Josh, who was playing below. Josh is actually looking the complete wrong way. Revenant shuts down President. It's a 5-on-2. There we go. Nate cleans him up. It's a 5-on-1. Boats. We've seen him hit a clutch before. We've seen him in many clutches, in fact, but 1-on-5, little bit too much to ask for, I think.
Yeah, and it's a flawless round to come out for PC419, as they're only 1 round close. They're this close, Guz, after a banger of a tiring day through the lower bracket for them. Maybe the grind will finally pay off here.
I can't imagine how tired these guys are. I mean, I'm exhausted, and we've been casting maybe, what, half? Less than probably half of the bracket that's been played out tonight. So, full credit to PC419. Win or lose, they've really put up a valiant fight. They've been making few mistakes, really, that you would expect to come as a result of fatigue. So, look, they've been hitting up the energy drinks or something, because they have been switched on, ready to game. And they're just 1 round away, as you mentioned, of closing this all deal out.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bomb.
Yeah, well, with SLG now going on defense, they did prompt to go for trophy and statuary as well,
Discovered the location of a bomb.
which has been a bit of a 50-50 performance map for them, where they were able to win, they were able to lose, so it is all dependent on whether they will be able to hit their shots or not here, guys. They have all the utility really needed
Seconds left before insertion.
to deny the drones, to deny the breach, and to gain as much information as possible, so
Feed up and running.
see how things will go from here on out.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I'm interested to really see how aggressive SLG are going to play on the roam. They are that round down. They are facing that match point deficit, and aggression could be the play here. Try and catch the attackers off guard. He might be a little bit nervous heading into this round. But equally, SLG need to be careful that they don't throw this round. We've seen a couple of occasions where SLG's aggression has been their demise. On other occasions, though, it's definitely been a positive. Nonetheless, though, PC419 are looking to push above, so they're going to be contested by Razor and by President. President, he's bandit tricking the wall. Razor, he's holding the angle from the bedroom door in towards the walk-in. He's going to fall off that position, though, as BC peeked him. Now that allows them to push in towards the walk-in. Josh is from below as well, so we saw him hit a massive 2k on the C4 at this very spot previously. Looks like he's on a drone once again. These players currently safe. They're on the bricks inside of walking, but the moment they walk into bedroom, onto that wood, things could get very, very bad for 419.
Campo right now is in a prime spot to be C4'd from below. There's the C4, I believe, but to no avail. Only will be downing
Ooh.
President. No! Josh, that's not how you would do things. That's not how it works.
And we've already seen a team kill from a C4 so far tonight. Fortunately, Worthy does res him on this occasion, but that's not the best start here for SRG. Ooh! Nate just completely deletes him on the rotate as well, and this really opens up the round now, Cthulhu.
What he does is, just like that, all the information is being given. Valk's position has been also exposed on Astro stairs. Now the call out is also coming out. BC will be holding that angle very, very steadily. We'll be waiting for just the right moment to go in for that kill. Whereas on the other side, PC419 has already managed to get a fair few openings and being ready. There's the kill from behind onto from Ravenous onto Josh, and there it is. 3v5 situation, ladies and gentlemen.
Here's a 3-on-5. They need to clutch this out to stay alive. Worthy drops down. But BC will be taken out from the cross. Nate will get raised on. It's a 5-on-2. Worthy needs to go for the retake. He hits the track stinger, but it's not enough to kill him. And there we go. Campo pushes inside. It's a 4-on-1, and PC419 will finish off the round, the map, and the series. Cthulhu, they win it 2-1. They'll be heading home with the largest of the prize pools. And man, what a series it was.
What a series indeed. Fantastic kind of events for PC419. Managing to finally bring this back all the way. 8 maps throughout the lower bracket. The boys did it. They won it, and what a turn of events there for that team. But alas, that is also it from us. Definitely would like to thank our top 3 teams that finished. PC419, Sleeper Gaming, and Bizarre Gaming as well. All other teams, thank you all for competing in the Match Point series. Thanks to all of our wonderful viewers that tuned in today, and to our observer Sky, our admin Zeki, and as well, thank you to you as well, Guz, for joining me on this absolutely banger of a stream.
Thanks, son. It was great to be here. Over 6 hours, I think, of Siege straight. That is probably one of the longest casts I have ever done. But look, it was definitely highlighting some promising Siege, and hopefully some of these players, some of these teams will start to progress, and maybe one day we'll see them in some of the bigger leagues.
We'll definitely hoping to see them appear more and more. But for now, that is it from us. Thank you all very much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll see you in the next one. Catch you later.